Maybe you
I
can,
got my cool headphones on.
can crank yourself up.
You can request that back though. Your
Yeah,
speaker.
but they're holding on to it as confiscation of evidence for the court date.
What law did you break? According to that.
Ongoing activity that required a permit without a permit and disorderly conduct.
Oh, wow. So they could just do whatever the hell they want. Where was this at?
Mount Rushmore.
Ah, bastards.
Yeah, they
Why
said
not?
there are free speech zones, and you have to have a permit to be in, and then you have to have a permit, and you have to stay within the free speech zones. Yeah, that's what I
So-
said. That's why I got arrested. I just ignored them, and then boom.
How's Louth offending anybody? Like, it's not even political. That's what I
I
don't
know.
get.
People get really triggered though. They really do.
You guys hear me now?
I don't know why it gets people so angry. Like, is it ego or insults their intelligence? That they've been tricked?
Yep.
Honestly. Literally.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, how dare you say I'm, ignorant enough or maybe dumb enough to be fooled about something that big, you know?
It's like offering someone a permanent hit of acid. Literally, because they will. It's like it all adds up in their head immediately, and they panic because they see that if they think this is true, then that means they're everything they've decided up to that point in their life they may have to rethink, and they'll be at odds with the rest of the world. And it is like we're tripping, but the trip is that we're not tripping. We stop tripping. They're tripping, thinking they're on something that's the opposite of what it seems. So, but the fact that we stop tripping makes it seem like we're tripping because we're at odds with everything else.
And they don't even know anything about it. Like, I became a flat earther because I was super into space. And then I realized how bullshit it is. Because I've actually, like, to be a flat earther, you need to know about space and realize how bullshit it is.
Right.
With the whole,
But
You have to be
but
interested in
that's
it.
so triggering though. Like, no, freedom of speech is you only have these circles in the U.S. Like, you can only do freedom of speech here and here and here, not here though. Nope. That's pretty triggering to me. Hey, who the hell can designate freedom of speech? Like, when I guess that's not part of the U.S.
I fucking hate when they put loopholes and laws and shit. So
Well, it's super unconstitutional. There's no such thing as free
Literally.
speech zones on public property, bro. But that's what I asked him when he first interacted with me. It's not on the live stream. That's when I got arrested, but I talked to him before that on my GoPro. I have documented, but he says something about a free speech zone. I'm like, what? I'm like, so wait, so when we head over there, we enter Nazi Germany, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no such thing as a free speech zone. That's antithetical to free speech. That's dumb.
I wonder if that's something the cops are being trained or have heard. Why they would say such a thing.
No, it actually has free speech zones line mapped out on the map, apparently,
get
of
outta
Mount
here.
Rushmore. Yeah. And when you walk in, there's a sign. It says this area is designated for free speech activities. It's just like right when you walk in. So I turned to Chris. I'm like, dude, perfect. We're finally not going to be harassed today. Like, this park says it's pro free speech. We should be good. And they immediately converged on us talking about no, there's free speech zones.
within that zone, that is.
Yeah, exactly. So
What the
car
fuck?
was.
What are they?
You're gonna fight that, right?
Yeah, of
Bro.
course.
Oh yeah. Good.
I wouldn't even sign the ticket, dude.
So I put that link in the live stream as well. I'll send it to you. What's it? That's E1 on Sun and Moon Group. He doesn't have his channel up anymore.
Cool, thank
he's
you,
laying
thank you,
low.
bro.
Yeah, that's a good explanation. I mean, that's just it actually works in our favor if you use some of his arguments because it doesn't make any sense that it's on the top and the bottom of the ball. None of it makes sense. And even those, the fact that they always thought that they're like ace in the hole always bothered me because it could be the opposite.
Wait, did they even
yeah,
tell you where? Did they
east to
even
west
tell
is
you where
not.
the? Oh, you carry on.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say east to west, like I said before, east to west is not the same as clockwise and counterclockwise.
Did
It
they
is for a
even
little
tell you
bit.
where those? Did they even tell you where those specific free speech zones were?
No.
They should point it out. Like it says, this area is for free speech, but then we have free speech zones within that area, which is bullshit. Then show me the free speech zones within that area.
That's what I'm saying. Shouldn't there be tape or a sign or something?
Literally. Oh my god, it's a circus.
And where people think they're going to celebrate their patriotism with people's creepy faces, right? It's like, this is supposed to celebrate America, what it stands for, and you guys are watching me get arrested.
Bro, exactly. It's like, aren't those supposed to be the faces of our forefathers? What? Wow.
It's crazy.
In the world.
In a world where some of the crowd was actually so triggered that they clapped when I got arrested.
Well, that pissed me off.
Get out of here. Wow.
I mean, some people were standing up for us, but there's like the vocal minority that's screaming and cheering and whatever.
Nazi America.
Like, dude, even if you disagree with what I say, you're supposed to agree with my right to say it. Bro. This should be our common bond, you psychopaths.
They just don't want to hear it. That's what matters to them. Oh, they're shutting down the guy that is spreading truth that I don't want to hear. Let's go. Like, come on, you just sound cowardly.
But even if it was a lie, though, I mean, you would have to fight for right
Obviously,
for the guy
yeah.
to speak his lie. It's regardless if it's right or wrong.
Like the saying, if you cut out a man's tongue, you're not proving him a liar. You're just afraid of what he might say.
Right. Like it's but he's right, even if it was wrong, right? So if someone was on the microphone and they were talking about, I don't know, Sasquatch or fairies or reptilian presidents or whatever, and I thought it sounded ridiculous, I would just laugh. But I'd be like, whatever. But it's a little different with this because I get up there and I start talking about the second law of thermodynamics and fluid statics and physical measurements, and these people, they shut down because they can't claim I'm stupid. So they can't hand wave, dismiss, flat earth as stupid. So they don't want to hear it. It's like Cogdis melts down live, and so
And they
they
appeal
get
to
mad.
authority.
Yeah.
And the reasoning that you have behind it, that that this is kind of an emergency situation we're in right now. Like what they're trying to do to us is reason for us to be screaming from the rooftops. It's not just because you want to win an argument about flat Earth with them. That's it's huge because it is.
And that wins over a lot of the crowd actually. Like when I started talking about that part of it and curfews and lockdowns, and I don't know how much time we have left.
And that
Look what
you
they're
have
doing.
you're here for a reason. You have more purpose than you were told. Those kind of things they start to warm up to you.
Yeah, for sure. And then you bring in the children, like these children are being told that they're like not special and that they're literally animals and that they could die from
they're
an asteroid.
shaming themselves with these fucking face diapers and breathing their own bacteria all day long. I mean, it's torture. It's the definition of terrorism going on right under our noses, and people are approving it and clapping when you get arrested. That's
crazy, man. Yeah.
Speaking of that, I actually remember a kid in elementary school having a meltdown over like asteroids hitting the Earth. Like the teacher told him, "Oh, an asteroid could hit us at any time," and then he was having a meltdown. Like, you have a good point right there. Like, you shouldn't tell kids this. Like, there's an asteroid that could hit us, and there's
And
so
that's
many
what killed all the dinosaurs.
Oh my god.
Well, we used to
So they
go and
think
put our
it's
heads
happened before,
in between our legs because of the threat of nuclear war. Like, remember that? The drills they put us through, hiding under your desk. Like
it's traumatization. It's all
Total
traumatization.
trauma. They took us down and showed us the fucking Challenger blowing up when it was taped. It wasn't even live. And they knew that this was going to be the effect. They were going to show us these 7 crew members supposedly dying. Total traumatism.
Yeah, they did that. That way it gave them a few decades of not having to try it again, supposedly, right?
Yeah. And the whole the metaphor of it, in a way, you think about it, the name of it, Challenger. Were you saying that? Somebody was saying that. That's a good call right there. The fact that the Challenger is the one that blew up. So anyone that challenges the system, you see what happens to them.
Right. That's what I think the JFK psyop was all about too.
Absolutely. The message is most important, whether he died or not. The message was, look what happens to people that talk about the secret societies
Exactly.
or try to change the monetary system. This is what happens to those people. He probably didn't die. He's probably, just a part of the act, but that was important for the whole Camelot thing to happen, for the psyche of the country.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a setup, but because I mean, he's a Jesuit and it's very, very connected. But yeah, it's like you said, it's the overarching part there is that this dude had the balls to speak out, and this is what happens. You don't want to be like this guy.
That was the message. And I think they like to think of themselves as sophisticated enough not to have to do the gruesome part that we think they did. But I think that's part of what the absurdity that their pervertedness about it, like they think that we killed Kennedy, but really we didn't. But in the meantime, they probably did kill that cop that they used the body for that looked just like him, the tepid guy. They probably did
Yeah.
kill him.
Exactly. But they had something that happened. Like that dude agreed to some crazy shit or something. Like, because they always apply natural law. They don't really make a habit of just forcibly taking. Yeah.
Machiavellian. Why do anything with force that you can do with persuasion?
Yeah, that way you don't have to worry about personal repercussions.
Right, exactly. Which is why they have to make this voluntary, even though they're acting like they're threatening. And some of the videos I'm sure that we're seeing with people being tackled and supposedly force vaccinated, those are put out there just to get disinformation. So then people start running around, oh, they forced a vaccination, and it's not true. So then they can make everybody look crazy because they have to make it voluntary.
Right, and well, yeah, exactly. So they get the companies to enforce it, like we knew it was gonna happen. The companies choose to do it, and then the person chooses to go to that store and chooses to comply. So it's like this finesse game they're very good at, where it looks like there's some force, but really it's all voluntary compliance.
Yeah, and they see the person being tackled and supposedly force vaccinated, so they're like, oh shit, I might as well just get it. I don't want to be tackled.
Right. I mean, that's damn near as close as you can get to forcing it, right? Like, you can't work here without it, you can't travel without it, you can't buy and sell without it, but it's still not technically force.
I mean, I used to play running back in high school and college, so I mean, good luck, tackling cops tackling you. It's like,
Yeah, and I'm also
I
not
mean?
real scared about the robots thing. I mean, everyone's like, well, they're just gonna hit robots, or like say they have a robot at the front of the door that's trying to check your status, right? Dude, you know how rebellious people would be instinctively against the robot because it's not human. They would like find a way to get around the robots. They would never comply. They need humans to basically police each other. That's how it works.
I think
I'm
you're
not a
being
big
naive.
like iRobot guy.
And
I don't know.
fight
I
each
would
other.
beat the shit out of the
As
robot.
long as we're fighting, and policing each other, they're happy. To
Yeah,
create
yeah.
the disinformation.
What you say?
control
What's
both
it?
sides.
I'd throw hands with the robot, dude.
What the fuck?
I'm just saying, dude. I'm not scared of a robot.
I don't know. I just imagined it, dude. Like live stream a robot comes up to you and just start fucking it up.
Just build our own
It's kind of
robot
like
to go
the
fight the robots, right?
it's like okay, the way people would be with the robots is how the class was with the substitute teacher.
Oh yeah, they get bitched. You're not a teacher. Get out of here.
You're gonna
Exactly.
think differently. You're gonna think
Let's get
differently
up.
once they have
Robot wars.
weapons and they can shoot you.
If that happens, then I mean, yeah, I guess if the robots have weapons, that would get interesting. I'd shoot them first.
They're gonna be the new police officers, so get ready.
Well, I'm shooting them right in the face.
It's actually
And
kind of
I-
Build
scary.
our own robots, right? Like, like
I can't
Robot
go to jail
Wars,
for
like
that.
TV show.
That's not murder.
They could just say the
Assaulting-
robot identifies as something with emotion or some bullshit.
Yeah, as human.
Assaulting a police robot.
Yeah, when you get
Officer.
damage of police property, federal property for sure.
The robots are going to get citizenship. You'll see.
They already have Sophia, that AI.
Once they
found.
can talk and answer questions, and they're going to basically say, you know, they're people too.
As long
you
as
guys
they
ever
They've
read-
already.
You ever read Fahrenheit 451?
Yeah, but they burn books.
Yeah, that's the temperature that paper burns. And in the book, you know, they burn all the books, right? But the interesting part is, so they say everyone just stays in their house, and that their walls are effectively TVs. There's just TVs all over, like their whole wall, and it's policed by robotic police dogs. The whole world.
Cool.
But yeah, what a coincidence! Look at last year what they
Like the
rolled out.
Boston police dog. The black one, Boston Dynamics, is DARPA.
Yeah, that dances and stuff. The
Dog.
dude, they've already rolled them out. Like, citizen, just wait. It's gonna come. Like, the more people comply, the more they're gonna do crazy stuff. Citizen 729843. It's past your curfew. You know, like people will be like, oh shit, I gotta go in. The robot dog said so.
They called my number. That's my number.
That's my number. I better go inside.
I'm not a number. I'm a free man.
Dude, when people talk reckless to me, or like when some of the people were clapping yesterday, I was still on the speaker. I was like, I don't care what brain dead zombie. The cop was like, look, some of the crowd's not even on your side. I'm like, I don't care what brain dead zombies think that go in for curfews
They
and
were on my
lockdowns.
side, I wouldn't have to be here.
Exactly. I
I
turned to him. I was like,
them if they're already on my side. That's the whole point.
you go inside. It's past your curfew. That's my new thing. That's what I say to people.
wait, so didn't you crack a fat joke? That's some
Yeah, I
person.
did.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
did he?
Someone over here is triggered and overweight.
Yeah, he was talking reckless. He was flipping me off, threatening me, all kinds of stuff. So I was like, oh, man,
Oh,
I'm not
fair enough.
scared of you, dude. Yeah. I know it sounds bad. It's a bad look. That's why I gotta watch my tongue, because you don't get to always hear what they say. So you just hear me on the speaker like making fun of someone's weight. You're like, damn, bro, chill.
Like some people could take it out of context and then just like edit that part out and then just be like, oh, it's just insulting random people.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the shit they do.
It's like he tries to act like he's gonna physically do something to me, and I just want to let him know I wasn't scared of him. What's up?
What's it? Do they record that channel that we were in?
I don't think so.
After you left, I don't know how it happened. They started talking about evolution. So of course I dared them. I said, prove it, blah blah blah. I started getting heated, and the girl was talking. She goes, I know there's evolution. I go, great. I'll give you $1,000 right now for evolution evidence. She goes, well, Darwin went to an island and discovered the dodo bird, and people like started getting like cringe. And I was like, okay, what's your address? I'm gonna send you the $1,000 right now. Just tell me where it happened. And she left. I can't make it up. She literally started going, I said, okay, what's your address? I'll go, give me your PayPal. And she went, just literally, it was the most hilarious thing, bro. It was like 30 minutes ago.
That is hilarious. That room is a trip, dude.
Those people are low level normies. I mean, we're talking bottom of the barrel. They're just TV watchers, bro. There should be like a new
NPCs.
term. You got Globers, NPCs, normies, and I seen it on TV. That's what.
Yeah, they're just TV watchers. That's hilarious, dude.
But
Mike
the
TV.
thing is that just
Bruh.
the fact that they're involved in the conversation makes them like ahead of most people. Like
Yeah, but they
not-
they hate it though. It's like the flat earther goes in there, and there's like 4 of us, and it makes the whole room popping. And then they just jump in. Wait, are we talking about flat earth? And they just want to jump in and try to shut it down and call you stupid. They really don't want to have the conversation. It's just the only way that their server's popping. So it's pretty
just
funny.
Chatterbox. Is that where you guys were? Chatterbox.
Yeah.
That guy
Like-
in there that's riding on eggshells.
Yep.
On his channel, Harry, what's his name? Whatever. He had a video about teaching people how to argue by agreeing. So like you can't say but, because you're negating what they're saying. So that to win the argument, you agree. I think Matthew learns taking a note from him and done that. Or
That's
he's done
definitely
it,
Matthew's
that's the
thing.
technique.
Ooh.
Totally
Yeah.
agrees with you. And then gives his like snide little like, way of wording it so they can get out of it somehow. Like, oh, I see
Yeah, it's very
why you
Gamma-esque.
understand it. That yeah, it's very patronizing, but in such a way that he gets away with it.
Yeah, it's like a Gamma.
I understand. I can understand why you see it that way. And maybe I could just explain it again so you'll understand. I hate that. No, we understand
Right.
very well.
Oh,
You're
like,
the one.
yeah,
Matthew Learns died 3 days ago.
Whoa.
Matthew Learns absolutely, literally, spiritually died 3 days ago, and I have it on record. I've showed it to a couple people. I literally, I can't explain this. I asked him, why can't
Dude.
anybody give us information for the globe? And he goes, because most people don't really worry about that. And I go, then why can't you, Matthew? And he said, because it doesn't matter. So the next
I
time you
thought
see
he really
Matthew Learns,
died.
he has
My bad.
already conceded. Matthew Learns has already, is that you, Gregory? That he has already conceded that it doesn't matter, that there's no evidence for when we can detect curvature of the earth. That's Matthew Learns saying it doesn't matter now because he panicked. I don't know how I did it. It was an accident. Like when you're trying to do something, when you try to do it, it doesn't work. And then you don't try to do it and it works. It totally caught me off guard. I just about had a heart attack. And he literally conceded and said it doesn't matter. And then 45 minutes later said that an answer. I said, well, how high can you just finally? It took me 45 minutes for an answer. I said, show me how high I have to go to see the earth curvature on your model. And he said between 0 and 1,000 miles. I said, that's also, yeah, I know. Hey, thank you for laughing. It was so psychotic. It was 2 times within 45 minutes. I said, that's not an answer, Matthew. He goes, well, it's true. I said, no, that's not true. You're saying all the answers and none of the answers, which is like the highest form of Satanism, actually. Not true. If somebody asks me, why is the sky blue? And I say elephants are gray, that might be a correct statement. It's also a complete lie at the same time. That's how psychotic this guy is. He wants to play the number game. I'm going to give you just a variation, a wide grid here from 0 to 1,000.
Bro, he's a
as if that's an
sellout.
answer. Are you
Or
kidding?
some
Matthew
kind of
Learns
troll.
no. Matthew Learns isn't a sellout. Matthew Learns is possessed by a class 6 full talking phantasm. Thanks.
If he's admitted that, then that kind of gives away his intentions why he's here so often, I guess.
So last point to Witsit, because this is for Bible believers to understand. When a person claims they believe the Bible and say truth doesn't matter, that's the worst form of a wolves in sheep's clothing that I can't even imagine somebody worse than that, to be honest. That's all.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Bruh, as soon as Matthew starts collabing with Simon Dan or FTFE, that's when it's,
He has 500,000 subscribers on a channel that makes me want to eat my cat's litter box. How does that happen?
I think he had just a couple like viral, pretty non-related videos, like completely unimportant videos that people just sub to because of like a short video. Yeah.
Right, but I see other channels with millions of views and they don't have a big sub count. So there's something. I don't claim shill, but either he is a shill or he's literally like some sort of Baphomet Satanist. I can't put it together. I don't know because I'm not that type of evil person, so I'll never know. I don't want to know, but there's something very wrong with that person. And I mean like the nth degree. If I were to pick the number one liar I've ever met on the internet, it's Matthew.
Yeah, watching his videos make you just want to punch the phone.
It's disgusting. It's sickening. And the soft-spoken voice, it's the Jeffrey Dahmer attitude. It just makes it worse. But he believes the Bible, just so you know.
I really think he doesn't. He's just saying that.
That's what a lot of
Oh, yeah,
villagers say too.
Oh yeah, I've shown him so many verses. Every time he says, well, God didn't mean that. He said that to Job because they weren't smart people, and he had to explain it to them simply. That's what Matthew Learns has said.
But then he believes
Oh.
Jesus rose from the dead. But then the Bible also says the earth is flat many times.
That's what a Satanist would do. That a Satanist would claim to believe Jesus, but everything Jesus says isn't true. That's how you know they're a Satanist.
He's an alien guy then.
Yeah, he is. He's extraterrestrial, controlled within his heart by leeches and demons. Yeah.
Yeah, just soulless.
Bro, have you seen his eyes? Holy shit.
Yeah, that's dude. There's not another one like this guy. I mean, he's a specimen. You know, he's like the final boss in the NPC Idiocracy gamer.
No, this is kind of off topic. Like, what I'm curious about is like, he's an old guy, but he sounds like he's 19. Am I the only one that wondered that? Or thought that?
He's such a gammon. He puts the hat on when he acts like he's the flat earther. He puts on that hat, you know.
No, I wouldn't say he's 19. His voice is 19. But that,
At least like 20s or so.
He's without a soul. Just talk to him about the jab. It's hilarious.
Wait, so
Yeah, he doesn't trust God at all. I just have to say something. I don't believe in cloning, but then there's Matthew learns. Thanks.
wait, so Matthew's not aware of, well, is he denying the elites, like the satanic elites that run this world? Because that's pretty obvious.
He admits that he believes them, bro, and he'll just say, "Well, they're not really satanic," and they don't use those names. Those names are just, colorful jokes. They're just symbolic. They're not really. What is it? Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter. Doesn't matter. Apollo, the Antichrist, doesn't matter. Yeah.
What is with that guy? Honestly, like,
yeah, he
See,
took a
my-
calculated risk, right? And according to Jab, he took a calculated risk in his mind. He calculated the risk and then just did it. So,
But then everyone asked him what his calculations were, and he doesn't say anything. So if you don't know anything about it, it's not very calculated.
Well, it's not important. That's his new answer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's gotten worse. I think now it's like, I swear that jab could be. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
getting weird.
he's like fully possessed now. Like he's in that final stage, that whatever. Yeah, you can't make this up.
Right.
My claim is that I'd rather have somebody be just a full-fledged, like a rumpus. I'd much rather respect a rumpus that psychotically admits that he has to believe it. And Matthew is the opposite. He completely contradicts himself, says he believes in the word of God, but God doesn't know what he's saying, and God's always wrong. And actually the men in our world are right. And that's much worse to me than any rumpus or any of these other, ass clown atheists.
Yeah, it's like a lie that came from atheism, attempting to explain existence without a creator. You're going to put your faith in that source over the words of the creator, but then claim to believe the creator.
Correct. 100% of his arguments are from the Antichrist people. 100%.
Yeah, it's crazy how people don't see that. It'll be the same ones that say they don't believe in evolution or the Big Bang. I'm like, the same group of people came up with this model, bro. Like, you're a psycho.
And then he will say, like, there's like Genesis is not literal. He says this. He admits that's not literal. Those days aren't really days, because to God 1,000 years is a day. So apparently he thinks he's God too, because that says to God 1,000 years is a day, and a day is 1,000 years. That's not you humans. That's God. So he does attributes. He takes the God attributes and he puts it on himself as if he can experience it like God. And I'm telling you, that might not sound like I'm telling the truth. That is that big.
Yeah, Matthew Learns is the kind of guy that if you found a book of like Edwin Hubble or a very infamous person that spearheaded this heliocentric model, and it straight up says, "We worship Satan," all right, and this is a satanic lie for the masses, he would just shut down. He would say, that doesn't matter though. That's just one book." If Yeshua came down and said, "Hey, the Hebrew cosmology is right," these kind of people would say, "But Yeshua, what about Southern Star Trails?" I'm dead serious.
Genesis says the sun went up and the sun went down, and that was one day. So that it's pretty in context. It's he's taking it out of context. So 1,000 days.
Well, surely in that day you will die, and they die within 1,000 years. Right? It's like we're in the fallen state, so we don't we don't perceive quote unquote time like the creator. Duh.
The sun is moving, and that's time. That's how we measure how long we live. It's pretty much what time is, right?
Yeah, it's just a concept based on what the sky does.
There's always, so it's always now, present.
Yeah, I mean, time is not linear. I mean, it's just conceptual. We perceive it as linear, though. All right, because of the construct itself, like the society we were raised in.
Back to the Future and Marvel.
A primitive attempt to explain the process of death.
And Einstein.
I seriously think that people that knew Einstein in real life thought he was super dumb.
What's it? I sent you a link. It's episode 1887. And I put the timestamp in here, 6:33:15. If anybody wants to see this, again, if you don't care, forget it. But this episode 1887, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it's 9 hours and 40 minutes long. Skip to 6 hours, 33 minutes, and 15 seconds and listen to Matthew Learns tell you it's not. And then about 35 minutes later, he tells us that we can start to see curve in between 0 and 1,000 miles above the Earth.
Got a word with the Serbian here. 70-year-old man said during lunch that his daughter knew real math. He was talking shit about Einstein being a shill. The Serbian somehow that we don't know real daughter does.
Yeah, that's the new thing, right? Locally flat. Locally flat, guys.
Yeah, he was talking about Tesla. Yeah, locally.
Yeah, Charlie earlier said the Earth can be flat for 273 miles. Why
Yes.
would that conflict the ball? Yeah.
Ignore the radius then? Know what that means?
I kept getting in trouble. You know, moderators and non alike were like, why are you talking to Matthew Learns this way? So this is the reason why I was, because I knew this was the type of person he was. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can tell these people are lying, but this is now the most over the top lie I've ever heard. I'm telling you guys, you probably take a look. I'm not going to make a clip out of it. I'm not going to do that, but it's there.
Maybe you shouldn't go crazy. Maybe you should try what he's doing. Be very calm about it when you respond. Like, that's a very ridiculous math.
Well, I'm not QE, Bong. I mean, I get
See
up to
how
about
he
a 5
reacts
or a
to
6. I get upset. I get upset sometimes, yes, but there's different levels to that, and I appreciate there's other people that really get upset because that makes me look like I'm calm.
Now that you know that's his game, you probably sure.
Well, people that are passionate about truth get upset. People that don't care, like Matthew, stay a robot.
Well, he doesn't have to
What
come
was
here, and I think that he's the perfect punching bag because he will be forced to agree with something, like with QE, like I called him out for. He agreed that planes in a separate reference frame. He will allow himself to be pinned and then not say anything more. And he did the Bagok the other day. He kind of redeemed himself. We were laughing when he was doing the refraction Bagok. He actually did a whole sentence with it. It was kind of funny. But I'm not defending him. I'm just saying that, like he just exposes himself so beautifully that it's kind of nice. I mean, there's nothing threatening about him whatsoever. In a way,
Yeah. Well, new perspective. Now he
saying?
says it's not important. He's saying it's not important to make a claim of when Earth curvature is visible or experienced. He says it's not.
Yeah,
I was listening to that.
that's
I was
hilarious.
listening
I
to that.
just listened to it.
Yeah, and that's just the first part. He does it again about, I don't know. I mean, if it matters, he does it again 30 minutes later, says it's between 0 and 1,000 miles. Like, that's like the biggest lie I've ever been told.
It's like saying that the plane having to land on a spinning ball and the Coriolis possible difference would be negligible, no matter which way
Yeah,
you're landing.
the
You wouldn't
possible
have to account
difference
for it.
is the possible difference is
Yeah.
0 and 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, that. So I'm not wrong because I was in the range, right? that
Right. That's
that
like,
kind of
yeah.
tactic thing. But that's fine. I mean, that it just shows us how what mental gymnastics he has to go through to have an answer. And if he's the
Yeah.
science professor, then it's a perfect thing because we're exposing him every time he comes out here, even if he doesn't think so. It doesn't matter.
That's the worst kind of liar. That's the worst kind of lie, to pretend that you're to even think that's even an
Yeah.
answer. That's just the worst.
Pretending that he's not lying to himself when it sounds like he definitely. It
Right.
seems like he's definitely not being intellectually honest at certain times, and that he's using the defense of him just being a believer, a true believer, doesn't really cut it when you're talking about math and science and ranges of negligible speeds when you're landing a plane on a spinning ball. It just doesn't work. It's
Right. That's
but
his other go-to answer for everything, is that you wouldn't notice the difference. That's his answer
yeah,
for everything.
wouldn't be much difference. Okay, so we're training pilots in a flight simulator and then putting them on a totally different situation. Even if it's slightly different, it's dangerous. So you have to acknowledge that is a little crazy.
Right. I'm going to start telling you guys this, and it's real simple. When these people keep doing this, don't resuscitate them. They're dead. When they say it's negligible, they're admitting it's not there. If you can't tell it's there, then you've just conceded. So I'm not going to start giving you CPR to bring the Glober back to life. DNR, do not resuscitate. Let him stay dead. Probably the biggest problem we do is then we try to get him to explain more. We try to get these people to once they concede, it's over. They concede left and right all the time, and I see people just missing it, that they're conceding. If they concede and say, well, yeah, we wouldn't experience the plane drifting over the earth, that's it, it's over. He just conceded. There's no drift, there's no Coriolis, there's no movement. Every time they do it all the time, and that's it. Leave them dead in the water. DNR.
Coriolis seems to be selective for them.
Right. In a span of 5 minutes, one person will contradict themselves 5 times. Every minute, though, one way, then the left, and right and left. And it's just amazing.
Yeah, so I
That
just
was
went and
Charlie.
listened to that, the Matthew part you linked, man. That's hilarious. Saying finding the curvature or detecting where the horizon is a minor detail in the theory. How does he take himself seriously?
Right. That's insanity, bro. So detecting curvature, which is what my question was, he tried to change it perversely. I never said the word horizon. I said, when can I experience curvature, which is not a horizon? You see, he's so psychotic, he can't even separate them. So what does he do? He says it's not important and then says it's a minor detail. That's the whole point. That's the most important factor, is when can we experience it?
Yeah, he's the biggest fucking piss take ever. I can't
Damn
stand
right.
listening to him.
Yeah, it makes me
And I
sick. It's
can't believe he's a teacher. You want a reason why society's as fucked as it is? It's because people like him are the teachers. It's right in your face.
Who are we talking about?
Matthew Learns. When I first talked to him and he was new in here, I just absolutely dismantled him for 2 straight hours. And the fact he had the audacity to come back in here, I just knew something was up. It was bad. I dismantled him every single aspect of the conversation about the Earth, and he had to concede over and over that he just believes it. He just blindly believes it. So I'm like, same thing with the Professor Phil guy. Dismantled him for 2 hours. After that, in my eyes, it's like you're just over there like dead. You know, like the fact you have the audacity to come back in here is wild. Every single point, you know what I'm saying? So for me, I knew right then he's dishonest.
Right, and he just falls back on the same psychosis every time. Well, it's midnight here, and I don't see the sun, and that doesn't seem to be possible on a flat Earth. I'd be able to see the sun. He just goes to the same, begging the question, presuppositional religious excuse every single time.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
Every time he's in here, he tries to talk about the sun for some reason.
He doesn't realize he's a sun worshiper, but he is. Have you noticed that all the globe earthers love to talk about the sun? Yo, when you Google it, they're just told to talk about the sun. It's like a joke.
But again, right, but again, using him as an example, he claims he thinks the whole Bible is the word of God, and God literally tells us it's God that says that if you can't understand earthly things, you can't understand heavenly things. He literally, absolutely, unequivocally does not believe a single word of the Bible.
No, you can't.
To be honest, I didn't know much about this Matthew guy. I was like, I looked at his videos. He had a cross in the background. I was like, this guy's just super atheist. Like, he confused the shit out of me. You get what I'm saying? Like, I was like, is he religious or atheist or because like he's acting religious, but he's atheist. Like, you get what I mean?
Yeah, there's something wrong with him. Like some of us, I won't put any names out there, but there's a lot of people that can tell there's something very wrong. Like when you listen to Rumpus, yeah, there's something wrong with that person, but that's a normal scoffer. You listen to Matthew Learns, it's much worse. There's a totally different level of deceit.
Well, it's just like it's like a level of conformality within the deceit that's so appalling. It's like he's so comfortable there. It's what's so weird. You know, it's very off-putting.
Yeah, if there was one person who would be like paid to argue for globe Earth, it would probably be Matthew.
Yeah, if I've ever talked to a serial killer, that would be the
Sasha, you're
serial
right
killer.
about that. Yeah, Sasha, you are correct. If I don't believe in cloning, but there's Matthew Learns, and that's the thing. Is he acts like a robot, bro. He acts like he's soulless, like Witsit says, and I think maybe that's true.
You know who gives me the same feeling and the same eeriness, the same snideness on that level, same kind of quality is Big West.
Right, but Mick West is too scared to come in here and talk to me.
I don't know much about that guy.
Oh, we debated him on the other hangout we had going, and it's just he had one of our friends, Sasha, that ended up getting like a meeting set up to get interviewed by him and being used for his book that he wrote that was like all about like trying to figure out the psychology of flat earthers and stuff. Then he wanted to bring her back for another interview and was trying to rope her in like saying things about COVID being fake, trying to tie that to flat earth. And it was just so obvious.
Isn't that the hilarious part is how blinded they are by ego and arrogance that they always think they're in a position to psychologically analyze us, and they're in desperate need of psychoanalysis themselves. Like they're so blinded by their arrogance, they think they have a position of intellectual high ground that they can like psychologically analyze us, and they're the most like psychologically depraved people ever.
The thing is they can't believe it because if they've been in this argument long enough, they have to totally lack all common sense to not realize that we're totally right. So it's like they don't even think that they have the intellectual high ground. They have to act as if knowing full well that they don't, because that's their whatever ulterior motives they have, whether it's survive psychologically somehow or personally keep your career or somehow. I mean, you get past a certain age, people will either just not look at this ever, and if they do look at it, mental gymnastics can only last so long before they just realize that they're lying.
I think they're just dead inside. Yeah. Personally, I don't think that all of them are. They're probably intentionally deceitful in their debate tactics, but overall, I think a lot of them, believe it or not, have actually they leave the conversation convincing themselves that the Earth truly is a globe and flat Earth is ridiculous. Like, I think they're dead inside.
They wouldn't even be involved in this conversation if they thought it was ridiculous. That doesn't.
Well, I think I think that's their subconscious, like leading them to the truth, you know. But they just can't. They can't get rid of their pride.
Like if they really thought it was ridiculous, they would never feel like they're threatened by what we're trying to tell people. They're
Well,
always threatened
the
by
demon
it.
inside them is threatened, you know.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, but we got hundreds of hours of 4K video from space, bro. You guys are just ignorant and arrogant.
That's
Well,
where you should just
actually,
hand him a
most
helmet.
was. Yeah, well, actually, the NASA photos, like the blue marble, those are composite images, so those aren't even real. So.
This is what the guy said yesterday, right? We
Oh.
were
Okay.
arrogant and ignorant. And he likes to come here and view us as his guinea pigs because we are arrogant and ignorant and we deny evidence.
Well, I just ask him questions like this. I say, so hypothetically, there's a flat earther that's researched the depths of this conversation for 5 years. And hypothetically, this flat earther has a genius IQ. If you call them stupid, would that make the guy stupid? And they can't even answer that honestly. You know, like they can't. They're like, yeah, he's still stupid. I'm like, okay, you're helpless. I don't know. I do litmus test things. So, like, even in the heliocentric model, you know, the odds of all these coincidences compiling clearly point towards orchestration for it to even be possible. No, there's no way. There's 0% chance. I'm like, oh, so your issue is there's a creator, right? Like that's the real issue. Just give them litmus tests, and they accidentally telling themselves they're too. I don't want to say dumb necessarily, but you know, I mean, their pride makes them very dumb.
And all leaders believe it, right? All their Masonic cult members, they believe that there's a creator, right?
Well, yeah, that's the ironic part.
Have you seen the Masons speak ill of the atheists? They literally write down the atheists are equivalent to a madman.
Yep, they consider it like the dumbest ideology that exists.
Literally.
Well, the Masons, their ideology is God for me, not for thee. They purposely want them to not believe in God, so they're weak.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they think that that's kind of, again, natural law. If you're able to convince yourself of atheism, then they think they can justify just kind of leaving you out of the loop because you didn't make the cut. They think they're gods. I think that they become godlike, like apotheosis of alchemy of oneself, right? And that's how they had to set society up like this, where they have so many atheists that are nihilists, like just like he just said, atheism equals nihilism. They needed that before they could pull off what they're doing right now, where the younger generation's so nihilistic, they're like Eeyores. So like when they see all this going on, they're just like, of course the world's going to shit. You know, like they're just nihilists.
Yeah, they all want to die.
It's really
They
sad.
see no beauty in life, nothing, no hope. It's
Yeah, they're like
ironic because the whole
psychological
situation going
Eeyores.
on the last year and a half is, you would say it's fueled by the fear of death, but the ultimate irony is most people in this world, the atheists and nihilists, They want to die.
Yeah, like you guys have seen Winnie the Pooh, right? You know Eeyore, where they'll be like, "It's a beautiful day. Look how sunny it is," and Eeyore will be like, "There's a cloud." They're like spiritual Eeyores.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what's it even matter? Who cares? And that's where you get depravity.
Could you call them demon downers?
Sure, that works. I like spiritual Eeyore.
Isn't Eeyore a product of Disney?
Yes, I don't really know.
Almost everything's a product of Disney.
When I was young, I liked Winnie the Pooh. I'm not gonna lie. It's sad. I was brainwashed. Whenever we'd go on long road trips, like what our parents would do is we'd leave really really early in the morning, like midnight, like in the middle of the night, like 3 in the morning or something. So they would make sure that I had my Winnie the Pooh in my arms in the car because when I woke up, I'd freak out. Like, yo, they brainwashed me so hard. You know, my parents thought they were just giving me a good childhood, but no, they just brainwashed me.
Fuck, I love reality.
Wait, you think Winnie the Pooh is brainwashing?
Yeah, I feel like I was brainwashed. I was like 3, 4, and I needed my Winnie the Pooh doll, bro. That's gay.
Oh, okay.
Also, most of the movies we watched are traumatizing. Like, and again, your parents don't think this is what's going on, but you just watch Bambi's
Yeah,
mom get
Bambi's
killed.
mom.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
watch Simba lose his dad. You're just like all traumatization, bro. It's super creepy and like hypersexualization. It's wild. Dad,
You could
wake
say it
up.
was timid back in 80s, 90s, but I wonder what's going on now, you know? I don't have children,
It's
so I don't
gotta be
keep up
so
with
bad
what
now.
Disney puts out nowadays.
It's so bad, bro. I'm assuming that every cartoon movie has a gay character or one that's got 58 genders and oh, I can only
Yeah,
imagine.
perfectly diversified, gender neutral cast. But that's the
Seriously.
in your face stuff. I wonder what the subliminal messaging is like, you know?
I'm sure there's still hypersexualization in the background like they did to us.
Yeah, but as it's going, they can slowly take the hypersexualization out of the subliminal and just start putting it right in your face at the surface level. So, you
Yeah,
know,
I'm
I'm
sure
wondering
we've
how it's
reached that
getting
point.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I just like you said, I'm the same way. I don't have children and I don't watch either, so my children's not gonna be allowed to watch any of that. TV's gonna be known to be a bad thing.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I don't even have a TV in my apartment. I just don't watch TV at all.
Yeah, same.
I personally would limit technology to only education. There's too much other crap out there in it.
How about they just learn to go pick some vegetables?
That would solve about 90% of the world's problems.
You run over there, fall down, scrape your knee, and suck it up. Like here's how you milk a goat.
How did we become a society that's rewarded for failure? Shit don't make no sense.
Because Matthew Lens is teaching everyone.
Yeah, even when I was growing up, if you didn't make the football team, it's because you sucked. You need to go work on it. It wasn't like you didn't get sympathy. You didn't get to be on the football team just because. That's just like I graduated 2010, so the world's gotten really bad. Like 11 years.
I hear you had say you had a football scholarship.
Yeah,
What position did you play?
slot receiver.
Get injured.
What?
Did you get injured? You're unable to play for next years. Where'd you play in college?
Oh, I played at Cumberland University. Yeah, I actually got kicked out of high school and lost most of my scholarships. But I played at Cumberland University, a smaller private university. And never went to
Congratulations
class.
on getting kicked out. It's a great
Thank you,
thing,
man. Yeah, my parents paid for private school from like 8th grade up, like $6,000 a year, and I just got a high school diploma because I got kicked out my senior year.
What'd you get kicked out for?
Literally because I wouldn't snitch on 2 of my friends for breaking the drug policy. They said I was guilty by association.
What are they doing?
I
Drugs.
bet they kept your parents in check though, right?
Do it?
I said, I bet they kept your parents check though.
Yeah. You don't get a refund, man.
The shit we allow is fucking phenomenal.
Actually, they had something called disciplinary points. So, like, when you get in trouble, you get a point or whatever. You have to have 15 to be kicked out. My senior year, I had 0. So what they did, because I wouldn't snitch on them, and they needed me to snitch on them, I refused. So they gave me 3 days of out of school suspension, which were 5 disciplinary points each, so that I'd have 15 points, so they could kick me out. So they gave me the OSS and then kicked me out after for the same thing.
You're still friends with the guy that you didn't snitch on.
Yeah.
Is he fly earther?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can't be a friend with me in real life. Eventually, I'm just gonna break you down.
Yeah.
What's your take on what's going to happen on the 11th drill on the internet?
On what?
August 11th, they're going to do some kind of security maintenance on the internet. Worldwide.
I don't know. It's
Is
the
that,
first I'm
is that
hearing
the
of it.
cyber polygon thing?
But that's interesting.
Seems like a drill always coincides with something real. As far as things go.
Yeah, for sure. At least like it's right before something real.
Yeah.
But they already did Operation Cyber Polygon, right? The drill, just
Yeah, that
like
was
Event 201.
June 9th, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's our real weakness, man. The internet goes down. Oh my gosh. That's how food trucks get their orders. It would just be chaos.
I think people would normies would literally lose their mind.
Yeah. They just start killing each other.
No joke. They would.
And it's a brilliant way to get them back on the television, right?
Yeah, emergency situation. That's the only way you can get the info.
It's actually
Yeah,
being
if they coincide it with the alien fake alien
advertised as
invasion. Sorry,
it's
perspective.
advertised as a national emergency test.
Yep. Well, we know something like that's coming. I mean, let's be real.
Matthew
yeah,
learns
if
like
they
card
coincide such
tricks
a thing,
also.
they
Obvious it'd be.
Sorry, what?
Matthew learns is a card trick expert as well, it seems.
Yeah. Full of
Of
magic.
course he is. Of course.
I was gonna say though, if they coincided like dropping the internet with the whole fake alien invasion shit, that'll really get people, man. Get them off the internet and right onto the TV. One sole
Yeah.
source of information on the event transpiring, you know?
Yeah, especially if they actually do stuff in the sky. Everyone would just never be looking down. It's either the TV or the sky. Eh, eh, eh.
QAnoners are convinced that this is the, this is the time Trump's going to be back. Almost like if it doesn't
Yeah.
happen now, they're going to totally disbelieve.
Yeah, that's where the pedophiles go down for 10 days and Trump comes back. And he rides an eagle in and lands on the White House lawn with a cape on. And he saves the day. Rides in on a bald eagle.
With a lion under his arm, right? Like him run.
Yeah. With Jeffrey Epstein's head in his hand. Keep an eye out for that creepy grappler. That's all I know. 5G is great, but just wait till 6G comes out. Like, I'm 100% convinced we're just thoroughly being trolled with Joe Biden. It's just a troll to get you to clamor for the dialectic. Yeah, so
Yeah, I think Joe Biden's the second IQ test for the American people and the world.
I saw him sniff a kid yesterday again.
wow. Dude, the president of the United States gets in front of a podium and he's like, so it's kind of like just forget it.
He's mentioned twice that the Republicans think that they're baby blood eaters. Like twice. They put that into his like things to say now.
Wow.
Well, the Republicans are accusing us of being blood eating baby eaters. Why even acknowledge that that's the case unless you're worried about it or you're told to say it for whatever reason.
I got some birthday gravy. Birthdays are Satanists. Satanism. Just a sec, I'll show you a page out of Aleister Crowley. Completely not related, but I saw this today. Like, birthdays are Satanism.
Birthday because it's the day of birth instead of your conception.
Yeah, well, and it's like to not acknowledge the creator. It's all about oneself. Just if you read it, it's pretty All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go do the activism at Yellowstone early. So, guys, peace out.
Later.
So, do we have any Globers in the chat right now who would like to have a word with us?
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Ah, shit. The earth is flat!
Stop the Presses 2.0, May 24th, 2020. We have the intellectual elites over on Jose JG Retard Show doubling down on their thesis defense that evaporated water is not a gas.
Have you considered evaporation?
Um,
According to Nathan Oakley and Quantum Racer, the current science is water evaporates and becomes gas.
I know. That's the dumbest statement I've ever heard, but yeah.
What do you call it, John?
I call it gaseous.
I'm sorry,
A
I
gaseous
didn't
state,
know
not
that you were
gas.
joking.
So yeah, no, I'm not joking. They are joking. I am.
Globetard powers, activate. So we have the statement, water evaporates and becomes a gas, which elicits laughing and mocking from the entire retard panel. An outburst of laughter from Latonia Bailey, again, the newest member to the retard family. Pathetic from the Rhodes Scholar Brian. And Sean the Crackhead Hawkins calls it gaseous, a gaseous state, not a gas. And finally, the coup de grace from Professor Latent Unnatural Homoerotic Obsession with tapping on the whiteboard, Phil Belland, who responds to the claim water evaporates and becomes a gas with, "That is the dumbest statement I think I ever heard." Oh,
Are you serious?
So let's have a look-see from their alma mater wiki. Water vapor or aqueous vapor is the gaseous phase of water. From the American Chemical Society, water vapor is the most important greenhouse gas. From NASA, water vapor is also the most important greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. From NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, many greenhouse gases occur naturally in the atmosphere, such as carbon dioxide, methane, and water vapor. From Science Direct, water vapor is the most important atmospheric trace gas. From Energy Education, University of Calgary, although invisible, water vapor is one component of the wet stream released. Water vapor exists in the atmosphere as an invisible gas. From Yale, Climate Connections, water vapor is one of the most important elements of the climate system, a greenhouse gas. In conclusion, Egypt Emerald, June 2021.
Again, where does the pressure come from, Emerald?
The gas pushing on things?
Profound. You're going to have to take it easy with the white paper technical language and break it down for the layman. Clown.
You say colliding particles. Can you demonstrate colliding particles are producing pressure?
Yeah, it's Brownian motion.
Brownian motion, eh? I hope you don't mind when I later use Brownian motion that you just brought up to pummel your dumb ass.
But where does the acceleration come from?
When it collides with things.
That's astonishing. Where did the initial velocity of gases come from for them to even have the ability to accelerate? I'd surely love for someone to answer that diamond in the rough.
You can measure the pressure on the walls of the container if you want. You could also put a barometer far away from any of the walls, and it'll still measure that pressure.
Correct.
And a force over a given area is by definition pressure.
That's a fact. Note, in both of your measuring scenarios, your previous two comments, they each had a common denominator. A container.
A change in momentum over time is by definition a force.
Whoa there, Cochise.
Whoa! Wow! When I say whoa, I mean whoa!
You just said...
And a force over a given area is by definition pressure.
So if a force over a given area is by definition pressure, that is P equals F over A, then rearranging to solve for F, force must equal pressure times area, or F equals PA. Not F equals delta P over delta T, or force equals change in momentum over time. Also, if P equals mv and m is constant, m being mass, which you or anyone else can't even define, then F equals the change in momentum over the change in time is reduced to F equal ma. But F equal ma is false. From Richard Feynman, lecture on quantum electrodynamics. The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. Let me say that again, Muncher. The laws of motion of Newton were not right. More specifically, from the Feynman lectures, caltech.edu, even though the law F equal ma is false, and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Kablooey, sunshine. You're just mindlessly parroting contradicting horse shit that you've read or heard without any due diligence whatsoever.
So collisions of gas particles is sufficient to create gas pressure.
Wrong. From the chemistry department, elmhurst.edu. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure, force on a unit area. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls, the higher the pressure. Therefore, the causal agent, that is, necessary condition for gas pressure to exist, is a container. From Chem Libre text, gas pressure. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases. Therefore, again, the causal agent, that is the necessary condition for gas pressure to exist, is a container.
No, and that's what you don't get gas pressure in that way. You get gas pressure.
You do.
You don't.
It's not even a logical step. It is literally just the definitions of these terms.
Wrong. I just provided the definition of gas pressure twice. Ergo, you're either a liar or a Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit.
You're busted.
The question was asked, where do you get the pressure from? And the answer is simply from collisions of gas particles with surfaces.
Wrong. Incomplete. Too ambiguous.
I mean, the walls of the container are surfaces, so gas pressure does manifest there, but those aren't the only surfaces. For example, The ground is also a surface, and as such, it experiences gas pressure.
Wrong. Not without the other 5 surfaces, i.e., the walls and the roof.
No, because the atmosphere is not flying off into space, right? So it's being
Correct.
pulled down by gravity. It's being held down
Correct.
by gravity. Yeah.
Correct.
That's where the
Correct. Wrong. Gravity doesn't exist. Not a single validated scientific experiment. Ever. You also just violated Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, parts of Dalton's Law, and the second law of thermodynamics. Your parents must be proud and game roosters. Also, you just agreed that the atmosphere, which is a paradox, atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape, gases have no inherent shape, is being pulled down to the earth by fairy tale gravity. Well, that would mean only one vector. Remember when you begot Brownian motion earlier? From MIT.edu, Brownian motion. Real gas molecules move in all directions, not just to neighbors on a chessboard. According to MIT, gases move in all vectors, but you have them limited to only one vector.
Fatality.
Like I always say, folks, just let these spinning space monkeys open up their incoherent banana holes. They do your work for you. Dandy Don, do we have any parting gifts for this pretender clown numpty dipshit?
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
rocket scientist, an actual self-purported rocket scientist, and the uniformity of nature numpty, March 2021.
Why are you not getting this? You're making a wild claim.
No, Chemo.
You're
No.
like, I'm a rocket scientist. I send rockets into space. That's who you are. That's what you say.
You're getting off the point. The burden of proof is on you, Chemo. You need to establish what test you're going to do to show that the rockets don't work in space.
What? You think he needs to demonstrate the non-existence of your fairy tale claim? We got two fallacies here, folks. Proving non-existence and shifting the burden of proof. From logicallyfallacious.com, proving non-existence. Description: demanding that one proves the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something. From cuny.edu. So the burden of proof rests with the person making a claim, a positive claim. It is shifting the burden of proof for the person making the positive claim to insist that those who deny the positive claim have the burden to prove that the positive claim is false.
No, I am not accepting your line of logic because it's bullshit. That's not a scientific document. So
You don't have a scientific document either. Where is your scientific documents?
Exactly. By Mathematica.
Mathematics is not science.
It's written by a guy named Newton.
The same Newton that was debunked, you uniformity of nature numpty. Why are you mindlessly parroting a 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience professor? And the Principia Mathematica isn't a scientific document, son. There's no natural science in there. And mathematics is not science. From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures on Physics. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Dr. Carey Mullis, Nobel laureate, biochemistry. And mathematics, which is really not science. So, you don't have a scientific document, you window-licking crayon muncher.
Do I sound like the fucking kind of guy who would keep quiet and the kind of guy who you could tell something to somebody to do?
No, you sound like a guy that should be horse and elephant tranquilized without cessation until your emergency lobotomy. You're a clinical level imbecile.
Your whole position of rockets don't work in a vacuum violate the uniformity of nature because we can show and demonstrate the conservation of momentum in a vacuum on Earth. And then because we can do that, then it works in space, Chemo.
What's this?
Number 1. Non sequitur fallacy. Holding a position of non-existence when the existence of something hasn't been demonstrated is logically sound. It doesn't violate anything. Least of which your second non sequitur fallacy, the uniformity of nature train wreck, which you've just violated along with Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, and the second law of thermodynamics, with your rockets working in a fairy tale vacuum dumpster fire. You ever heard the phrase nature abhors a vacuum by chance? You're an imbecile. Number 2, the third non sequitur fallacy in the same sentence, which has to be some kind of record. How in the flying Fukuyama can the uniformity of nature be violated by showing the conservation of momentum in a man-made vacuum? Por favor. Also, the conservation of momentum of what? And which type of momentum is being conserved here? You're just talking out your dumb ass. Do we have a talking out your ass translator in the audience, please? Number 3, claiming that rockets work in a man-made vacuum on Earth, which they don't, by the way. Therefore, rockets work in a fairy tale outer space vacuum is belly-laughing fallacious. Circular reasoning and false comparison fallacy. It's circular because you're assuming the very thing you're attempting to prove, the vacuum of space, then justifying it with a false comparison, a man-made vacuum, which altogether is your fourth non sequitur fallacy in the same sentence. Somebody call Guinness. That's a friggin' record. We'll title it Numpty of the Millennium. By the way.
You guys want another one? I guess let's see. Yes.
Sean Little G in classic form 2019.
Prepare yourself.
In this example right here, we got, this is a good diagram. Isolated, no matter or energy enters of leaves. This solid, sealed. Closed, energy enters and leaves, but material does not. Got the energy of the sun bouncing in and out. And then open, both energy and matter enter and leave. You got the energy of the sun, and you got, like, for example, you get a splash of water, and you got the water. So water is considered matter. But then when a rocket leaves over here, and we exchange this one little line with a rocket, with a big, fat Elon Musk rocket with some satellites, what is it considered? Is it energy or is it matter, like a droplet of water? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm not sure if someone on the panel could answer.
Sean Little G. So you're not sure if a rocket is matter or not?
Are you serious? Are you
that because Newton's law of gravitation as a force can be used to a certain extent, which is also my understanding, I don't have to look at it as not a force, but as a bending of space-time, because I don't understand general relativity. So therefore, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have to look at it as anything else besides a force.
Go on, all cars. Go on, all cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars. Assist. All cars. Please assist.
Sean Little G. What an abject moron you are, sir. So, Because all you know about combustion is phlogiston, which is also your understanding, you don't have to look at oxidation reactions because you don't understand chemistry. So therefore, as far as you're concerned, you don't have to look at it as anything besides phlogiston. Are you kidding me? You, sir, need to turn your tricycle in at the next depot and report to the Who and Where the Fuck Am I institution immediately. Take this with you.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Anyone here?
Yep. What's up? Hello?
Hey.
Who's talking? Oh, Hido.
Pardon?
I said Hido. What's up?
Hayden. Yeah, my name's Hayden.
Hayden.
Not much, man. How long have you been a flat earther?
I think almost 2 years now.
2 years? Cool. I'm only like 4 months. But I knew about it like 3 years ago.
Okay.
I never actually fully got into it.
Why? How did you come to the understanding then? What made you think that it's not a spinning water pier?
I didn't catch that last bit.
How did you come to the realization that it's not a spinning water pair in an infinite vacuum?
Was just interested in it and then just studied it or researched it or yeah. Like every flat earther, when you start researching it, I just don't find any proof. Right. Yeah. Luckily, I had some family members that introduced me to it. And then, just decided to research it one day.
Cool, man. Welcome to the server. How long have you been here?
Oh, like 2 days.
Okay, cool.
So I'm just figuring it all out.
And you're from Australia?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have a few guys here now from Australia, Bong Sao, and I think Brain Shape Investigator is also from Australia.
Cool. Is there a lot of Americans in it?
Yep. But all over the plane. So I'm from the Netherlands. I think Elbow is from South America, if I'm not mistaken. We have a bunch of UK. Well, it's all over the place, man. So
Yeah. I was listening earlier, and the conversation is so good when everyone's talking. It's like so much better than like being on Facebook or TV or whatever. It's really good.
Yeah, we try to moderate it as best as we can. I mean, sure, we have some globals coming in, and then, obfuscating, lying, and then people will get angry, or and then shit gets out of hand. And
Yeah.
oh well.
Fair enough. Is it pretty good most of the time, though?
Sorry?
Is it pretty good most of the time?
Yeah. You're coming in the graveyard shift because US is sleeping now, so it's easy going.
Yeah. Mm. It's so cool. Wits that was on here. I just started following like 2 days ago. Oh no, not 2 days ago. Like maybe a week ago. And he's like, I've like watched like so much of his stuff. He's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he comes in. I think every day.
Yeah.
If he's not arrested.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll be funny.
Well, yeah, he was arrested yesterday, and his speaker got
Really?
taken away. Yeah, his speaker got taken
Oh,
away.
so that's
He
what
was
you guys were talking about just before.
Yeah, he was at Mount Rushmore, and some copper came along and told him I'm not from America, so I wouldn't know, but apparently
Yeah.
the copper told him that there were places of free speech, something like that, and he wasn't in the designated area, and which was bullshit according to the rest of the Americans. But so yeah, his speakers got stolen, or yeah, practically stolen by the coppers.
So he's not going to be doing much activism then.
Yeah. He's I asked
Will he
him, and
be?
he's already looking for a new one, but there wasn't a Best Buy in like 500 miles from his location, so he needs to.
Oh, so they didn't actually confiscate it. They actually took it away from him.
Yeah, they just took it away from it because they claimed it was evidence.
Really? What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
No.
I mean, this guy probably was an anti-flat earther, right? And didn't want him to continue. You know. So what have you? So you've been looking it into how long now?
Probably about 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
I knew about it. I knew about it when I was like 18. My grandma showed me some stuff, and I was like, "Whoa!" I thought she was nuts, but then I just listened to what she had to say, and I'm like, "Wait, what?" And but I didn't really get into it until like a couple of months ago,
Okay.
and then yeah, started to really realize it and talk about it to everyone I know at work. Yeah, so cool though. I particularly love the Dave Weiss's 4K sunset fade out video.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that one?
1 second. Yeah, 1 sec. I need to make a call, so I'll be back in 5 minutes, maybe less.
No worries.
Yeah, so you said David Weiss? Something about the
What's
sun. You said something about the sun video of David Weiss. You like the
Yeah, I
video?
was
Okay.
just mentioning. Yeah, I watched a lot of David Weiss stuff when I first got into it a couple months ago. Just been watching all the interviews. And I just loved his sun fade out video.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff, right? And David Weiss is a good teacher, right? He is more for the beginners, right? So the beginners that want to learn about flat Earth, that's really a good place to start with David Weiss.
Yeah. I actually got on a podcast episode with him, which is really cool. What do you think is the reason for the air pressure gradient in the air?
Containment.
Like the gradient, I mean.
Yeah, containment.
I mean, the pressure, there's obviously a container.
Yeah. So for a gradient, you need containment. So.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
But like, what do you think makes the gradient?
It's, the containment. So when you can't, you need the gas pressure. You need the containment for the gas pressure and the gradient. What makes it that it is getting less when going up, right? Well, we are living in a dynamic system, right? So get input from the sun and oxygen, and all these gases are being produced on the surface, and they move up and they move down because of temperature, and so it's a dynamic system that also makes the gradient. It's not a static system.
Yeah, makes sense. I was thinking though, I heard one guy say it was on a debate of Witzits. One guy said it was like the weight of everything, or the weight of the air, and I like compared it to like the sea. And it kind of makes sense.
One sec. Did you say? It was the weight of what?
If you compare it to the sea is contained on the sides, so the dome would be containing the air.
Okay.
Just like the ocean, the air has the pressures lowest and has a gradient of going up to the smallest. So do you reckon it's the weight of the air similar to like the weight of the ocean? Do you get that?
Yeah, you wanna claim that air presses down, right, on each other.
Well, yeah, because technically it's still got some sort of weight.
It moves in any and all direction, right? Doesn't.
So does water.
Yeah, but water isn't the same. So you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, yeah. So water
I was
is
just
water the
trying
same as
to figure
gas?
out.
Is the water the same as gas then?
Well, I was thinking if you get a bladder, right, and you put water in the bladder, it'll increase the pressure. The container will stretch a bit, but it's kind of similar as you put air in a balloon, and the pressure will get more when you put more air in there. So it kind of acts similar.
But it isn't the same, right? Water isn't the same as air, right? As gas.
Yeah, it's different.
Okay, so it's non-analogous. Water isn't the same as gas. Liquids aren't the same as gas.
Yeah, I was
So
with that example I said.
Gas doesn't get pulled down by anything. Correct?
Pardon?
So gas isn't being pulled down, or it moves in any and all direction. It doesn't follow any bendy space-time or mass attracting mass, right?
Yeah. Gravity's all fake. I was just trying to figure out why the gradient was there. And like, if it is like the ocean, the ocean's contained on the sides, so obviously the dome would be containing everything.
Maybe, right? I don't think anybody here, except for a few, really claims that they know that there is a dome, right? I mean, many of us would say
Yeah.
containment, but what is that dome or that containment, that barrier?
Yeah.
Would be more honest to say that I wouldn't know, right? I
Yeah,
haven't
it's
been,
very mysterious.
so
I'm just thinking like that would be an explanation for it. That seems kind of makes sense
sure.
to me.
I mean, you have,
Yeah, I don't know.
get it,
Like I said,
right?
it's just an idea.
I get it. When you look at ancient cosmologies, they all depict it as a flat plane with a sort of dome over it, right? So I
Yeah.
get it. There's
Have you heard of
no
the golden egg theory?
golden egg theory.
Yeah, it's like similar to some of the pictures with the 2 or 3 more circles around our plane, and then like there's like 2 or 3 more domes with the other planets as the sun and moon.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard Weiss talking about it, right? What if there is more land, extra terra, right? Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Could be. I don't know. I like the explanation, extra terra, extraterrestrial.
Yeah, I love it.
And then we have Admiral Byrd talking about more land.
Yeah, that's like a good proof to suggest like more land across the other.
He was a high Mason, right?
Really?
Freemason. Yeah. So
Really?
I wouldn't take anything. I wouldn't take anything that Byrd said with take it too seriously. What they usually do is they wrap it. They tell you the truth and wrap it around some lies. So maybe, right? Maybe he has some.
Yeah.
There are some truths in there, but it's difficult to filter them out.
Yeah.
Be right. What some people say is that they deliberately put our eyes on Antarctica, right? And then deflecting us from the north.
Yeah.
There could be stuff there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Someone was talking about the stream of energy going down to the North Pole. That's where you get the Aurora Borealis. Do you know much about that?
The stream of vanity.
Some sort of stream of energy.
Okay, yeah. Well, you have lots of people speculating about a toroidal field around Earth, right?
Yeah.
That would be the middle of that toroidal field would be in the north, then, right? So there could be something connecting that. When you look at Ken Wheeler, he's a glober, but he's much into the electric phenomena that is.
Yeah, I'll have to check him out. I gotta go, man. But it's been good chatting.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
We'll catch up another time.
Okay, man. Bye.
Cheers, man. What was your name again?
Yep. Roger.
Cool, man.
See you around, man. Welcome.
Clown Show, Co-Show, March 2021.
Faith is a more general term that I would probably say. There's science and then faith. Just having faith in something. Because faith doesn't require any evidence at all.
Wrong. So we have Clown Show, Co-Show, juxtaposing science, which he has no clue of. See previous Numpty clips. And further on in this presentation, he's juxtaposing science and faith, saying science has evidence whereas faith does not. They're two polar opposites. That's interesting. Let's see what Max Planck has to say about this. We got Max Planck here, Nobel Prize in Physics. Where is Science Going? Dated 1932, page 214. Max Planck says, anybody who has been seriously engaged in scientific work of any kind realizes that over the entrance to the gates of the Temple of Science are written the words, ye must have faith. It is a quality which the scientist cannot dispense with. So, either Clown Show Co-Show is right and Max Planck is wrong, and or Clown Show Co-Show is equivocating fallacy with the word faith. Guess where my bet's going? All in.
But that's my point. Is it science is not limited to cause and effect relationships.
Notice this crayon muncher couched this with science, right? Not natural science, he said just science. So what he's doing is equivocating fallacy again. From one of your chief pseudoscience priests, we'll just lead it out here, nature.com, California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. So, that begs the question, what's a scientific hypothesis? And Clown Show Co-Show, it better have nothing to do with cause and effect, or you're toast. From Lowell C., Becoming a Successful Scientist, Cambridge University Press, a scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. There you go.
Fatality.
Down the tubes. A scientific hypothesis does not merely state X and Y may be related, but explains why they are related. Let's pile on. From Drexel University, the scientific method is hypothesis-driven. One makes an educated guess to explain a cause and effect relationship. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, Ph.D. Biomedical Sciences, a hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. The variables, independent, dependent, and controlled. From the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DV is the consequent. From his alma mater wiki, an experiment is a procedure carried out to support, refute, or validate a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into cause and effect by demonstrating what outcome occurs when a particular factor is manipulated. From sciencing.com, independent variable. The variable that the scientist changes during the experiment is the independent variable. Think of the experiment as a cause and effect exercise. The independent variable is the cause factor. So if the whole point of the scientific method is hypothesis, and it is, and hypotheses are exclusively based on cause and effect reasoning, they are, then natural science is solely based on cause and effect. And Clown Show Co-Show is a pretender clown numpty dipshit.
You dumbass.
Yeah, but not all science requires experiments.
Are you high right now?
Natural science most certainly requires experiment. You equivocating egghead? From Professor Wolf's University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. You're done.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
D-U-N. Clown. Let's pile on. From Lure's, e.g., Introduction to Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, the only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. From Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And finally, your buddy, Max Planck. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. Apparently, these scientists just stomped the mud hole in your dumb ass, Clown Show Kosho.
Like most wildlife biology doesn't require you can't even really do experiments. Same thing with astronomy. A lot of times it's just observations.
Well then, since wildlife biology and astronomy don't conduct experiments, and as over, natural science requires experiment, therefore wildlife biology and astronomy aren't natural sciences. Thanks. By the way, if those quote-unquote disciplines, wildlife biology and astronomy, masquerade as natural sciences, then they are pseudosciences by definition. Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Done.
An infinite amount of ways to do science.
No flailing, generalized, baseless, bare, useless, drivel, assertion fallacy there. In amount of ways, eh? Well, as we've all heard today, Professor Sean Carroll, Caltech, Chair of Physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, Richard Feynman, and Max Planck essentially say, you're full of pretender clown dipshittery, Clown Show Kosho.
The reason why you can infer that there's a force acting on it is even though you're measuring its acceleration, you're not measuring any actual acceleration.
gonna play Kiwi's presentation about refraction. It's a really good one.
Let's go with some mic discipline here. I'm going to go through 3/4 of the presentation, and I'll stop. You'll realize why I stopped. And then we'll finish it off right at the end with the last quarter of the presentation. It's not going to be all that long. I want everyone to pay attention. Like I said, this is for flat earthers. This is for you guys, right? For when they refraction, they're toast. And you can destroy them quickly. And I'm going to show you how, right? It's not going to be difficult. So we have refraction. Isn't that beautiful? I thought it was a beautiful picture. Everyone complains that I don't have pictures in my videos there, so I put some random pictures in there. Of course, right on topic, right? We got some Pink Floyd action going on. We got some actual refraction, right? So what do we do? What is our modus operandi whenever we enter a topic, whether it be new or an old topic, especially with an audience and everyone listening? Well, we define our terms. I suggest this. I stressed this the other day because what happens, people get into discussions, arguments, and they don't define what they're talking about. The two parties don't do it, and it starts to circle the drain immediately. And then 25 minutes later, you find yourself talking about, the color of cotton socks in Narnia. Why? Well, one of the reasons why is you didn't define terms. This is very simple. It's called the Socratic method. Define the terms so everyone understands, not only you and the other party, but most importantly, the audience, so they can follow along. You're going to lose them quickly if you don't define what you're talking about, okay? That's a pro tip. So that's what we're going to do right now. So refraction, what is it? From the physics classroom, let's take a close look at this. Refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave. There's a problem there, but I digress. We'll get to that. Be patient. As it passes from one material to another. Really? That's quite interesting. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused. Whenever you see that term, then a weather eye should raise, right? Because it's going to tell you what the necessary antecedent is for that topic you're discussing, for the existence of that topic you're discussing. So you raise a weathered eye, here it comes. It's caused by a change in the speed of a light wave. Upon crossing the boundary spoken of here, right? The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. And they give us the formula by a perfect reflection of what the definition just told you, right? You have the N material, that's the index of refraction. Everyone's heard that term, right? Bandied about. No one's ever defined it. As long as I've been out here, just index of refraction. Yeah, or refractive index. Boy, that sounds great. What the heck does that mean? This is what it means. So you got N material equals a ratio. In this particular case, it's the speed of light in a vacuum. Now, I don't know why they put the speed of light in a vacuum. This is supposed to be a natural law. Vacuums don't exist in nature. But I digress. You see where I'm going with that. So it's the speed of light in a vacuum over the reference material. The speed of light in your reference material, that's all it is, folks. It's a ratio. And what's a ratio? Well, that's one thing compared to or in relationship with another thing. It's just as simple as that, right? And you can get the index of refraction every single time from this formula right here. It equals a constant. That's the index of refraction. Follow? Now, everyone knows what we're talking about here. Don't worry about it. These definitions are going to pop up throughout the presentation. If you didn't catch it now, you will catch it. Now, remember, the most important parts are, look at that. I put that real big for you, so it would burn into your retina. It's as the light wave as it passes from one material to another material. The boundary, the interface between two different materials. Everyone see that? It's very important. It's going to become critically important over the next 30 minutes. Now again, the refractive index, you can get there two ways. This has N subscript 21. That's the index of refraction with substance 2 versus substance 1 from here, from epsilon 1 over epsilon 2. Where do we see this? We see it right up here. That's the same formula, isn't it? V1 over V2. You can take the velocity of the speed of light in a vacuum over your reference material. What I'm trying to stress here, it's always a ratio. Always a ratio. Then it has equal sign. The right part of this equation is Snell's law. Now, we're going to get into that here in a few minutes, a little bit more in depth. But let me just say that this is also a ratio, isn't it? It's just a trigonometric ratio. Same thing. This equals Snell's law. You're going to get the same constant. Well, no matter which way you do it, you'll get the same index of refraction. Hopefully everyone's following that. It's just that simple.
Can I answer?
No. So, the 5-dagger fistful of dipshittery. Number 1, Your Honor and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Exhibit 1. Whenever Baltard's refraction, they're unwittingly invoking terrestrial refraction. Well, what's that? Right? We're going to have to, they put a little term in front of this term that we defined above. So what's that mean? Well, let's go to the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State, astronomy department, and have him describe what terrestrial refraction is. The atmosphere is also curved. That's interesting. As it follows the shape of the Earth, in the calculations below, we'll adopt a rough value of 6,400 kilometers, the radius of curvature, to make the calculation simple. So, what is this description telling you? Now, I'm going to highlight them here for you. You see these two little items right here? These are called necessary conditions, antecedent facts that must hold true for this to exist. Follow? If one of these does not exist, that one or that one, this doesn't exist. It's just that simple. So, for terrestrial refraction to exist, like I said, two conditions, that is, necessary antecedents, must exist. Exhibit 1A, Your Honor. You must have curved gases. The atmosphere. Why? Well, he told you. Andrew Thomas Young told you right here. You must have curved gases. Now remember, the atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, Andrew. If you think they do, that is, gases have shape, you'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level 1. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. Over. Now, do I need this? Just Christy? No, it's just to make a point. I could provide over 100 citations with little effort saying over and over again that gases have no definite shape. Number one, it's self-evident to somebody in a coma. And every citation, scientific or otherwise, tells you the same thing. Let's just finish it up here with Chem Libre text. Like liquids, gases have no definite shape. It's over. I can rest. Your Honor, the prosecution rests. I can rest my entire case right here, and they can't recover. That's how easy it is. So flat earthers, that's all you need. Why? Because they need it with their terrestrial refraction. It's described that way. You must have it. And they can't have it. So I just rest my case right here. How you like that? Now, I'm not going to rest my case right here. I'm going to go for a comprehensive presentation, but make no mistake, all the rest is just gravy. I'm just dancing on the grave. So keep that in mind. All right? It's going to get merciless, savage coming up here. The savage part is already over. Right here. Hope everyone gets that. And B, you must know the radius of the Earth. Why? Well, guess what? It's part of the necessary conditions for terrestrial refraction to exist. It's right there. It's the second one. From Andrew Thomas Young. He gives it to you. So demonstrate the radius of the Earth. So what you have here is a begging the question fallacy radius wrapped in a contradiction in terms paradox atmosphere. Now, you can use this one. I have no problem with it. You can use the radius of the Earth to destroy terrestrial refraction, right? I'm just trying to save you some time because you're going to get bogged down in the who, what, when, where, how, and why of the radius of the Earth when you could just kill it quick with curved gases. Now, a lot of people like to do this. I'm not saying don't. You're perfectly within your rights to kill it that way. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Either way. But I rest, Your Honor. Remember with Exhibit 1A, the prosecution rests above. I'm just showing off now. Dagger number 2. Baltards must invoke Snell's law. There is no other way around it. So, Snell's law, what is it? Well, from their alma mater wiki, let's define this monkey. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. Now, the formulation down here is by Descartes, René Descartes. Snell had a little different articulation of it. It wasn't wrong. It's just that we don't use it. We use René Descartes. It's not a big deal. I digress. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law and the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through there it is again, a boundary between what? We've seen this before, two different isotropic media. And they give examples. Well, what are the different media? Water, glass, air. Right? So it's air to water, air to glass, water to air, glass to air. You see, it's two different isotropic media. You can't get around this. The definition reflects the formula. You must have two different media. Snell's law is simply the relation between the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction and the refractive indices of the two media being compared. Right here. It's in the formula. You have the angles of incidence, theta, right here, incidence, over theta refractive. It's right there. You can't get around this. It's two media. Every single time you pull up Snell's law, if you research Snell's law, you're going to see a depiction somewhere or a reasonable facsimile of this. Why? Because it's in the formula. You can't get out of it. Right? So what do we got here? We have air and water. 1, 2. The relationship between the two. The boundary. Right? You must have this. I hope everyone understands. It's quite simple. Very easy to understand. Let's head back to, remember I stopped here in the beginning with the first ratio. So the index of refraction. So N equals C over epsilon. All this is saying is giving you, again, another ratio. And we already went over this. Index of refraction is N. C is the speed of light in a vacuum. And epsilon is the speed of light in the reference material. Whatever it is. Remember we went over this? I pulled up this caption above. N subscript 2, 1. That's the relationship between epsilon 2 and epsilon 1. This is just a ratio. That ratio right here is depicted right here. The right side of the equation is Snell's law, as we just went over. It's going to give you the same answer. This is a trigonometric ratio. It doesn't matter. You're going to come out with the same answer as you did with V1 or V2 because they're equivalent statements, is what I wanted to point out. Here we go again, another depiction of Snell's law. Now, don't worry about the formulations over there. They're trying to solve for the angle of refraction. We're not all that interested in that because they give the indices or the indexes of refraction for what? Air versus the other substance, water. Right? It's always, like I said, it's always a comparison between two different media and the surface or the interface between then said media. Right? That's what I want to stress here. Hopefully everyone's got that because it's going to come very, very important right about now. A, the married bachelor paradox atmosphere is only one medium. So what does that have to do with Snell's law? Nothing. It's a category error. If you apply it to Snell's law, it's non sequitur. As simple as that. So what do? The Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit baltard's only recourse, folks. Tie Snell's law to a tree and feebly adulterate it with their Tootsie Roll dicks after being found wanting and laughed at, snatch a baseball bat, and proceed to Bob Euchre flail blindly at the demobilized damsel and invoke the married bachelor paradox, curved gases atmosphere. You think I'm lying? Let's check it. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department, Snell's law. Snell's law gives the quantitative change of direction of a ray of light. We're going to be dealing with that later, but I digress. Ray of light and passing from one medium to another, right? He has to say that because that's Snell's law. He continues. The product n sine z is the same on both sides of a plane interface, right? Interface between two media. You can't have an interface between one media. That makes no damn sense. Where n is the local refractive index and z is the local angle the ray makes with the normal to the interface. That is Snell's law. He has to give it to you that way because that's what it is. Here comes the magic, baby. Get ready. In the curved atmosphere, what? Andrew, gases don't curve there, buddy. But he's going to curve the atmosphere. He's going to introduce a paradox now and change Snell's law. He's doing it right in front of your face. In the curved atmosphere, Snell's law, presto magico, becomes an R sine Z equal constant. What? Where'd you get this from? That's not Snell's law. Where's the R here? He wholesale changed the law right in front of your face, folks, by introducing a paradox, no less. Can you believe it? Snell's law becomes n R sine Z equals constant, where R is the distance from the local center of curvature. What? Local center of what curvature? The curved gases? See the page especially devoted this refractive invariant. Yeah, it's an invariant, all right. So here's what we got, folks. Abracadabra. Gonna reach out and pipe ya with pixie dust from the curved Atmo and Gondor. That's what he did. That's all he did. He's Andrew, I think he's like a witch, right? But he's a special type of witch because actual witches, they have things that they put in their witch's brew that are actual physical, like bat pee and frog's legs and stuff. Not Andrew, he's a different type of witch. He does it conceptually, with conceptual fictions, right? It's quite special, isn't it? That's all he did, folks. So, the booger-eating baltard's Tootsie Roll Dick shape shift delete, the quintessential tenet of Snell's law. I showed it to you a number of times. Two different isotropic media via substituting a paradox, curved gases atmosphere, into Narnia, and then presto magico, voila! Refraction. That's all it is. We're in a carnival tent Narnia Odyssey. This is a belly laugher. This is a second grade belly laugher, folks. We're not done yet. One more tiny little issue. The lack of precision. There's more issues down below, don't worry. I want to deal with this one just as a technicality. So what we're going to do is we're going to compare the definition of refraction with the depiction below. We're going to look at all the necessary conditions that must exist for refraction to exist, and then we're going to take a look down here and see if it comes to fruition, right? So again, this is from physics classroom. We've seen this in the beginning of the presentation. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from, remember, one material to another. Okay, let's look down here. We have two materials, so we're good to go with that, right? We have air and water. Met that criterion. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Do we have a boundary here? We sure do. The boundary between air and water. So we're good up to this point. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing the boundary. Well, we have light, and it's crossing the boundary between air and water, and we have all the criterion up to this point covered. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. Well, we have that. We have light crossing the boundary. We have the surface interface between air and water, and the light is slowing down as it enters the water. So everything is covered in this definition. We should expect refraction. Do we have refraction here? Nope. R refraction equals 0. What? I just satisfied all the criterion, but refraction is 0. This definition is incorrect because it's incomplete. There's a caveat here. They forgot the caveat was the incident ray, the angle, must be greater than 0. Now, you may say, yeah, okay, QE, this is, one of those points you're just needlessly picking at it. No, I'm looking for precision. We need precision out here. This is supposed to be science. I don't know what university you guys went to, but I got sick and tired of hearing precision and accuracy. This lacks complete, it's not even in the vicinity of precision. And I just showed you no refraction, and I satisfied all the criterion of the definition. Now, didn't I? Yes, I did. Number 3, dagger. To establish the efficacy of Snell's law, please show photons as friggin' waves. Why? Why do you think? Well, because it's in the definition. You guys getting it now, right? From Wiki again, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. See, we got waves, right? Light or other waves, right? We got the physics classroom. We got light waves here, light waves, right? Light waves. We got light waves everywhere. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. Hey, Dick, can you please educate these ball-tard morons on what light is? From Richard Feynman, the first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view, and it was then explained that many of these strange properties were because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. Turns out he was right. It was a particle. Huh, really? They're calling it waves up here. We got some roosters in the hen house because it's not matching the definition. Is it? No, it's not. From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar. Everything is really particles. All things, electrons, photons, light, protons, neutrons, they are all particles. So let there be no doubt about that. Your Honor, we have a problem. They're calling them waves. They don't even have the definitions correct. I recommend throwing them out on their neck. That's my recommendation. So, show photons as friggin' waves. Best wishes. Number 4. To invoke Snell's law, you must know the one-way speed of light. Why? Take a wild guess. It's in the definitions. From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed's different. Really? Speed is different from what? To calculate a difference, you must know the one-way speed of light. It'd be easier sprouting Japanese maples from your armpits than finding out the one-way speed of light. If you've listened to any of the recent Numpty clips, you know why. If you haven't, then shame on you. So if you don't know the speed of light, the one-way speed, and you never will, how can you calculate a difference? Now, you know there's a difference. You can tell there's a difference. You ain't calculating it. Why? You don't have the benchmark speed. That's why. Duh. Now, I'm going to caveat this. If they're comparing two convention speeds, because the speed of light is a convention, which they are, then I'll relent on this one point. How about that? I'll leave you up for a little bit of air before I drowned you again. So don't say I didn't give you anything. Right? I hope you follow the line of reasoning here. I just wanted to stress the one-way speed of light. You don't know it. But you're good to go if you're comparing. You're staying within the convention. I have no problem. No issues. Good. Friends again? We ain't going to be after this. Number 5, Dagger. Even if we play Be Kind to Dumb Animal Ball-Tart Booger Eater Week, granting them the Married Bachelor Paradox, Curved Gases, Snell's Law, Tootsie Roll Dick Adulteration, Waves Catastrophe, the One-Way Speed of Light, and Al Booby Baruni's Fairy Tale Radius Value, the Snoz Particle Chefs are still toast. Why? There is no 4 times paradoxical refractive phenomena that takes the geometric horizon and jettisons it 10 times further than it should be. Not even in their paradoxical, the 4 times paradox, even if I grant them everything and say it's all true, there is nothing that even gets anywhere in the vicinity of moving the horizon 10 times further than it should be. Nothing. You can't even dream it up. Kablooey. Spinning space monkey glurfers. You're finished. I'd like to point out, Your Honor, that I did rest with Exhibit 1A. I just didn't want you to forget about that. We'll continue. P.S. Oh, Lord. Rays. Why are we going to stop here with rays? Why do you think I'm going to stop with rays? What's your best guess? Yeah, it's in the definition. From Hyperphysics again, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave. Yeah, right. When it enters a medium where its speed is different. Look what we got here. Light ray. Right? Let's go to Andrew Thomas Young. Snell's Law again. What do we got here? Ray of light. We got angle of the ray. We got rays everywhere. Where's Ray? Right? Let's head back to Andrew Thomas Young. Wait till you get a load of this, folks. Let's take a listen to what's going on. This is multi-layered. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law. What? Some people have worried? Which people? And how do you know they're worried? I digress. What is this? This is so strange. When I first read this, I said, what? What are you talking about? How to apply the refraction law? Well, what's he talking about? Snell's law, right? To such a horizontal ray of light. Listen closely. Because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries. What? You got to cross a boundary to invoke Snell's law. Now I know why they're worried. I digress. Because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's only one medium, not two. This has nothing to do with Snell's law. And let me give you a little secret. This one sentence destroys all of terrestrial refraction without me doing a single thing. I just destroyed it. You didn't catch it? And what's really funny, We haven't even got down to the subject area yet. So listen to this. Because it does the ray of light, because it does not cross any horizontal boundary, well, he described rays of light down here as not existing in reality. Unrealistic mental construct that are rays. We're going to get to that in a second. Do you think, Andrew, that one of the reasons it doesn't cross any horizontal boundary is because it doesn't exist? According to you? That would probably be a big reason why it's not crossing any horizontal boundaries. Don't you think? The non-existence of that thing? OMG, Andrew. This is something else on another level. You see, I got references down here, right? And we're going to talk a little bit more. We went over a couple of references by Andrew Thomas Young. We're going to get to another one just below. It seems to me that Andrew spreads these little gems across different references. They're not all in one spot. So he'll talk about his fairy tale in one reference, but he'll debunk it in a totally separate reference, like in a sidebar. This is really quite clever. And I'm wondering why he's doing this. And the only thing I can think of, and I may be mistaken, but I don't think I am, is that if he ever gets called for academic fraud, he can always go back and say, look, I told you so. It was right here. You must not have read this part. That's what he's doing. But I digress. Let's get to this horizontal. We're back to the horizontal ray. So, the simplest solution, you have a solution? Really? Let's find out what what your simple solution is. To the horizontal ray paradox, folks, we have another paradox. That makes 5. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. Really, Andrew? In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. What? They don't really exist, so you're conjuring something in your definitions, physical effects in the natural world from things that don't exist? Right from you, Andrew. This is Andrew Thomas Young. Rays. They're conjuring unrealistic mental constructs, that things that don't exist, and putting them in physical definitions. That's batshit insane. That's a reification fallacy on nuclear steroids. Listen to you need to read, you need to sit down and read this and let this sink in. Like I said, it's a multi-layered train wreck of an epic dumpster fire. Let's go to the next reference. See, he's in a different reference again. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you're not familiar with this conceptual fiction, what? Please check the optics for beginners page before continuing here. What? Conceptual fictions. So they conjure conceptual fictions and put them in their definitions in for physical reality. Effects in physical reality. It's over. Welcome to the carnival tent, Narnia Odyssey, folks. This is a joke of epic proportions. Like I said, he's a witch, but he uses he's a conceptual witch. Unbelievable, huh? We're going to stop right here. 3/4 of the presentation is over, because I know some people want a little airtime. I want to have them just let this sink in, right? Let's see what they have to say. So, comments, questions up to this point.
I will go if no one else is going. Yeah, it's very good, Kiwi. From the start, when Andrew Thomas Young states, as the atmosphere is curved, at that exact point, he's not even begging the question. He's just appealing to a belief. And then what he has to do is try and bypass Snell's law while also incorporating it by appealing to a density gradient, which leads us to more recent years where we have the likes of Mick West, who will take a fish tank of sugar water that he knows, because sugar water is dextro-rotatory, will cause a light to bend down the way. He'll take a laser pen and point it upward so it shines up the way through the sugar water. And then, obviously, because of the sugar water's effect on light, it will then make a parabola with the light.
Sugar water? Aren't you missing another thing other than the sugar water? What else you missing? The glass.
Yeah, the glass too. The glass. Oh, yeah,
That's kind of the most important thing with that, along with the monochromatic light source. I don't want you to go down this pathway. Remember, I want to get back to something you did say in the beginning. You said his curved gas is a belief. No.
Yeah.
That violates gas behavior, so it can't be a belief. Follow?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah. Well, the point I was trying to make is that to get this concept across, he had to basically violate reality, and also assume that light had a one-way speed that was measured. It's like trying to know the distance to somewhere in miles when you don't even know the measurement of a foot. So that's basically where I was going with it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Nathan, sir, are you still there?
Yes, I was going to say, he's highlighted it best when you talked about rays. Working outside of a convention, they've devised this behavior. The behavior is of what? Oh, this idea of what a ray does. And then they apply that or superimpose it onto what Earth is doing. Yeah. Just while I'm on the mic, can you back off your mic maybe 6 inches? Overloading your mic while you're doing your presentation. Presentation, by the way.
It's not over yet.
A bit to add if before you go on, John. Right.
Yeah, that's why I stopped. Go.
The bit that caught my ear, again, you allude to it, Andrew Thomas Young. What he says, how he says it, and the implications, and the horizontal ray paradox is what I'm talking about. And with regards to what he's saying, whether we're talking about a ball Earth or a flat Earth, what he's talking about is a graduated atmosphere with regards to this. And he says it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser or less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. So is that an admission that the gradient creates no actual boundary layers for consideration?
Exactly. There's no boundary. You only got one media.
Yeah, and because I know Snell's been saying that, but that just seems a hidden way of him just pointing it out that it is one medium we're talking to, and therefore, irrespective of any density gradients that you may have, the horizontal ray paradox destroys that. That he goes on to hyperbolize and create a distraction, but that initial statement says to me that the a density gradient in the atmosphere does not create any effects that are described with regards to Snell's law. Making that clear before creating a smokescreen in the next bit.
Yes, exactly. Not even a smokescreen. He compromises himself in the rest of the definition of rays.
Well, that's what I mean. He's happy to compromise it, but by going into that. But the fundamental point is he's saying it doesn't happen. It's a paradox. It gives it a nice title. Like Nathan always says, give it a title, stick it on the front page. It's a paradox. Oh, what that means is it blows everything out the water. It means all of the nonsense I'm about to spout is wrong because this demonstrates everything I'm saying is incorrect. Hence the term paradox.
Yes.
Actually got that from Yes Minister, who's talking to a permanent secretary, and I think at the time he's just a minister. No, that's not right. He's several of the permanent secretaries talking amongst themselves, explaining how the worst thing they could possibly have is open government. The title of the paper that they're wanting to publish is called Open Government. And they're like, yeah, you deal with the dirty detail you don't want anyone to focus on right at the front cover. In this case, paradox. You just label it, right? You just call it what it is.
Use a clever word, paradox, as opposed to completely destroys what I'm about to say. I hypothesize.
How do you like him putting those little gems in different references? You guys catch that?
Is that what you meant when you said that he's trying to stop being called out for what kind of fraud did you say it was?
Academic fraud.
That was a question I was going to ask you, John. So, come the revolution, and he's there in front of you in the court of law, are you going to let him off?
No. No, because I just presented evidence, Your Honor, that shows that there's a rooster in the hen house here. We're dealing... To call this anywhere near science is... I don't even know what that word is. This is so far away from anything science. This is strictly Carnival Tent Narnia Odyssey. That's where we're at here. I'm kind of lost for words. I can't believe that in academia. See, I was never exposed to this. This is outside of what I'm used to. In academia, this will not stand, man. This aggression will not stand.
When you're talking about sidebars and disclaimers to get away with academic fraud, the terms that immediately spring to mind for me are the description of drawing a line of sight to the geometric horizon, then going on to then describe how they're going to refract it with a radius value that they've no longer got. Point being that putting the disclaimer right there, words like line of sight, we have drawn the line of sight to the geometric horizon. Like, line of sight means you can see it, though. So, they're Weasley in its phraseology, but by the same token, we take what he's saying to maybe get away with academic fraud and just use it against them, because they're normally the disclaimers that we actually utilize, aren't they?
Yep.
There was a little bit of, I won't say academic, there was a question, you know, when you were discussing the N sin RZ was the constant bit where he's affected Snell's law, and I was starting to be corrected, but I was to look at that, and the rate of change, i.e. the amount that the light's going to curve currently, appears to be based proportionately on the rate of growth of R, which would be, you know, proportionate based on your travel. However, with regards to Snell's law, the rate of change should be based on, and we've obviously disproved this, but the rate of change of the atmospheric density, which wouldn't be proportionate to R.
Not the rate of change, not Snell's law. No.
I know we've disproved that, but within that bastardized formula that you put in.
Oh, within the bastardized formula.
Yeah. The rate of change, i.e. the rate of curve, is related to R, not the rate of change of atmospheric density. So that would imply incorrectly from observation that altitude it applies a linear relationship to density change. You understand? That doesn't exist in that maths. So, but what he's put in the maths is a rate of change related to R. But unless there's something else in there, that seems a little disingenuous.
You think?
You see what I mean?
Hold on, I'm just trying to follow what you're saying. You're saying that as you increase in height, applicable R value for altitude, if you're applying it within that bastardization with atmosphere, have to also vary, and they don't. What are you saying?
Yeah, because put simply, the 7/6R, as you get higher, the rate that the bend occurs increases because it's proportionate to the R, so it keeps it in the field of view, doesn't it? It's trying to bend down more and has to bend down more higher up as well. That just seems linked to R, not linked to Snell's law, which is linked to not linked the density change in an isotropic medium. Again, it was just a curiosity. The formula seemed to be linked to R, not density, even though we've disproved the density.
Yeah, it's linked to R, but for the maths to be appropriate, even in the side profile Muppet vision, it would have to be tied directly to actual radius because it's based on the radius. And you're saying, well, the curvature would increase, but it's actually the radius itself that would increase as you go up in altitude, right? Basing it at standard fraction rates at 7/6R, and that's only applicable if you stood at the surface level, match up with the R value that you're then going to apply looking out into the distant Muppet vision. As you go, the R increases, right? Really?
Yeah, so at sea level, you can set your scale. R is 0, 1, or 6, 7, 9, whatever, and your air density is at start base as well. What I'm saying is, as R goes up and the density goes up, what is the differential between those two variables that allows you to put R into your formula? Unless you're accommodating for the rate of change of R, which isn't a constant and required another huge formula, i.e. the rate of change of air density with height above sea level, which is the fundamental thing of what he's suggesting is bending the air with regards to Snell's law. Yeah. Then unless you put that relationship in there, then all you've got is R. And obviously, that's a great thing to have in there if you want it for a fix, to fix a problem. You're obviously going to bend it with R. But R isn't the thing it's bending with. In there.
Without sounding disrespectful to your point, in the days of the debate at the Isle of Man, we were talking about their refraction, and I get you've prefaced this and said, look, within their paradigm and all the rest of the thing, I can't criticise that today like I normally would, because you've already prefaced it perfectly. But debunked R, and it's a double-edged sword when you say, well, without them adjusting for a greater or an increased R value as you go up in altitude, therefore that calculation would have factored in rather than a carte blanche R, because that means all they've got is R. Slightly rephrase that to they've got is R and we've debunked R.
I would have put it so, if on this mathematics you've got your first 100 feet, is the rate of change of air density from 0 to 100 feet the same rate of change from 100 to 200, same from 200 to 300? If it's not, then you can't use R, even though we've debunked R. That was my only point with that, but yeah. you chop it off at the knees.
Yeah, well, we chopped it off the knees. Remember, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution rested at Exhibit 1A. You're on 5B. No, you're not only on 5B, you've chased B down and chopped up B into 1,000 little pieces, and then you're going after the little munchkins of B.
You mean Ypsilons?
Yeah. All right, let's finish this up. How you like that, guys? You're going to like this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. So, let's now take terrestrial paradoxical Narnia refraction to its logical ends. How about that? And practically show what happens when you extrapolate from a multi-layered, paradoxical, adulterated, fictional, foundational fairy tale. How about let's do that? Okay? So let's take the poster child example terrestrial refraction. Guess what that is? Looming. Interesting. So looming, we have two definitions here. And by the way, before we get into this, I have never heard one time in 5 years a Baltard, when challenged, give me Andrew Thomas Young's definition. Not once. They just make it up. They have no idea. I think they know what he says. And the reason why they don't give it to us is because they know what he says. Everyone sees what he says, and it's not what they're saying. But I digress. So we have two definitions here of what looming is. Their terrestrial refraction poster child. Here we go. So looming from Andrew Thomas Young. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Then we have his Huckleberry quantum eraser. Looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior mirage underneath an object, giving the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. Your Honor, I would like to present evidence showing looming. We're going to evaluate each definition, and we're going to use their examples of looming, and we're going to see which one fits. How about that? Now, the quintessential example of looming brought up by the Baltards is this little monkey, right? It's ironic that we've been over this about 25,000 times in the Black Swan presentation, but I digress. We're going to do it again. So, we have this picture here, and it appears that this boat is floating, right? Now, I showed you a trick a long time ago. It's called off-center vision. You just look up here, or over here, up here, off-center vision, and you can see where the real horizon is in this photo. Now, for the folks on YouTube, you might not be able to see it. Granted, I got you. I can understand that. But if you've seen this photo outside the presentation, maybe in a photograph outside the presentation, you might be able to see it. So all you have to do is do that. You see the real horizon, and then you see a false horizon. So quantum eraser's definition is the sky up here is being inferior mirage underneath the object, giving the impression that the object is floating above a false horizon. And you say, QE, you're full of it, dude. This is right here. This is the real horizon right here. There's no other horizon there. Really? So who do we need to come to the rescue whenever there's a question? Right? We have Mick. There's a fever in the funk house now. West comes to our rescue with the photo. Now, Mick was correct in calling out the media and saying that this photo, same one as above, by the way, that this photo wasn't a mirage. A lot of people in the media were saying that, look, check this mirage out, and it sort of got in Mick's craw. So he had to come out on October 1st, 2017 and set it straight. And he was correct. This is not a mirage. He points it out, not a mirage, right? He says the real horizon is here, right where I said it was. Now, what did Mick do? All he did was contrast this photo. The same thing I did, by the way, in the Black Swan, but I digress. So he contrasted this photo and said the real horizon's here, and then he showed the false horizon with a false cause. He said this is a false horizon due to fog. As anyone that can fog a mirror knows, no pun intended, that if this was fog, then we wouldn't be able to see the boat. Okay? So that's Mox Nix, brother. But I appreciate you pointing out that my definition of looming is correct. Thanks a lot, Mick. Bye now. This is from 2014. It's the Scottish Open. Don't pay any attention to the right photo over here. We don't need to look at that. We can see where the real horizon is here. No off-center vision needed, right? You can see the real horizon right here. Right? So, we have the sky being inferior miraged underneath the object, giving the impression that the object is floating above a false horizon. Whose definition does that sound like? Does that sound like Mick West? It surely doesn't. Let's go back up here to Mick West's definition, just so everyone's familiar with it. We'll get back to it down below, too. So Mick West, I'm sorry, Andrew Thomas Young's definition, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. I got a question, Your Honor. Wouldn't you have to have another photo here of showing this boat underneath the horizon to make that comparison? There's nothing to see here. Just keep on walking. Friggin' clown. Right? And over here, it shows you exactly once they contrast this, right? Andrew Thomas Young is through. And for the quintessential example, Betty's raptured boats. Now, Betty's on a leave of absence. She's playing midget golf. So we got to cut her some slack. She needs relaxation time too. So let's take a look at this. We have the sky being inferior miraged underneath the objects, and you can see the collage of clouds in the reflection right here on the water. See it? See them from the clouds up here? So the sky is being inferior mirage underneath these boats, giving the impression that the boats are floating above a false horizon. Yeah, we got it right here. I can see the real horizon plainly. The false horizon is real easy because it's fragmented and across the entire transverse dimension of it. Look at all this. It's fractured everywhere. This is the false horizon, folks. And this is curtains for the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. And anything that they say when they refraction, they can't do that anymore. They can't do it anymore. Hold their feet to the fire, and you can hold their feet to the fire with 1A. We're going to go back over that here in a second. But let's just wrap this up. Remember the two definitions. Looming. Andrew Thomas Young's definition is crapola. It's done. Whose definition is correct? His Huckleberry, Andrew Thomas Young. I just showed you multiple examples of what looming actually is. The end. Questions, comments?
Maybe I should go through the bait and switch advised by anti-flat earthers. Say that they'll draw you in with descriptions of things like looming. Might find yourself in a, like exampled minutes ago by Quantum Eraser and Mick West's examples of looming. They might be really good. In other words, they might not contrast Wee's exceptionally good description or definition of what looming actually, what they're actually going to be employing in any of those things. At some stage in the conversation, switch out the suitcase that's containing your ice, our descriptions of things that happen around us. Yeah, comes in sugar water. And they'll switch it out to terrestrial refraction based on R value. They haven't got an R anymore. It's all about spotting when they do the switch and the suitcase changes. When they go from talking about how obviously light's going to bend, and I can even show you it doing it, to light's bending at a rate based on a radius value. In standard form, that's 7/6 of a radius value. That's called standard refraction. Standard refraction's terrestrial refraction at a 7/6 rate. It's all based on R. They haven't got R anymore. All they'll ever try and do is swap out what seems like our descriptions and R-based refraction.
Nathan, looming, right? Looming's the thing that kind of showed that Rumpus is a liar. Question for you. If Rumpus was to adopt QE's definition of looming, would it make him a liar with regards to everything he said? With the word looming in the sentence to Isle Man. Obviously, he is a liar with regards to Andrew Thomas Young's, but would it redeem him?
No, because the reason he's a liar isn't necessarily because he hasn't got the correct definition of looming. Because when Rumpus says looming, he still means terrestrial refraction. That's just automatically incorporated into vocabulary. That bait and switch is like standard fare, standard swindle. It's expected of him, sort of thing. But the reason he's a liar is because he defined refraction when moving things with respect to the geometric horizon he was claiming to prove at the Isle of Man. So the thing that's obscuring the things in the distance, all of the drop values and hidden values, even if they're being fiddled with and refracted, they're all refracted. Well, why? How do we know? Well, to quote Rumpus, know it's refracted of its position with respect to the horizon. End quote. Was when we were debating the Isle of Man. Well, as soon as 2020 1st Jan comes along and we've got a black swan argument that demonstrably shows that we haven't got a physical horizon, to then lie, say that he had always refracted the horizon. And in reality, we know damn well that tangent point is required to do the maths. Tangent point's their horizon. Without it, number one, you can't get your R value for your refraction because it's based on R. And where'd you get your R? Well, it's your tangent point in your maths now, isn't it? The point that they're utilizing claim physical obstruction, and that physical obstruction is Earth curve. And Earth curve in their maths is the horizon. Well, a refracted horizon, a geometric location claimed to block boats, buildings, and the Isle of Man. And should the Isle of Man not quite match up with the maths and where they expect it to be, they'll refract it with respect to the horizon. Geometric Earth curve, they're supposed to be proving with that maths. The moment they move the horizon to my opening story, they say it's refracted, that would be the horizon's refracted, and it's no longer geometric. Now, I would imagine that Rumpus understands implicitly this is a paradox he can't get around. That leaves him with no option but to lie. It also gives me an excuse to kick the asshole out of my show and never let him back. Lying.
That was quite extensively about refraction. Gases don't curve, guys. It's all over.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
Globe, Earth, sniper.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to sing
space-time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we loved the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? We've broken it down oh so clearly. The joke it always has been. For those to see, anyway. Tripping, he's falling, he's tripping, he's balling. They blow by, he's all in. They glow burst, they don't win. Be honest, that works best. Any evidence of the curved earth crest, any evidence that it's not at rest. Any vacuum next to oppress your test. There's no precedence, no evidence that the globe defense. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference, with some common sense. You can sit on the fence. For a glober, it's tragic. He believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a
Hole
moron.
in the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
say
hole
anything
in
more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space
If
time.
you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we loved the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? We've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those to see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender, or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, mental box. This space side will Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know. And your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair
Fuck off
debate.
right now, you fucker. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space-time. What a complete moron.
Bong.
I think he's sleeping.
Oh. Hey, did you see that video I just posted, or are you driving, Roger?
Sorry?
Are you driving?
Um, you know, I'm just standing still, but video you
Oh.
posted where?
Livestream voice text. Converse new ad.
Check. Oh, it's a clowns and pentagrams.
Yeah. It's a shoe company, and they've always had a star on the shoe. It's always been off kilter a
Oh
little
yeah,
bit.
Converse. Yeah, I know what Converse. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know it.
The Chuck Taylors, man.
Yeah, weird, right? Why would you do such stuff? Why? Why would you put some
Right.
clowns and then?
Bro, it's like that they're being bold, and they're coming out of the shadows. They're announcing themselves. And I think I might be on to something about cracking that Greek code. A little codex I stumbled across.
Uh-oh. Hey, what's up, everyone? Good morning. Good morning, Flat Earth Discord.
Your mic's hammered.
Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, hello, mic check.
Yeah, it's still pretty bad. It's like squelchy.
Shit, hold on.
Hello. Wow, it's the quietest I've ever seen.
This thing working? Check, check.
Hello, hello. I heard you loud and clear. Is my mic still messing up? Yeah, I try to fix it as best I can.
Hi, Bung. Oh, no, Bung.
checking.
Can hear you.
All right, cool. How's it going? Four things. Quiet in here.
No, I'm just sitting here. What?
So, at the live stream, YouTube live stream text chat, freaking douche nozzle. Oh, that, you know, obviously. This guy says, Foucault's pendulum, fogs, as in fiber optic gyros, mechanical gyro compasses, all match predictions for a rotating Earth of 15 degrees per hour. That's a lie. It's a straight lie. Yeah, you D. Ross. You're a liar. Pendulum. If you look at the manual for Foucault's pendulum, you can look it up at Academy Pendulums. Look at the manual. They do not match prediction. They have to be adjusted. So the a priori value for the precession of the Foucault's pendulum. It says it right in the manual. Fiber optic gyros are calibrated. Calibrated when they're manufactured 15 degrees, the so-called 15 degrees per hour. Number one, that would only be measured at the poles right? If there were poles, which there aren't. And the calibration is put in, right? You can actually look on YouTube, look up Conspiracy of Light. Guy makes a fiber optic gyro and shows you exactly how it's calibrated. Right, so 15 degrees per hour is put in programmatically. It's not something that's measured. So you know, I'm actually going to go back to Foucault's pendulum. It's kind of odd that when they did the Foucault's pendulum test in the so-called, they got one rotation every 2.24 days. When Epicor did some of their tests with the fiber optic gyro, well, not Epicor, Rob Zimmerman, they got a rotation of one rotation, Earth rate rotation every 2.24 days. So mechanical gyro compasses, same thing. You need to know what your so-called latitude is a priori before they actually operate. They are not find where they are. Other bullshit claim. The problem here is they think that mechanical devices match fiction. You just think that. They've never actually looked at like data. What's the actual data? What does the data show? How does the device work? They've never actually looked at anything. They just talk out their ass. Just assert it.
Why is it so dead in?
What up?
Oh, what's going on?
Quiet in the lights.
It's like 9 people.
Came in here to spice things up.
I didn't see anyone, but I was kind of like waiting to kind of leap in just in case someone else came in.
Yeah, I just came in to there's some idiot in the YouTube chat. I had to like didn't check. Other stupid bullblier that never read any fucking data in his life.
Yeah, I find this the biggest thing when you're talking about these kinds of subjects, is that people neglect whether they're kind of talking about data points or if they're talking about like assumptions or like made up data, so to speak.
This was the occult pendulum and the fiber optic gyro and the mechanical gyro compass. They all matched the goal prediction of 15 degrees per hour rotation perfectly. No, they don't.
Yeah.
What data
Except
are
when
you
you
looking
measure
at?
And obviously, about the old Mexican beer germ thing as well. It's like, oh no, that was we're talking about the paper on mask mandates, weren't we? Whether they worked. And some guy sends me a paper that just assumed 5 models based on just maths he made up. None of it was data. So did I, didn't I? Then they used that to justify mask mandates. Just scaring people using made up numbers. Just awful, to be honest.
Well, at this point with the Mexican beer germ, don't we have every possible configuration of data results? Like we have every possible data result you could have. Masks work, masks don't work, masks sometimes work, masks work when you're standing on your head. Masks work if you're vaccinated, not unvaccinated. Like they've said everything. They've got everything covered, so make any argument from any position, and you can be right.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got so many natural experiments now. Like you can just compare like California to Florida. You can compare sort of North Carolina to South Carolina. You can compare, like the UK. You can compare like Wales to England or whatever, like where different places have had different rules. And it's so easy to like draw conclusions. It's just like, what they're telling you is just obviously not true. But they just keep telling you anyway. It's like people believe it through repetition rather than through any kind of objective data.
Yeah, and then there's the peer pressure.
Yeah. It's funny though, because I've just been on the tube in London and just been on a couple of trains and stuff, and I'm just like walking through there, and the odd person give you evils, but most people just don't give a shit anymore. I'm just getting off the train now, and just as I was talking about that, I had a couple like kind of giving me evils. I was like, I don't give a shit. What are you gonna do? You're gonna present data to me? Like, I've already seen all of the arguments. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that someone gets aggressive with me, but then I can handle myself anyway. So I realised actually there's nothing at all to be scared of. I realised this like last year, but I'm just saying like now. I realised there's nothing to be scared of at all because intellectually they're not going to be able to do anything. Socially, I don't really care what they have to say because they're a moron. And physically, it's like most people who are going to come at me are probably small dick faggots anyway. So like I've literally got nothing to worry about.
I think it's funny you guys call the underground trains the tube. And you're like getting on the tube in London. Is that like what the girls do late Saturday night?
Oh, right. What do you mean?
It's the first thing I thought of.
Oh, right.
Riding the cock carousel.
Yeah. No comment. We do have a lot of foreign students. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, so just at the train station now. And what are you guys up to?
Which train station?
No comment.
All right, I was just trying to picture it. That's all.
I'm in a lovely train station in London,
Okay.
somewhere. That's what
A
I'm going to say.
lovely one.
Gotta be Camden.
Yeah, definitely Camden. 100%. Let's go with Camden. So yeah, what are you guys all up to?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yo. Bloody hell, it's loud around here. Sorry, I'll put something.
There was nothing exciting happening. Like I said, just be the entertainment for a minute.
Enjoy the background train noise.
Oh. Well,
so I got a question, guys.
Too, it doesn't faze me.
I've got a question, and it's got nothing to do with the Earth. My question is, I'm pretty new to weed and all that. I don't know. Are you guys? Any of you guys smoke weed?
No, I'm not a very good gardener. Sorry, mate.
Oh man, I got a serious question to ask someone that's got a bit of experience with it.
I used to smoke weed.
I did in the past, but
I smoked it every day for 16 years and then quit last year. So go on.
Okay, so maybe you're the correct person to ask then. So I tried it. Okay, I'm 35 years old now. I tried it for the first time when I was 18, and I freaked the fuck out, and I think it was laced. So my brother does it like every day, and I slipped a disc in my back 4 weeks ago, which I'm struggling with still today. And I tried weed 2 weeks ago just to get rid of the pain, to stop taking pain meds. So I took a bit, I freaked out a bit, went through that stage. It was about 10 minutes of freaking out, and then the pain went away. So I did it 3 times after that now. But every time for the first 10 minutes, I fucking freak out because my whole vision changes. Like everything becomes high definition and everything pops out. Is that normal?
Yeah, it is normal. It depends on the person, I guess, but I just recommend doing less. Like it feels like you're smoking weed, but you're taking in too much too quickly.
I take 3 drags. That's all I've been doing.
So, Beer Man, I'm sorry to cut you off, Super Spinning Monkey. I smoke cannabis because of my Tourette's, and I still smoke now. And I understand what you're talking about. But the thing is, so you need to get down to why you're paranoid, okay? Now,
yeah,
understand like the cannabis is helping you because of what's going on with your body. Okay, now the reason why you're tripping out and you're freaking out is because everything in what you're thinking about, everything what your mind is thinking about is processing. Okay? You're thinking about so many things all at one time. Your brain is not processing every part of it. So when you think about these things, everything is going very fast or very slow, and the things around you, such as the instruments, such as when you play video games, it's gonna seem like everything is too slow to you, and then you're just gonna be impatient. Or when you start cooking things in a high definition, right? Which is what you were saying. Like when you're boiling the water and then you're looking at the water and it's boiling and you just get lost because you're like, oh, that water is like in high definition, right? Well, understand the process of what's going on with your body. It heightens the 5 senses in your body. Okay, that's what it's doing. That's what's happening. You can hear things better. I'm not gonna say you can see things better because my eyesight's fucking shit. But you can smell things better. You can taste things better. You can feel things better. These are your physical senses. Okay.
Yeah.
But like as far as such as seeing like things in high definition, I have to wear glasses. So that's my problem.
Yeah, so I also wear glasses, but I'm not that bad. But I notice everything's way more clear, and everything pops out like I'm in a different area, and it feels like I'm in a movie or I'm behind myself filming myself. It's fucking
Can I
weird. And
say
it freaks
something
me
about it?
Yeah, go for it.
Beer man. All you've
Well,
got to
the
do,
thing about
right, is put less
the
in your
thing about
joint.
cannabis is that you have
Smoke
the
weed for weed.
endocannabinoid system. It lays just like the endocrine system would
Speaking
throughout your
over me,
body.
what the fuck?
And so
Hold
when
on, hold on,
you
You
hold
know
on.
what I mean? Like,
Super's
fucking
chatting
guys
and
just
everyone's
spoke over
chatting.
me. Like, look, just put less in your joint or smoke weaker weed until your body builds a tolerance to it. So you've not smoked it for a while. So build a bit of a tolerance to it. Do a little bit less until you stop having that bit of a freak out, those scary moments in the first 10, 20,
Yeah.
30 minutes. And that's it. It should become easier for you.
Okay, cool. Because yeah, just so to let you guys know where I'm at, I like the fact that it took away my back pain, and it lasted for about 2 hours where I had zero pain. It's just that initial freak out that fucks me up, and yeah, it's just weird. And I think I know why I'm doing that. But first one, yeah, Super was saying something, and then everyone was also saying something, and everyone's conversation was also sounding pretty interesting. And guys, yeah, I'm serious about this because I want to rather do this than take the pain meds, because pain meds for me is more dangerous. So yeah, go ahead. Sorry, guys.
But yeah, you have the endocannabinoid system, and it's just going to help you with your digestive, your eyesight, your hearing, like all like the other guy was saying, all your senses. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I just wanted to say it's a
Okay.
good thing that all that's happening.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I noticed, for instance, I put the hot water bottle on my back. Sorry. And then after the freak out, I would start relaxing, but I prefer to do it by myself and watching TV. And the reason for that is I feel less freaked out because, like I say, it feels like I'm in a movie. It's very weird. And when I'm walking, it's like everything's scripted. I don't know how to explain it. It's fucking weird.
I know
And
exactly what how you're feeling, bro.
yeah,
I know
and that
exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, and it's a bit freaky for me because I'm not used to it. I love my beer, and I know drunk's gonna make me feel like that, and I'm fine. But the weed just freaks me out a bit. And what was I going to get at? Yeah, so the paranoia, I googled what it could be and I think one of the issues is that I worry that people are going to think I'm doing something weird, which intensifies me
Yes.
worrying even more.
Yes.
Yeah. So that made a lot of sense. So I appreciate that one.
Yeah, no worries, bro. That's always where it goes down to from the very beginning, man. Is always
Yeah.
thinking that having the comfortability at your own place.
Yeah.
And
So
wondering,
I prefer
okay,
that.
is what I'm doing really bad for me? Because what I'm taking is actually helpful.
Yeah.
You know,
just
you
a
got to
quick
tell
one.
yourself that and remind
Quick one.
yourself that.
Super Spinning Monkey Ball, you're coming in really quiet, by the way. So I don't think the other guy actually meant to talk over you. I think it's just that he didn't hear you. So I don't know if you can adjust your mic at all.
Okay.
Sorry, Karen. It literally sounds like you're on one end of the room and your mic's at the other.
Yeah, I'll turn you up to 200%.
Wait, is that any better?
That is better.
Okay.
Yeah, much better. Yeah.
Sorry,
But yeah,
yes, marijuana can cause anxiety. I mean, that's well known. But it's like, listen, you can't die from smoking marijuana or eating.
Oh yeah, that I know. It's
The
I think my issue is
LD50
worrying what people think. I think that's my big issue. Is like me worrying fucking this person knows I'm fucking high and oh my god, they're gonna think I'm an absolute retard, idiot, this and that.
No.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that's what's
fucking
running through my
anxiety.
head.
I've got a good sketch for you. Stop it!
I'm laughing because I know exactly what you mean.
Just stop it!
Like
Does everyone
people
know that
think I'm
sketch?
doing witchcraft, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about,
I think you
dude?
came in
Yeah, so
roboting.
I appreciate you guys giving your guys input. I've been Googling it. I've spoken to my brother about it. He understands as well. I just want to hear it from more people that, you know, that I don't feel too fucking retarded about this. But yeah, I'm a surfer as well. All my friends, fucking everyone smoked weed around me. I've just been paranoid from it since that first time I did it, where I freaked out. And yeah, never touched it since. And I took it now for my back because I said, okay, I'm done. I've never slipped a disc in my back before, and it's been agonizing pain for the past 4 weeks. And I was like, okay, no, I got to get some other fucking resolution. And I said, okay, let me try weed. And oh my god, it's the best pain med I've ever had in my life.
I hope it's a bad. I hope you won't have any more bad trips now, man. Because I hope this is
I
a
hope
better
so.
help.
Yeah, if you do,
Yes.
just jump on Discord and message Master Chief.
Yeah, you know,
speaking of,
We'll start playing guitar for you.
yeah, I searched the Discord now,
yeah,
which
for
I
sure.
joined to chat about it. But yeah, so it's been less freaky for me. So I've done it now 4 times in this week, and each time has been better, except for yesterday. Yesterday freaked me out a bit for about 10 minutes, and then I just sat there in the bed watching TV. I literally took aside 2 hours of my day, and I said, no, fuck this. I work from home. And I said, okay, fuck this 2 hours. I'm just going to chill and do this, get this pain away. And I freaked out for about 10 minutes in the bed, silently freaked out. But I said, okay, I got to get over this. I got to get over this. And eventually that blew over. And then the tingling sensation came, hot water bottle through my back. And yeah, fuck, the pain was gone. And I was just focused on the TV. Don't remember what I watched, but I was focused on the TV like you cannot believe.
Hey, Beer Man, as well. Another thing to maybe consider is that I don't know what flavor or whatever you're doing now, but some people prefer different flavors because they get a different feeling from each one. And there might be ones or strands that give you less paranoia.
Yeah.
So it might
So
be worth experimenting.
yes, I've noticed that as well. So I see someone mentioned indica and sativa. I've got 2 sativa brand strains with me. I've got the Franco lemon cheese. That one freaked me out yesterday. And I got the lemon, I think it's just normal lemon cheese. That was the one that worked the best for me. The indica enhanced the pain, which I didn't like, and that's the one that's supposed to decrease the pain. My brother bought the indica, and the indica made my pain, like, it made me realize it even more. And I said, not a fuck am I touching this again. Where the sativa is the one that's been helping.
Well, I'm happy for you, mate. I'm happy that you haven't got to rely on pharmaceutical companies to get relief. But yeah, as always, you know.
Well,
I was
hey, I have
also
a
going to
question.
say,
Did
go ahead.
let me ask you this question real quick. Did you smoke on an empty stomach?
I did most times, yeah.
Yeah, you probably eat something before you smoke.
All right.
Or you can, or like after you smoke, if you feel the anxiety setting in, eating will kind of make it come down a little.
Okay, cool.
Plus, eating is comforting anyway, so.
I was fucking hungry afterwards, though. Both times I ordered 2 burgers, 2 milkshakes, and a large chips. So. And I'm a thin surfer dude. I weigh 68.
Fluid,
I'm
man.
5'8" and 68 kilograms, and I ate like a pig.
Well, something you got to realize about cannabis
Damn,
is
bro.
like it is a low level psychedelic. And so, like he was saying about the different strains or different flavors, each one's going to have a different set of the different cannabinoids that are in there. And each one, some help with like specific kinds of pain better than others. Some help with seizures. They don't get you high at all, you know? Like there's hemp legal in Texas. And so we don't get the whole thing, but it works the same with hemp. Like it's pretty crazy how well it works with pain.
I'll tell you one thing you might want to try in the very, very far future. I don't know if this is good advice or bad advice, but when I was smoking, I don't smoke weed anymore. It's just I'm kind of over that phase, I guess, but I don't need it. But hash, have you ever heard of hash? It's where they take the plant and I think they rub it in their hands, or they do. I'm not an expert, but when I had that kind of stuff, it was like the most warming feeling over your body. It took every bit of soreness away. It was crazy, and no kind of head high either.
Yeah, but it's like Cut the Shit was saying now in text chat. He says the indica would enhance the back pain, which I found in the reverse. The indica is the one that sorry, you're saying indica would enhance the back pain. Remember to reveal to yourself. Okay, so anyways, I was reading his thing wrong here, but yeah, indica is the one that's supposed to take the pain away, or it's supposed to make you more relaxed. If I'm understanding, it's more like a chilled night weed, where the sativa is the day one, the day high, and doesn't really
Right, but
relax you that much.
each strain has a different effect on a person's body. You know what I mean? So like there's some people that smoke indica and they have to smoke indica to just start being active. When sativa is much more of a upper, which is supposed to help you be active. But I have a cousin, he smokes nothing but indica, and he won't do shit without just indica. So
Interesting.
I know a couple people that are just like that. So
All right.
you're not alone on the sativa strain.
Okay,
You know,
cool.
but I like because I'm a sativa guy too. But I learned to really slow down. Like I had to learn to slow down, trust because the sativa's the upper. So that's what like I when I was doing a lot of sativa, I had to learn to use indica as well. And I'm actually at a balance of where I'm at. So it's all about the person and the individual and you know what I mean. So everyone's different.
Yeah, so I'm excited. I get migraines every now and then during the year, say like 3 migraines a year, and I normally take 2 pain pills when I feel the migraine coming on. And I'm excited to first time I've ever saying I'm excited for a migraine. I'm actually not excited for the migraine, but I'm excited to see what the weed will do to the migraine, to see if it helps that as well, because I could not believe the results from the pain relief on my back. And I got proper decent pain meds, which is not doing anything. Where yeah, the weed just numbs it for fucking 4 hours straight. It's insane. I'm stoked to find that.
Yeah, man. Like, well, I'm dealing with tooth pain right now. Actually, it's been 3 years that my cavities had the it had came out. They had came out because of when I was sparring. They were knocked out. I got a uppercut to the chin, and they came out. It's been 3 years, and like the pain has really started getting to me like now. And I just recently started booked an appointment the 26th of this month, and it's like, bro, the pain is excruciating, but I smoke a lot just to deal with this pain. I can't like painkillers. I can't take painkillers because, uh, yeah, just
My concern is that more people, or there's, well, I think 130. Oh, sorry, no, wait, I'm reading something wrong here. I think it's 6 people a day or something like that dies every day, or every day 6 people die from pain meds. There's a word for it, something with an S, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, they die all
from
the time from it.
ODing.
Not just that, I think it's from fucking ulcers and random shit that people get from pain meds.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, and it freaked me out a bit. I was like, okay, no, fuck, I got to find an alternative because I can't keep on popping pain meds. And
Are you
yeah.
talking about opiates?
Bruce Lee died from Tylenol.
Yeah, something null. Hold on, let me get the word for this. Let me Google it.
It's interesting that I think weed is classified as a sedative, right? But it does get people paranoid. I've always found that
Opioid.
strange. Yeah,
Sorry,
opioid.
before I forget. Opioid, yeah. Don't know why I thought it started with an S. It's completely opposite
Yeah,
side of the...
that's what you call an actual pandemic.
Yeah, it's total opposite side of the alphabet, but yeah, opioids. Yeah, that freaked me out.
If you can ever get hold of ketamine, it's a really good painkiller. It's really
I-
hard to overdose on it.
Don't.
For me,
Don't
the weed
suggest-
has done it, dude. The
don't
weed has
suggest that
really
shit. That's-
done great.
Ketamine's all right. It's not if you do it every day.
That's
obviously
horse
it's-
tranquilizer, bro. Don't suggest
it is
that,
horse
man.
tranquilizer,
And then you're gonna get him stuck in a K-hole. Don't do that.
What, just stuck in a K-hole for life? You just do a little bit. It's all right.
Nah, my wife knows me not even to take fucking doctor's meds, dude. When I'm sick, and I let my body fight it. But when I'm in a lot of pain, I want something to help a bit. And yeah, pain meds have not been helping, so I'm stoked about this. Just to get used to that freak out is what's bothering me, and that's why I brought up the whole subject.
Yeah, the freak out's bad, especially if you've got to go to a public place like a store or the tube or something like that.
Oh man,
Yeah.
yeah, that fucked me up yesterday, day before yesterday. Yesterday, yeah. So I got my own e-commerce business that I run from home, and I wasn't expecting a courier to come pick up or deliver anything yesterday. So I dropped off a shipment at one of the warehouses, and I was like, okay, cool. Rest of the day is to myself. I'm gonna have 3 drags, chill, and watch TV. Fucking dude, within that freak out moment, I hear someone shout outside, "Hello!" And I was like, "Oh my god!" And I check it was the courier, and I was like, "Is this a collection or delivery?" It's a delivery, and it was a full movie scene. I was in my head freaking the fuck out. I just signed the paper, ran back inside, and yeah, that's what I'm not. I got to get used to that whole thing. And that's what I don't like about it, but hopefully I can get over it, especially with some of the advice that you guys gave me earlier.
Something that can be helpful when you're smoking is trying to keep the habit of smoking as little as possible to achieve the desired effect. You end up saving more, and your tolerance ends up staying a little lower overall.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So my goal, what I do is I take 3 drags. One, blow out, take another one, blow out, take another one, blow out, then I kill it. So 3. Maybe I'll try 2 next time and see what happens, because it takes about 20 minutes to half an hour to kick in, and then it's like, oh fuck, there we go.
You'd be surprised. Sometimes even just like one really big one that you hold in for till your lungs are about to burst or whatever, till you can't anymore. And that'll do it for me sometimes.
I was just about to say, buy yourself a nice vase. Doesn't have to be
I
big,
have.
just a nice vase. Put a little, grab a little pinch. You know what I mean? Not no bigger than a pill. Just a little pinch, bro. And then just take that hit and hold it. Let it hold it for a little bit, and then just then let it go. Cause that's what I do. I'm telling you exactly what I do.
Yeah.
I hold it for a very long time. I'm not gonna suggest you do that. Just hold it for a little bit and then let it and then release it.
Yeah.
Are you making joints with tobacco?
No, my brother does that. I don't do that.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to make spliffs, bro. Then you ruin the whole point of the
Oh yeah, of course. I was going to say, if he doesn't normally smoke tobacco and he's putting tobacco in joints, you're going to get the nicotine rush as well.
No, I used to smoke cigarettes. I vape now, but I vape fucking more than I smoke cigarettes, and I hit 14 milligrams. I'm a nicotine addict, and I see I've been called weed man now, no longer beer man. Guys, I will still be a beer man. I'm beer man by heart. If you can change me back to beer man, that's who I'm known as, guys.
But you've got to remember as well, the weed now is far stronger than the weed of, say, 20, 30 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
The weed at the moment is it's crazy strong. So you really don't need to put a lot in your joints at all. If you don't want to get high and you just want to get rid of the pain, you don't need to put a lot in.
It's just good to know that it is sort of normal to have a bit of a freak out, but obviously there's ways to manage it.
Well, for me, I never used to freak out, and then in the last years where I smoked weed, I was freaking out all the time when I smoked. Never understood it, so I just stopped.
Interesting.
When it went the other way, I kind of lost tolerance to it.
So that's the one that I didn't have issues with too much. And then let me get the other one. I'll put it in the text chat. And that one's the one where I had a bit of a freak out with.
What a lot of people don't realize is how much weed elevates your heart rate. Like, there's so many
Oh
things
my goodness.
don't
Yeah,
get
dude.
spoken about weed. Everyone's like, it's so good for your health and all this stuff, but people forget it's a drug. And yeah, it elevates your heart rate more than cocaine, apparently, in certain respects. So if you're doing loads of cocaine, then probably not. But it smashes your heart rate, especially in that first half an hour.
That would explain why you always feel so hungry afterwards as well, because normally once I've done like a good cardio session, which, you know, apart from the muscles, the heart is what you're really exercising, you always feel hungry after like 20 minutes, half-hour swim or a 20-minute, half-hour run.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So that could be, sorry about the background noise, but yeah, that could be one of the reasons why you get the so-called stoner munchies.
Makes you less social as well, I think. And a lot of people say this, where you're just blanking people in the street because you're so stoned. Like, you know, people like you might be friends with or family or something like that, neighbors. And if you see them when you're stoned out in the street, you kind of like, especially if you're really stoned, you'll just blank them pretty much, give them one-word answers and move on.
I think one of the reasons I've kind of avoided weed is that, you know, I've had a few friends who've done weed in the past, and they always seem to have overdone it, and then they just become these kind of just degenerates. They just kind of just sitting around eating all day. They stop going to work, and they get fired and all this other stuff. It's like, I mean, not that I really believe in the work system anyway. I don't think anyone should have to work sort of the amount they do, but you from my experience, knowing people who have been seriously into weed, their life falls apart, you know.
I agree, yeah, and I've been seriously into weed for years, and I totally regret that I was seriously into weed. Like, just kind of wasted my whole 20s, you know, being stoned every single day I could be stoned. Like, and that's all I wanted to do. And you end up doing nothing but smoking weed and maybe playing video games or something. You know?
Yeah, so I think it seems to me like weed is just one of it's a tool like any other. Like you use it for certain reasons, but you don't want to abuse it because then you'll just end up like that.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I used it for my back. I was getting desperate and I wanted something different than what I was taking, and fuck, dude, it worked.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't take any medication at all if I have a headache or if I have back pain or anything like that. I mean, the best prescription I can give you for back pain is doing deadlifts at the gym, to be honest. Just make sure that you're working out regularly, because I think most body problems come down to diet and exercise. And if you've got some kind of muscle problem, then you've probably got a muscle imbalance that's causing it, you know.
Definitely. So I was surfing every day for the past 3 years, and for the past year I hadn't surfed, and that's when I felt my back started getting weaker and weaker and having back issues. So definitely from
You
that.
might find as well, is if you've been sat down a lot, you've gone from having quite a strong back to then hunching over.
Oh
now, what normally happens when you hunch over is that you have some tight back muscles next to some very loose back muscles, and then the muscles pull of alignment, and that's where you start to get injured.
That's what happened. So I woke up, sat for about 18 hours. I worked the whole day in front of my PC. It's my own business, so for me, hours don't count. Just whatever I put in, I make out. So, anyways, I sat in front of the computer for about 18 hours. I just stood up for pisses and whatever I needed to go do, and I played squad as well in this whole 18 hours. And the next day I woke up with a sore lower back, and then I picked up a shipment that I had to send out, and I twisted and I felt it just give in from there, and that's how I
Yeah.
slipped the disc.
Get a standing desk.
I've heard about that, and I'm also considering sitting on a yoga ball again. I used to do that, which is pretty helpful.
Yeah. All of that can work, but I would definitely advise standing desk because I used to do kind of 9-10 hour days in a desk for about 6 months when I had one of my previous cuck jobs, and they actually had standing desks there, and you kind of feel like you're on your feet the whole day, but at the same time you don't get any of those back problems. And the boss actually had an adjustable standing desk, so you can actually adjust it to be seated, partially standing, or fully standing.
Okay.
But the computer would rise with the chair, sort of thing, work level.
Yeah.
So that was really cool, actually. But yeah, look into something like that. And to be honest, I mean, you're on Amazon. You must be able to get something, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, just look into it, man. They're not that expensive as well. I mean, I think they're probably 100, maybe 200 quid max
Yeah.
for like a good one. Although I haven't looked recently, so maybe they're more now. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're looking at about 100 quid. That sounds about right. 1,600 rand. Okay, so who's the guilty party of changing my name to Weed Man? It should be Beer Man. I think that's Roger.
No, it was definitely me. I'll change it back
Oh,
after.
was
Don't
he?
worry.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that seems sick.
Why? Why would you accuse me of something like that?
Because you only recently got these higher powers, man. I would take advantage of it if I were you.
I would know.
Sorry, Roger. I didn't accuse you directly. I just assumed.
It's okay, man. That's part of the job description, right?
There we go.
Did it.
I think it's because I know you as a mod for the longest.
So we got any glow-proof seats? Glow-proof seats?
I was listening to this morning on YouTube while I was packing shipments, and nope, the guys were trying, but no.
Yeah, it was yesterday on Nathan Oakley's. It was a great piece on the sextant and how it could not work on a globe and how they need to chop off a piece of the ball to make it work. So funny. And Glovers, they tell you, you don't understand how a sextant works. Here's my diagram. And then they just chop off a piece of the globe making the circles equal altitude. Brian's Logic made a good video about it. I haven't watched it. Made a video about it. I haven't watched it, so I couldn't tell you if it's good. But have you seen the presentation from QE about the terrestrial refraction? A few days old.
No, to be honest, when he gave me shit that one day when I hopped into this Discord, I unsubscribed and didn't support him. It's just me being an asshole though, as well.
Well, he did a very good explanation about how the globers need curved gas and a radius to use terrestrial refraction. So they don't have a radius, and gases don't curve. They don't have a shape. They don't curve. And we had a baller yesterday coming in claiming it was electromagnetic statics from using Maxwell equations. We can perfectly explain how the light is angling over a hill.
Was that the same guy who, when he was asked why you can't see curvature, he said, "You can't see love," and kind of made out like that's the same thing?
I was late for me. Maybe he did say that. He also, when I was there, he said, well, it's locally flat. So, of course, you wouldn't expect to see curvature. It's locally flat.
Roger, you driving or are you in front of a PC at the moment?
No, I'm driving.
Oh, fuck. Because Crypto left and he changed my name to Weed Man. I'm not Weed Man.
Yeah, I can
No
change it in like 5 or 10 minutes and I'm at my destination.
Cool.
Found any interest in books? Super Spinning Monkey Ball? You're into the scavenging of old books, right?
I've been looking on eBay actually. I've not picked them up myself, but I did find recently a science fiction novel it's 500 years old. It's French, right? And it's about a man pretending to be an alien or UFO coming to Earth, and everyone thinks he's like God or something. But in the illustrations, he's got a little machine that he's flying. So it's essentially about a fake alien invasion, and it's 500 years old.
Oh, that reminds me of a series I was watching. I watched it for the second time now. It's a corny chick flick, but it's quite funny. I don't know if you guys know about it on Netflix. Called The Good Place. Yeah, called The Good Place. You guys watch that?
So is it a TV show or a movie?
Yeah, it's TV show, series. I think it's 4
I have.
seasons.
Has it got Ted Danson in it?
Let me see who that is. Hold on.
He plays like God or something.
No, hold on.
Maybe I'm thinking.
Ted who?
Ted Danson? Is that his name? The guy from Cheers.
Oh yeah, that's a guy. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've seen a bit of that actually. Yeah.
Yeah, he plays as a demon. But yeah, I watched it for the second time now. Just finished it yesterday for the second time, and like if you really listen to what they're saying or what they do, it's like, oh my god, they're rubbing it in your face what the world's actually about. So yeah, pretty interesting. I want to try get some clips from there to compile a video to show what I'm talking about, or what I'm talking about. Yeah, now. It's amazing how much truth there is in the movies, and series and things like that.
Have you watched the other one, Under the Dome?
Oh yeah, I love that. I watched that 3 times.
Yeah,
You guys seen the
Uh,
100? Sorry, the
Yeah,
100.
100. Watched that twice. I love the 100. I'm actually watching it for the 3rd time now. But Under the Dome, season 3 sucked. I hated that. But season 1 and 2 was amazing. 100 is brilliant. It's one of my favorite series.
Well, brilliant. I mean, I do. They incorporate like a lot, right? So, human extinction, AI,
Oh yeah.
blood. The how do you say this? The
Nightblood. The Nightblood.
yeah, the adjustment of humans, right? So
Uh-huh.
the Nightblood and the was interesting, right? And
Yeah.
the way the guys that they could live forever with the chips, right?
Yep.
Was pretty.
Basically
And how,
taking your soul. The movie Chappie, that's the African movie Chappie, same
oh
thing.
yeah. But what I also found intriguing, right? When they're on the quote unquote spaceship, they had to choose which people they wanted to kill, right? Which they
Yeah.
have to let afloat.
Yeah.
Kind of gets back to today, right?
Oh yeah.
Which people do we want, and which people do being set up that way, right? So if you follow the rules, you don't get floated, right? You don't
Come
get
to think of it,
separated.
with the 100. Remember, I think it's season 2 or 3, where the grounders actually go to that. Oh man, what's that place called? Where they got that underground base, where
Yeah,
they
the mountain. Yeah. The
yeah.
mountain. Yeah.
And then the grounders go down there, and then that base actually captures them and then inject them, or they give them something, and then they release them again. I wonder what they. I must actually get that. I must watch that again. I'm actually getting to that point. I want to actually see what they're doing there. Very interesting. It could be like
Yeah,
vaccine to see what happens to you out in the wild.
wasn't the those people were like zombie-ish, right? They
Yeah.
were like zombies-ish, and
Correct.
yeah.
Correct.
It was a time ago that I saw it. That was before I knew that the Earth was flat. So it was like, and then after you realize and you go back into all these series and movies you watch, you're like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy how your eyes open after shit like this, eh?
Okay, beer man, was it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually gonna get another beer, so that's why I say it needs to be back to beer. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm at my destination, so I have to mute.
Ah, thanks, Roger. I see. As I came back here now, I'm good. Back to my good old name. Get big hits, fucking meme there. Oh my god, what is NIG though? I see what the whole word is, but NIG. What country is that?
Nigeria.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh. Crypto, you left without changing his name, man.
What,
Yeah, you
man?
bastard.
What? Have a look at your name right now.
Yeah. Roger fixed it for me.
I just fixed it.
I think you must be high or something, dude. You lagging.
I doubt it. I've never actually done weed.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Well, I think I did like a bong once when I was 16, and I was like, nope, never
Yeah,
again.
that's how I felt the first time, but I was desperate recently.
No, it's just it didn't do anything at all for me. I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
Ah, okay.
So then I was just like, nah.
You're such a decent Englishman.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I swear I'll never fucking do it again after my first time. But yeah, I must admit, as an adult now, it sort of makes sense in the medical field, if that makes sense.
I'm not even hardline against it. I'm just it's a bit like alcohol. Like I can go out and have a drink or not. Like, but I just tend not to.
Oh, okay. No, I love my beer. So yeah.
I guess it comes down to like what do you want from that?
Correct.
Like do you like think that you need beer for a reason? If so, is like can you not achieve that in another way or?
No, so I'm not after the alcohol. So think of it, Cocoa Pops. Fuck, dude, I went through a Cocoa Pops phase. Oh my god, I love Cocoa Pops. And I would just in the middle of the day have Cocoa Pops, and at night I'll have Cocoa Pops. Or to give an example, yeah, or chocolate. I'm going through the caramel PS chocolate bar.
Are you pregnant?
Oh, I'm always pregnant. No, my wife and I decided 17 years ago, no kids. So yeah, not pregnant, but maybe
It was a joke.
spiritually.
This was a
I know,
joke.
I know, but maybe spiritually. So yeah, that's the way I feel with beer. I just love the way beer tastes and quenches my thirst, and yeah, I just love beer.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't believe you. Beer tastes disgusting.
Oh no.
Shit. I have no idea how anyone can like the taste of beer.
My wife said that until recently. She actually said, "Okay, why the fuck do you drink so much beer?" So I was like, "Okay, just have a sip." and an ice cold beer. She's like, "Holy shit, that is actually bloody nice." So yeah.
Yeah, ice cold beer is tasty. I mean, I
Oof.
have the same with whiskey, man. I don't know why people like whiskey.
Yeah, that's also an acquired taste. I like a whiskey and soda. If I had to have something harder than beer, it'll be a whiskey and soda, or Southern Comfort and Coke, or Malibu and Coke. But yeah, other than that, it's just beer. I don't really drink any other alcohol but beer.
Yeah, but but then again, I only have, or I never have whiskey. But when it's offered, it's usually the cheap brands, right? You always get the whiskey connoisseurs that tell you, well, you need the bottle of $200, right? You don't need this bottle from $10. Okay,
Dude,
so
yeah, I'm no whiskey professional. I cannot taste the difference. They all taste the fucking same to me.
Yeah.
Except the Jack and Lime. The Jack Daniels and Lime is good. That is nice. On the rocks, like that.
Do you ever have a cane and Coke?
No.
No.
In my younger years, because I'm South African, we all did brandy and Coke. But dude, I cannot drink that anymore.
Brandy and tequila as well. Both of those.
Oh, I can't drink tequila. I see Carl's put up there tequila. Dude, I cannot do tequila. Not at all. No. Big no for
I've
me.
no idea. I'd rather eat the worm in the bottle than drink the tequila.
Oh, yeah. Same here. I'm not a big fan of shots. I don't like getting drunk, and beer doesn't make me drunk, so that's why I drink a lot of beer. So I don't like getting drunk. Don't like the feeling.
yeah, my younger years went to Spain, right, with friends, and they have shots. The first thing we did when we came out of the bus, right, we had this bus trip, 24 hours, I don't know. And then the first thing we got there in the morning, we bought a bottle of tequila, and man, that didn't feel good. One trip to the toilet, and yeah.
Oh, red wine does that to me as well. Red wine is nice in winter in front of the fireplace, but other than that, no.
Yeah, too many bad experiences with tequila. Then when you smell it or taste it, like, oh man, no.
Oh man, it's vile.
Because you only drink it to get drunk, right, with friends, and you're
Yeah.
like, yeah, get a shot, yeah. And then
It's too quick.
Yeah.
So, like on beer, I can, for instance, drink say 18 beers, and then I feel like, okay, cool, I'm getting fucking tipsy now. And then after a case of beer, it's like, okay, cool, now I'm drunk, but I got there slowly, so I know where I am. But when you're drinking tequila, for instance, it's like shot, you sober, and then all of a sudden you're fucking hammered, and it's like, oh my god, how did I get here? And that's what I don't like. That screws me over too much. So I'd rather have a case of beer than 6 tequila shots. Fuck that.
I could, and I really enjoy a Belgian beer, right? So there's a difference between, I think it's called lager in English, right? It's just beer, just normal beer, 5%. When you have a good Belgian beer, Rochefort or
Duvel.
Yeah, Duvel, or I mean, that's tasty.
I think Stella is also, isn't that also a Belgian beer? Stella, the wife beater. They call it the wife beater.
We call it wife beater in the UK as well.
Yeah, Stella. I think it's also Belgium. Belgian.
I mean, a triple Belgian beer, man. It's always just tasteful with dinner or.
I think the Grolsch is the Netherlands beer. It's also not a bad beer.
It's peace water.
Dutch.
It's an acquired taste, though. I don't. I'm pretty sure there's nobody who's like tried beer for the first time and gone, "This tastes great."
Mm-hmm.
You have to drink it. regularly before it starts to taste nice.
You say that, and I know everyone says that, but you know what the funny thing is with me and beer is my grandfather used to drink a milk stout, and I was probably 6 or 7 years old, and he said, "Okay, well, yeah, have a sip of the milk stout," and I loved the milk stout. It was bitter, but it was very odd tasting. But as a still 7 year old, I loved having a little sip of my grandfather's milk stout. And yeah, as I grew older, I just grew into beer. It's very very odd, but yeah, I never had that feeling of I didn't enjoy beer.
Yeah,
But
I
I know
think it's.
most people say that they didn't
I,
like it.
I think it started with me when I was like 10, 12, and you could buy shandy, right? It's just beer with
Oh yeah,
7 Up, right? And that acquires the taste of beer more easily, I guess. So
yeah.
we buy a bunch of shandies with 0.01 alcohol, right? And they're like, like, yeah, we're drinking beer, man, yeah. Kids don't do this at home.
Yeah.
I got sick from the shandy, man. Just because you drank so much, it's like doesn't do anything to you, but you wanted to drink more because maybe you get drunk from a shandy, right? And then just
Oh,
get
you'll need a
nausea.
fucking ton of them though.
Yeah, but when you're little, right? I was like 10,
Yeah.
12. But you get stomach aches from just drinking so many.
Yeah, you don't get a hangover, but I remember
Yeah.
actually getting tipsy. We stole peach schnapps from my father's bar one day, and we were having little bits of peach schnapps. And I remember we got a bit tipsy. I was about 13 years old. This is the 90s. Oh, dude, I love the 90s. Oh, fuck. Naughty, and you get away with everything. And people were less of marshmallows back in the day. Now it's marshmallows for everything.
Yeah, the legal drinking age was 16 when I was young. So you could just
Where you from again?
Netherlands.
Oh yes, I remember. One of a work colleague, or not a work colleague. Yeah, we used to import pumps from the Netherlands when I worked as a project manager for a civil engineering company, and we used to import our pumps from the Netherlands. And the uh, owner of the fucking factory, him and his son came down, and he was at that time I think 18. But yeah, he was still allowed to drink alcohol that side, and fucking every second person smoked cigarettes. He came down smoking Marlboro Red cigarettes at the age of 16. I was like, what? Really?
Yeah, but they raised it. Like I think it
Yeah.
was like 10 years ago they raised that.
Yeah. He said the law was changing that following year or something. But yeah, it was very interesting to know that. And your driving age, when are you allowed to drive?
18.
Okay. Same as us.
Yeah. You could get hammered on your 16th, but still wouldn't be allowed to drive.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the clogs, that is for real. They still use them today, right?
Yeah.
That's for the wet
Certainly.
fields.
Well, it's mostly farmers use them, and
Yeah, for the wet fields and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
I know a guy that still walks on those.
They are called clogs, eh?
In English, they call it in Dutch klompen.
Klompen. Okay.
Yeah. Wooden shoes for people that don't. But it's only some farmers still use them, and it's a tourist gimmick when you go to the tourist places, right? So.
Yeah. Baie interessant.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Ziggy? How are you doing?
Oh, Ziggy's the Australian dude.
Yeah. He talked about interviewing an astrophysicist or something. I wonder how that went.
Yeah, he's probably got a bit of a head rush. He's upside down. Oh, dude, don't talk about another lockdown. We also just came out of another one now recently. So we still we're still in one, but in a less severe one. But yeah, they fucking up the economy so bad. This side is not even funny.
In South Africa at the moment, is the
Yeah.
supermarkets where you need the VATs to go in?
Say that again. Say that again.
Is there supermarkets where you need the V? I don't want to say the word on the server to
No.
go in the supermarket.
No.
Oh, okay.
Where did you hear that, if I'm asked?
I saw a video and it said it was South Africa and it was like a queue to go in a supermarket. You only got 15 minutes in the supermarket.
Nah, it's nonsense.
And you
It's
needed to
nonsense.
show a V card to get in. But I
Nah,
mean, it's nonsense, is it?
yeah, it's 100% nonsense.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
That queue was probably people lining up to get the vaccine. Oh, sorry, fucking get the jab. Sorry, YouTube. But yeah, we can buy and sell as we please. But alcohol was stopped until last week, so we can buy again. But Mondays to Thursdays, because you can only get to the cartoon virus on fucking Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So you can buy Monday to Thursday, not a problem. Fucking ridiculous. And I find it hilarious how in most stores I'm clinically dead with my temperature. I'm normally here by 33 degrees. Sometimes I fucking don't even register. Sometimes 29, and sometimes I'm the good temperature 36 point something, but most of the time I'm 33 point something, so I'm clinically dead. But yeah, they let me in. It's absolute nonsense.
Yeah, I had that a few times, and I laughed at the guy that's standing next to him. So I'm dead now. It's like,
Yeah, dude.
what the fuck is this, man?
Yeah, it's 37 and over, and they have to stop you.
Yeah, but as long as you're below that, it's fine. So even if you 20 something, it's fine. I've walked into places, and then you got to fill in this whole form. Do you have any symptoms? No. Do you fucking this? No. Have you been in contact with anyone? How the fuck does I know if I've been in contact with someone? Anyways, no. And then your temperature that they measured at the door, 29.8. It's like, okay, cool. And you let me through? Really? Oh man, those little machines are such gimmicks.
Yeah, what I've heard, but this is just my something I read on Twitter. I mean, I don't know if it's true, but they have like these 30 million of these tests laying in storage in the Netherlands, and they can't. Yeah, nobody's using them, or they cannot get rid of them, and now they have to be thrown away because they have a shelf date, right? So. So there's
Oh my
like
God.
100 million euros thrown away.
Yeah, so don't get me wrong. I do think there is
But I
something
don't
out
know
there
if
because
it's
it's
true. I don't
no,
know if
so,
it's true.
no, that could be true with the shelf life thing. But I'm saying the actual beer fucking virus that's going around. There is something out there that's causing the shit, but they're hyping it up completely. And the reason why I say yes, I do agree there's something out there is that my mother's boyfriend is a lung doctor, and yeah, he deals with patients all the time. And there is something out there, but it's obviously just hyped up. And yeah, I think it should
And
be
what does he have the same opinion about that?
not at all. So they all fucking got the jab. I said to my mother, she's stupid for getting the jab, but yeah, had to get it apparently because he's in the actual hospital himself.
Okay.
But yeah, they got it. They fine. She just got a whole bunch of mouth ulcers and shit on the second one. And I said,
Right.
well, fuck, what do you expect? And yeah.
Yeah, I had also people got a call. Yeah, I cannot go to work today because I got the second jab and got sick. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I won't take that nonsense. I don't even
Okay.
take the
Oh.
flu jab.
Mhm.
The only jabs
And
I
they
ever got.
all and the funny thing is they expect it, right? Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, sure, why not?
super gullible. It's shocking actually. Like the only jabs I got is from when I didn't have a choice when I was a baby, where I couldn't actually open up my mouth. Other than that, I'm not a person for jabs. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The last jab I got was when my dogs were fighting, and I had to split them up, and they were busy biting each other, and my one dog obviously bit me while I was separating them, and then
Mhm.
the doctor, so after he stitched me up, he said, "Okay, we'll just get the fucking tetanus injection just in
Oh
case."
yeah.
And that's the only other jab that I got.
Yeah, I was the last thing I got, but this was like 10 years ago maybe. I was working in hospitals, several hospitals around the Netherlands, and then I was, I think, I don't know, I was watching mainstream and somebody told me about hepatitis, right? And then I was like to my boss, yeah, I'm going to all these hospitals and then yeah, get a hepatitis shot and then you're fine. So I got the first one, but you need the second one. And then I was like, man, why bother anymore, right? So it was just something I was I pushed myself into it because I made myself crazy about it. You know what I'm saying? If you're not, if you're
Yeah,
just a
yeah.
blue-pilled normie and right, somebody tells you you could get sick and this and that, and like okay. But then the whole Mexican, well, they call it the Mexican flu in the Netherlands, but it's actually swine flu, right? That started was also like 5 years, no, 10 years ago. I can't remember. Swine flu.
That was recent. Yeah,
No.
10 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I remember you had swine flu, then Zika, and now Corona, right? So,
Jeez, we had some
Ebola.
fucking. We
Ebola. I
had.
mean,
Oh yeah, Ebola, but that's something. Yeah, something that's also quite recent. That's about 15 years. 15. Yeah, it's about 15 years, if I'm not mistaken. And then we had some shit with polony recently, like
okay.
2 or 3 years ago, where the polony was fucking infected and killing people. I don't know if you guys know what polony is. It's that like
No.
compressed meat. It's like spam, almost like spam. Wait, yeah, then we get like ham, but just way more budget.
Yeah, I know spam is. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like spam in ham cuts, basically. Polony. The leftovers. Calls. I know some humans that lick other people's asses as well. So the fact that dogs lick their ass, I don't think that's why we get tetanus, but I think it's something else in their saliva. There's actual bacteria in the saliva that causes it, or that's in there, and that's why you should get the shot after a dog bites you, even though it's got all its vaccines and shit. Which is something I actually want to stop doing because I actually read something recently where dogs used to live way longer in the past versus now. And in the past, I'm talking 100 years ago. Dogs' lives or pet lives are shorter because they're getting vaccinated. And I send my dogs in for their jabs every year as a good citizen. Oh fuck, too many years. As myself, I send my dog in for the jabs. But apparently they lived longer in the past, so it's something I might stop doing now. I don't know if you guys got any insight on that.
How much longer are you talking about?
So about 20, 25 years old, they used to live. That's for an average medium-sized breed, like a border collie, for instance, size. So medium to large breeds live longer, where the small breeds are always going to be problematic because that's not normal to be so small.
Yeah,
my
it's
cat.
interesting. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, my
Yeah, I
cat.
read. Sorry,
sorry.
I read some
Yeah.
article not too long ago. I actually bookmarked it. When I try to open it, I got a web page error. So I don't know if I have issues there, but it was from a legitimate site. It wasn't from a random site. It was from something legit. But I was linked to it from another place. So I need to find it again and I'll post it. Yeah, I found it very, very interesting. I should have saved the documents. Like I found old maps which I've now saved because this shit just gets deleted.
Yeah. I have a cat. It's now 16 years old, almost 17, and it was from asylum. Yeah, is that the correct word? So he got the shots and he's neutered, right? But after that, we didn't do any shots, because they tell you, yeah, you need to get your boosters and get you this and that, but we didn't, and it's still alive and kicking, man.
Yeah. So I only do the rabies shot, and I used to do the kennel cough, but I don't do that anymore. But I don't think I'll do any more jabs in the future after reading that. And she's 10 years old already, or turning 10 now in November. If I can squeeze a few more years out of her, I will definitely try to do that, because I lost my Dachshund from a stroke at 9 years, 9 months. And that was the hardest time I've ever had to deal with in my life. I cried for 4 days straight. So yeah, if I can squeeze as much healthy years out of my last little dog that I have with me, I will try to do that. One of the documented things in that article I read was I think she was not a princess, but some fucking, what do you call these, duchesses or whatever you want to call these people from the UK. I think it was the 1600s. She had a diary where she wrote about her pets that she had. And the one pet that died at like 28. The other, she had a poodle that lived to 28 years old, but one of those big poodles. And then she had not a corgi. Oh man, fuck! Too many damn beers. My memory's a bit lapsed here. Anyway, long story short, she wrote about her pets that she grew up with, and she had, I think, 4 pets that she grew up with, and yeah, they were like 20, 28 years old, 22, and then the other one didn't passed after she passed. It was still alive when this woman passed, but she had 4 pets. Very interesting read of her diary. So yeah, that's why I say. And this is the 1682 or something like that. If I can find it again, I'll definitely post it, yeah, guys. You guys will, if you guys are into that sort of thing, it's a pretty interesting read.
So, Beer Man, do you think animals would live longer if they were on a spinning globe, exist in nothing?
Of course they will.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why they live so short now, because they're not on a spinning globe. It used to spin back in the day, and then it stopped spinning, and then it was flat, and then it spinning again, and it's just the way shit goes. Beget. I do not know if they contain female hormones. If they do, then I am as woman as you get.
So let's look through the list. We got no new people on here, do we?
Nope.
Continue with dog longevity or wherever you were, sir. Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, Beget. I'll get you now. You could have sent that in DM though. My bad. I'm too shy to talk now. Beget. Nah, no, don't worry, dude. I know what you mean, Beget. I'm too lazy to type, that's why I just fucking speak to you rather.
Well, if y'all are gonna be quiet, we'll do a quick station ID. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live, the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Anyone listening anywhere on YouTube, click the link. Feel free to come in here, discuss the subject at hand. Do we live on a spinning ball that exists in nothing? That's the question. Back to you, Beer Man. What's your favorite beer?
Favorite beer? That's an interesting question, actually. It used to be a
You're the beer
Miller.
man.
Yeah, it used to be a Miller. However, I've gone back to our local brand here in South Africa, which is a Castle, and it's a Castle Light. It's 4% alcohol. I'm having it right now, and I actually have to get another one because I've got about an inch left in this bottle. So that's about 2 sips. And I have a lot of Castle Light. Great beer. Tastes
Is the
fucking
liquid
brilliant.
liquid in that bottle laying level, and when you tip it to the side, it remains level? That's weird.
It's actually concaved, so I think we live on a concaved Earth.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Could be.
Thanks for clarifying.
Because it can do a meniscus as well if I have to top it up. So then it could be a ball. I don't know. However, what I've measured with my P900, I haven't measured curvature. So even though my beer can prove opposite, long distance observation, I do not see curvature.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about a ball. It should definitely have curvature, but you can't seem to
It
find it.
should. It should with what we have been given, the size that we've been given. We should be able to see it or measure it, but we cannot.
Somewhere.
Isn't
Heard
that
crypto
curious?
pipe up. Give us a live report from the UK, sir. What's going on there?
Yes, I can confirm that I am on the streets in London, and people are not cucked anymore. They've realised that they live in a deceitful, lying governmental system, and that's the report.
Sweet.
Just don't say that too loud, Crypto, because my wife will fucking be very jealous that you live in London. She loves London or the UK.
Why?
She was there for 2 years, and she fucking just before, well, halfway through. The way we met was 2003. We met, and she no 2004 we met. Yeah, 2004 we met. There was on a half-year break, and she was back in South Africa, and then we met, and I was like, holy fuck, this is like my wedding woman. And then she left for the UK, and then when she came back in 2005, I saw her again at the same place, and fucking took her out on a date, and we've been dating since and got married and blah blah blah. So yeah,
You basically married the shit out of her, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I did, and yeah,
Sweet.
fuck. But she loves the UK. She just wants to be back there. Yeah, when you said where you at, I was like, oh fuck, hope she can't hear this because
Yeah. I bet she either lived in Wimbledon or Clapham.
So she was in Cardiff, and oh fuck, where's the other place she was at? Cardiff and somewhere else. She was working in hotels and shit.
Cardiff
Guildford.
Guildford's also not in London.
But yeah, I'm saying like she loved the place, but that's where she worked. But obviously went to London itself and did all that stuff.
Oh, so she never actually lived in London. But
No, she didn't live there, but she obviously went there.
Yeah, living in London is a very different experience to visiting London, because in London there's kind of like, I don't know if other cities are like this, but in London there's like a central tourist area, right? So that's where all the tourists go, and you got your Madame Tussauds, and you got your theatres, and you got all this other shit. Living in London is very much like, it really depends which kind of part of London you're in, because it's almost as if someone took like 40 villages and just glued them together with there's no kind of gap between the different villages, because you'll have like New Malden, which is literally half the population is South Korean, and then you go up the road and it'll be all Japanese, and then there's parts of central London that are like entirely just Italian people. You don't find anything other than Italians. There's like a French part as well, and then the South Africans kind of all live in Wimbledon, so that's kind of like little South Africa. There's loads of Australians and Kiwis there as well. So London's not really one kind of city. It's really just a bunch of small towns glued together.
It sounds like every other. I think it sounds like most cities, to be honest.
Yeah, I find that kind of a shame because, like, if I go traveling, I want to get a flavour of that place. I don't really want, say, if I go to like LA, I don't want LA to just be London, but
Yeah.
over there. Do you know what I mean? I
So
want
that-
LA to have its own flavour.
That's why I don't go to touristy places. That's why I've always said to people I've met online. A lot of people say, "Oh, they're so bad. You want to visit South Africa and they want to come to Cape Town, but they always go to the touristy places." So I said, "Dude, yes, my contact details. When you get here, contact me. Let me show you how it is to live in the country, because they just go to the touristy spots, and it's not the way we live. It's not the real experience. If you know what I mean, you're just gonna get the touristy experience. So I always say, dude,
Oh yeah, let's
contact
go to
me,
Table
I'll show you around.
Mountain. Oh, okay.
Oh, dude, you don't even see it from the touristy spots. I live in Bloberg Strand. You see Table Mountain all the damn time. It's fucking beautiful, but you don't see it from the touristy places. And I don't know why they don't show it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, they just go to Camps
I thought
Bay.
Table Mountain was like one of the big touristy spots. I thought that was where...
Yeah, so but that's right at the foot of it, but you cannot see anything. You just see rock. So
Yeah.
if you go into Google Maps now, Camps Bay, City of Cape Town, all those places, you drop your little yellow man on there, you won't see Table Mountain. You'll see a big rock in front of you, but you won't see it. Drop it in Bloberg Strand, you'll see the full Table Mountain, everything. Like that long observation video of mine. There we go. That's actually that's my photo. Oh no, wait, hold on. Is that my photo? How did you get that photo? Oh no, it's not my photo. But anyways, yeah, that's basically where I live. I live a kilometer from this photo that was just posted down now. My profile picture is actually on my photo I took from my drone.
Oh, by the way, I noticed earlier you were talking about how you drink red wine in front of the fire during winter, and I was just thinking, still pushing that cold winters in South Africa.
Oh yeah, we do get it, dude. 9 degrees Celsius gets cold down here.
Oh, that's so cold. 9 degrees.
Dude, about
That's still
150 Ks. Yeah, no. The coldest I've been is -5. I think it was -5. That was up in the mountains. I normally take my dog up to the snow. It's about 150 kilometers from here, from where I stay.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever had -15 degrees at ground level?
No.
Okay.
It's a different cold day.
You get to tell me how cold South Africa's winters are when you've had that.
Yeah, I know. It's a different cold, dude. Snow cold and cold is different. Like I get colder when it's 7 degrees here on the coast than I do when it's -5 in the mountains. It's a different cold.
I just got one question. Are you guys talking about similar latitudes, north and south? Or is England's more north, right?
Yeah, England's further north than South Africa is. I mean, South Africa's not that. I mean, it is pretty far past the equator, but it's like much nearer to the equator than the UK is.
All the reason I'm asking because I know it's an assumption, but you know, if the sun speeds up in the southern hemisphere, it doesn't affect the south. It doesn't create as much heat down there, allegedly. You know what I'm saying?
But it clings closer to the center anyway, so.
Right. There's more heat generally in the center, you know, north than south, but y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. But that's also why the UK has strange summers, because our summer days are very long. So if it's not raining, our summers, if we have like a really good summer where last summer was actually very good, virtually every day was just hot, perfect sunshine, and it goes on until like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, you know, and that's when the sun kind of goes down. Then our summers actually feel quite satisfying, even though they only last for a few months, you know, because it's just all the time, so it's great. But in other countries, like nearer the equator, you don't really get those longer days during the summer.
Yeah, you guys have a long like time before it gets dark, where when the sun sets by us, it's like dark immediately.
Yeah, there's that twilight period as well. I mean, I wasn't really talking about that, but that's also true. And that kind of, the twilight period in the north as opposed to the south. That difference is interesting because it kind of hints towards the globe model being incorrect.
Yeah, it's a lot shorter in the south, and it should be symmetrical if it's a ball, right?
Exactly, yeah.
It should be pretty much even if it's the light is hitting the ball on one side. But
Yeah, exactly. But it's not.
yeah, the twilight period in the south is a lot shorter in several places. I've seen that documented. There was a guy that used to travel between New Zealand and England, and he wrote a book. I can't think of his name right now, but he was talking about the differences in the weather, and it wouldn't make sense on a globe. Go ahead, Chris.
No, that I was basically going to say the same thing. You read my mind, Dave.
Hey, great minds, you know what they say.
Thing is, though, like, I have to point this out every time, but you know there's a second half to that phrase.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know it?
No, good, you go.
Oh, okay. So it's great minds think alike and fools never differ. So the idea is like, you might be agreeing because you're really clever or really stupid.
Yeah.
Right?
Go throw that qualifier in there. It's good idea.
But that is an interesting one.
One of my favorite ones is I'd rather be thought a fool than open my mouth and remove all doubt. I think that was Mark Twain.
Sorry, you seem to robot there, mate. Go again.
I'd rather be thought a fool than open my mouth and remove all doubt.
Okay.
I think that was Mark Twain. I'm probably breaking up, so I'll shut up.
I think you said I'd rather be thought of as a fool than open my mouth and remove all doubt.
That's correct, sir.
Right, so it's like saying, if you're an idiot, you should probably not talk. That sort of thing. Yeah, okay.
Hence the silence from Beerman's side.
All right. So what have you guys got planned for this evening?
Well, if the Americans will wake up, I'm going to probably play some squad. Other than that, I don't know.
You say Pheasant Squad? What is that?
It's a game I play. I'm part of a American team in a game called Squad, and we played Squad World. We won Squad World Championships in 2018. I think it was 2018 or 2019. And I've just been part of the team since then. And we normally join up on your guys Friday morning, afternoon, and then the whole weekend we normally play. It's like a military.
You go shoot pheasants or what? What's pheasants got to do with it?
Well, what's got to do with it?
Did you say pheasant like the bird pheasant?
No. I just said the Americans need to wake up because I want to play now. But you guys
He said play some squad, not pheasant squad.
Oh yeah, play some squad.
Okay. My bad.
Yeah. Sorry, I've had a few beers, dude. If I mumble a bit, my bad.
Yeah. I probably misheard you. It's my fault. Continue.
All good. Let me get an image of squad.
We just got a Glober guy join us, Indio 107 or 007. Why do you live on a ball, sir?
Why do I live on a ball?
Yeah.
Because I'm a pubic crab. What the fuck, dude? What kind of question is that? I live on a ball.
Just effing with you, sir. Sorry.
We got to get this clown Willis in here.
Who's Willis?
Yeah,
What you talking about, Willis?
he was in the VC and acting all nicely and oh yeah, and now he's doing the I know more than you guys. Oh, and where's your
Yeah,
mom?
I saw that.
Has he gone full retard?
Yeah, he was in the and he's claiming that he beat Elijah in a debate.
He said Elijah conceded the point. At what point was that?
Which Elijah? Sorry.
I think Elijah, not Elijah.
Okay. And what was the point? Does anyone know? Yeah, because in my experience, when someone says I won the debate, it's clear that they didn't actually win the debate. It's just that they think that the point they made was legit because they already have that opinion, and so it just becomes very circular. And then I told him 2 + 2 is 5, and because I believe 2 + 2 is 5, I won the debate.
Two plus two is 5, though.
Exactly.
If you have one with you.
He's the kind of guy that's on his high horse. Yeah, I don't need the what did he say? Treated like dirt. He's in the lobby and complaining people are treating him like dirt. But he has all this knowledge. He's all this knowledge.
Do we have
Does he have a measurement of Earth's curvature, Roger?
He doesn't.
Okay, so.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near the knowledge of what a lot of you guys are at when it comes to global flat Earth. The only thing that I do know is that I've measured the Earth in the sense of I went and took my P900 and tried to look for curvature and I didn't find it. So I don't see curvature, and that's why I'm here. Fuck, I don't see curvature. So I'm trying to learn more.
Yeah.
You're not alone,
Yeah,
Beer Man. Everybody goes out to look for it, can't find it.
Oh,
You're
you're
roboting
roboting me.
hard, Dave. No. But yeah, it's the basic tenet, isn't it, Beer Man? It's
Yeah,
the
dude.
thing. It's the rock that we all sit on. Is we see too far.
Yeah, and then what you've been told and what you've been taught and what you listen to later on in life, like when I say that is when you actually hear what you've been taught, it's like, holy fuck, did I really believe that? Yeah, it's shocking what we were taught, but you weren't taught to think. That's the big issue, I think.
Yeah, it's like when you're talking about the Mexican beer germ. I went to a friend's house a few weeks ago, and his mother tried to ouchie shame me. I was just like, okay, whatever. Just basically saying, no, I'm not going to be doing that, and giving my libertarian arguments. And she literally just said to me, she goes, oh yeah, well, I'm just really glad we've got some really good scientists. I was just thinking in my head, like, first of all, they're not scientists. They're actually, most of them are mathematicians, based on zero data. But second of all, like, how the fuck could she possibly know that? I mean, it's like, how could she possibly? You're just saying it. She's like, oh, well, the TV told me that they're trustworthy, and because I trust them, I'm gonna act like this is objective truth, and then project that onto the world. But there's no way that this woman could possibly verify any of the shit she's being told. But people just say it like it's fact. It's just so pathetic.
Doesn't Fauci have some court case or some shit going on now?
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's in some deep shit for the other stuff that's come out now.
For being a fucking liar.
Yeah.
Well, be a good start, I guess. But I can't see anything that would actually matter happening now. They're balls deep into this, so yeah. No one, nothing that actually matters.
I read something quite funny on my Google News feed here early on, actually. Let me see if I can get that up here. Yeah, Fauci warns US could be what could really be in trouble in inverted commas from variant worse than Delta? Oh fuck! What's next? What's after Delta? A B C D E Echo. That's going to be the next Echo variant.
Epsilon.
Oh my god! I'm going to get another beer. I'll be right back.
Noticed how come out so that sorry next video, and the British media are scrambling to kind of excuse it away, and like, oh well, they don't have it because sunlight. The diet is better. It's like, guys, fuck off. It's because the narrative is a lie. So it's started raining really heavily. So
I'm back. See what I mean? I'm not a weed man. I'm a beer man.
Man, bear pig.
is that related to Spider Pig?
It's from South Park.
Yeah. So checkmate. Have you seen the British media scrambling to excuse the Indian lack of death?
Yeah, half of it was saying, "Oh, the vaccines are effective." Sorry, is that like a trigger word on the live stream?
Ouchie!
Yeah. Rather not talk about the V thing.
Yeah, apologies. But yeah, I have seen it, Crypto. It's kind of funny, but people seem to follow it.
Yeah. Like they don't. No one ever takes the. No one ever just goes, "Oh, hold on, they've been wrong about literally everything. Maybe the whole thing's bollocks." No one ever. Like no. It's the most obvious conclusion, but no one ever makes it for some reason.
Well, it's the same thing with the globe. It's not lack of curvature. It's just everything but that. It's refraction. It's this. It's laser. It's just anything but the truth.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, the only reason I could see Chicago from weather is because I it's just ripped a fat bong, and that's why I can see it.
Chicago's real high.
Yeah, it's not because it's flat. It's because like you say, everything else. Keep waiting for people to wake up. I don't think it's ever actually going to happen. Not fully. We'll see.
Am I still roboting? I guess Willis isn't going to make the cut. He's not in here yet.
No.
What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis?
Willis,
talking about spinning glow.
Isn't that the guy from the other day?
Yeah, he's now on a high horse.
Oh, fantastic.
Sweet. Ooh, can I talk to him? I was waiting for him.
Gonna be a big fall.
Wait. I haven't spoken to a complete retard in about a week, so it'd be good to talk.
Have you been hibernating?
It's been working, mate, to be honest.
I walk outside the door and they're just everywhere.
Or retards, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm in a weird position at the moment because where I'm kind of working every evening, I'm doing a lot of entertainment work, all of the people who are like coming out to bars and pubs don't believe in this shit. So actually, it's almost like an elite sample of people who aren't retarded enough to go along with the narrative. So it's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, they just don't give a fuck.
No, they're just like yeah, this is bollocks. I want to enjoy myself. Let's go. You know?
Good on you.
I know I'm not talking just about me, but about like people in general, like the people who come out to the events that I'm putting on. Right?
Yeah, well, I'm glad it's picking up for you, mate.
It's taking its time.
It's about fucking time, isn't it?
It certainly is. Are you finding? Oh yeah, because you're actually still at home, aren't you?
Yeah, we have got a return date though.
Okay, cool.
The 6th of September, and then we've actually got a summer party on the 9th.
Really? Fucking hell. Is that going to be all like, you must not go within 2 meters of anyone, and
Well,
make sure
fucking hope
you
not.
wear a diaper? Yeah.
They spent 50 grand on it.
Fuck, really?
Yeah.
Jesus. And they didn't even hire me, the cunts.
I'll tell you what, yeah, I should put them in touch. That'd be so funny.
I actually don't have a spare night anymore. Well, she's working constantly, but I suppose it depends on the money. Like if someone comes up to me and goes, "Oh yeah, I'll give you $1,000 to like DJ a Saturday night," I'd probably do it. You know.
Well, thinking back, we did have a DJ for the Christmas party, so maybe it's something I could sort out. I'll just speak to the right person, you know.
Well, you know what my DMs are, mate.
Yeah. Well, we'll try and sort something out. See if that's actually possible.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Because they pay
sure.
out the nose.
I'm sure they do, yeah. I remember there was an award ceremony I used to DJ for, and it was like, I remember they phoned up, and I was like, "Oh, who are you with?" And they told me, and I just literally tripled my price, and they were like, "Yeah, that sounds legit." It was like, okay,
That's how it works.
right. Yeah, and I spoke to one of my mates, and he was like, "Yeah, you shouldn't charge more." I was like, "How the fuck was I supposed to know that?" No one tells you this stuff. It's like, you know, when there's like a public sector fee, which is really low, and then there's a private fee, and then there's a private business fee, and they're all different.
Not even I knew that. I just knew people were paying ridiculous amounts of money for hardly anything, really.
Yeah, I mean, I've done like children's entertainment for like let's just say a banking group. I don't want to get too specific.
Yeah.
And I charged 450 quid for an hour and a half. And they were like, "Yeah, that's cool." I was like, "Okay."
That's like an hour's interest, mate.
Yeah, exactly. I just think, yeah, that's where people's money, like when you bank with one of these banks, that's where your money goes, to paying people who are prepared to ask for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Crypto, didn't you say you got some South African heritage or some shit?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, they were farmers.
Yeah, we have Willis joining. Welcome, Willis.
Excuse me.
Oh, Willis is here.
How are you doing this fine day, Willis?
Yeah, I'm gonna rib Willis a new asshole.
We can't hear you, Willis. So, can you?
Of course, he's gonna have all sorts of mic problems, and he's gonna make all sorts of excuses.
Willis, we can't hear you. So maybe you can leave and enter, and so we can. Maybe it's a Discord thing.
Has he got the right roles as well?
Yeah, he has VC verified. He has coincidence theorist and pretender clown. So.
Oh, nice. Okay, all the correct roles then.
Yeah, I think so. So Willis, maybe your connection or your microphone, or if you really want.
Apparently, it worked fine to kick Elijah's ass.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right? All of a sudden, we just have an instantaneous tech failure.
Should have seen that coming.
He can't hear us.
Maybe it's the NASA delay.
Yeah, there's not satellite near him, so let's wait for satellite to be overhead.
90% of computer problems are between the seat and the monitor.
and most of the rest.
Oh my god, I love that.
I'm still in that one, Indio.
Well, you can tell I'm in IT, so.
Yeah, he said RTC disconnected, so I think it's a Discord thing, but so.
Well, maybe he
Yeah,
can just leave and
yeah,
come back. He might need to actually. To be fair, I had a problem with this before I updated my Discord a couple of weeks ago. I was joining and then getting kicked within 30 seconds, and then I updated my Discord and it's fine. So I don't know if he's on the phone or whatever.
No, he's not on phone. It normally shows a little mobile phone. That looks like
Oh,
app or
he's
browser.
he's pissed now. So he's pissed, and I have to go out for drinks. I will join this weekend, Sunday for sure. So.
What you talking about, Willis?
Oh, now he's leaving.
So
I want to have him come in here and defend 7-6R because that is ridiculous. Or GPS or anything he said. Everything he said was utter bullshit. Spewing at the mouth in the lobby, doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's all hearsay.
Maybe you
That's what I find ridiculous. That's why I joined the Discord, just to learn a bit more, because once you go and test it for yourself, you'll see there's no curvature. And that was for me the big thing, is just to find, if you can find curvature, then you're living on something spherical. But if you cannot find curvature, then what the fuck are we living on? If that makes sense. And anyone can go test this themselves. Come on, it doesn't cost a lot of money. It costs some money, but not a lot of money. If you really want to know what you live on, go test it. Cool. You don't live on a fucking ball. Then what do you live on? You come to a place like this and you learn. And that's why I'm here. But yeah, they're too ignorant. You fucking introduce this to someone. No, but they fucking seen it from space. They've done this, they've done that. But I'm doing it on the fucking ground and I don't measure curvature. So what the fuck? It's shocking how naive they say we are. Oh, sorry. How they say we naive, but fucking how naive they are. But yeah, anyways, you guys carry on.
Willis said he's going to join from his home machine this weekend. Out of time now.
Yeah, he's not that important. Whether he shows up or not, no one gives a shit.
Yeah,
he said in the lobby he refuses to be talked down to by people that are not as smart as he is.
Oh, right. Okay. I'd
Yeah.
like to know what his IQ is then, because we can talk about intelligence research, which I doubt he knows anything about.
What makes you what makes you smart though? Like I don't know a lot of stuff, but I might know a lot of stuff that you don't know. So where does the intelligence test come in from?
I'll tell you, his standard of intelligence is that we think the Earth is flat, so he's automatically smarter than us.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So where's his measuring tool?
He said we have no measurements. That's what he said. He said we have zero measurements. We have no
Right.
model.
Because GPS, right? So ignore the fact that the laser
thing that
hit
he
the
doesn't know how it works.
Ignore the fact that the laser hit the target. GPS.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer your question from earlier, Beer Man. I mean, there is obviously a very hard line between knowledge and intelligence, right? I would define intelligence as someone who's extremely interested in this subject. I would define intelligence as basic processing speed of the brain, and so knowledge doesn't fit that definition. So if you know lots of stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean you're intelligent. Intelligence is the ability to process things accurately at speed. Yeah. So I don't know.
Fucking spot on. Yes, 100%. I agree with you. 100%. Just because I cannot regurgitate the fucking second law of thermodynamics does not make me dumb. You know what I mean? I can regurgitate a lot of other shit that I know that a lot of people don't know that I've learned.
However, intelligence might come into it. Say, like the first time you heard that, if you understood it instantly, or if you took a while to understand it, or if you didn't understand it, right? So if you are very intelligent, you're probably more likely to understand the second law of thermodynamics straight away.
Okay,
if
fair
you're
enough.
quite intelligent, maybe you'd need 2 or 3 goes, and if you weren't intelligent, you might be told it 6 times and never understand it.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, that's very, very basic, and you have different kinds of intelligence, and you get people who are good in areas and bad in other areas. And all that.
100% agree with you there. Perfect. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, self-awareness must come into it as well, because these ignorant cunts come in here and they think they know everything.
Well, this is the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? I must have talked to you about this before, Checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just for anyone who doesn't know, people who are kind of unskilled in an area have the tendency to overestimate their ability, and people who are skilled in an area have the tendency to underestimate their ability. So when you get a Glober who's just dribbling out the mouth retarded, he doesn't actually know that he's dribbling out the mouth retarded. And so that's why he falls for all the fallacies, and that's why he thinks that when someone wears a lab coat and calls himself the science guy, that guy is clever, because this guy is retarded and thinks, and those things work on him, basically.
Well, I just want to point out something he said. This guy, Willis, said, he refuses to talk about curvature because we refuse to accept 7.6R for refraction. Now, I should say this. It's not just us that refuses that. Okay? So if you look at the Department of Transportation manuals, they don't use 7.6R. Depending on where you are, apparently, depends on how much light refracts. So in Greece, it's 0.13, 7.6R is 0.166. Massachusetts Department of Transportation uses 0.17 coefficient. Montana uses 0.14. So depending on where you are, and this is even more funny, is that the further you get away from the North Pole, apparently light bends more the closer you get to the equator. Because the coefficient that they use for engineering and making roads and surveying, it grows. So it's not us that just don't accept 7.6R. 7.6R is not a standard. It's just this way. It's something that Mick West decided is going to be the standard, and Globers have been spewing this since he says 7.6R is the standard for surveying. It's not. It's one particular standard for one particular, organization that uses that.
So I do have a question for you, India, and it's something I thought about a while ago, and you're actually the perfect person to kind of delve into this. 7.6R, right? That makes the ball 16% larger, or whatever it is, 15.5% larger.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
But that means that the objects that you're looking at would actually be physically, or at least optically, 15.5% further away, which in terms of the inverse square law would make them appear much smaller. Is that ever factored in?
That's a good point. Yeah, they should. Everything should appear stretched. Like
or
stretched
smaller.
out.
Just smaller generally, because it's further away optically.
Well, that's what I mean by stretched. Like the optical path is stretched.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Does it increase, say it's 16 times further, does 16 times further than that increase the previously 16 times further image at all?
It's 0.16 times further. It's like...
Or 0.16 times further, would it increase the 0.16 times further previous image that you saw? So carry on until it's too small to be able to see?
That's the thing. I don't know.
That makes sense.
That's why I'm asking. Like, is that factored in, or is it just kind of they wave it over this part of the optics, and then they don't even consider what the effects would be on the other, on the actual optic itself?
Yeah, they're applying it to one particular thing. Basically, is a flatter curve, right? Like, what's the profile that we're looking at? They don't apply it to like everything else because it would be like a lensing effect. So the objects that you're looking at should appear smaller because they're going to appear % further away. So if it was 100 miles away, it would appear 16 miles away. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's ever been kind of even brought up to them, and what the answer would be and all the rest.
Well, I think
now I'm going to actually use that. I'm going to go over some images and see what comes out, see what shakes out.
Isn't that the same as when Nathan Oakley brings this up a lot, right? They hijacked perspective and called it Earth curve. So in any Earth curve calculator, you have no accounting for perspective. So a 100-foot tower would be still a 100-foot tower in their Earth curve calculators. Are you alluding to that?
That's not really what we're talking about, but I know what Oakley's talking about. Using absolute values as opposed to there are no absolute values in perspective. They just don't exist because 10 feet doesn't appear as 10 feet if it's 5 miles away versus 10 miles away versus 20 miles away. That same 10 feet doesn't look 10 feet, but orthographically, side view, yeah, it all appears like the same size. You don't see the sides of our head. So, the funnier thing is, why do they use 7.6R in the first place? Is because they can't actually model a curved ray with a refraction. So the purpose of using 7.6R is they inflate the globe to a larger size, and then they use basically straight rays instead of using like curved rays. It's equivalent, right? So the way to do it would be, okay, you have a regular sized globe, you have a ray of light that curves around the ball, from the object curves around the ball to the camera, but they can't do that. They can't do that calculation or do it mathematically to any degree of precision, certainty. Whether they can do it at all is questionable. So what they do is just say, well, the globe just appears a little bit larger, so we're going to blow the globe and we're going to just do everything in straight geometry where the rays of light go straight. This is literally what they're doing. Blow up the ball and then assume the rays of light are straight. And call it, this is a model of curving rays. It is so disingenuous and slimy that I don't really even know what to say.
So it's like bendy, straight, curved rays that are straight.
Yeah, because they can't model the curved rays. So they just say, we're gonna assume we're gonna blow up the ball and flatten the curves of the rays so that we can just use straight rays of light.
Yeah, it's really, really slimy.
Which is just a model anyway, because light isn't really a ray anyway. So I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah, it's like, I often use the unicorn as an example, but it's like saying, well, we know unicorns exist because horns exist, and we assume that the horn is on this horse over here, and we know that horses exist, so therefore unicorns exist. So, no.
Geez, that sounds like T-Jump.
Don't give them any ideas.
So I now remember when Willis came in for the first time. He came in with the black swan. The second image QE uses also, and he demanded an explanation. Right? He demanded why the horizon was in front of the second oil rig, and if we couldn't explain, then Earth is still a ball. That was his shtick.
Wow. I think this. I don't know exactly if there's a current term for this fallacy, but I think it would be aptly called like an anchor fallacy, whereas which is related to anchor bias, which is the idea that the first thing that you're taught is the thing that you're more likely cognitively to kind of side with. But this anchor fallacy that I already believe that it's a ball, and therefore if you don't disprove it, then it stays a ball. There's nothing logical about that at all. But they seem to kind of use this as a cognitive defense tool. I guess let's just call it an anchor fallacy. Why not? Unless someone's really named it.
Well, it's really just a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
No,
right?
it's not
trying to reverse the burden.
It's different because the burden of proof reversal is like that's saying, oh, I think that you should disprove the thing that I should be proving. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where they say that if you can't prove it, then I will stay with it. They're not even kind of talking about the burden of proof itself. They're just saying that I'm going to stick with this with no proof, if you can't satisfy my ridiculous demands? Just I know that they're very similar, but do you see where I
That's
think they're different?
confirmation bias.
Yeah, I see. I see the distinction. There's certainly a distinction, but this is a thing they used to do. They've given up on it. Back in the early days of the server. This is the thing. My appeal to majority fallacy is, I'm going to use my appeal to majority fallacy because the globe is the commonly accepted model, so you have to prove it wrong because the most amount of people believe that. So that's like two logical fallacies wrapped into one: the burden of proof reversal and to appeal to majority or appeal to tradition or appeal to credentials, all sandwiched into one.
It's like,
how many can they crush together? Yeah, exactly.
It's like a fallacy sandwich. You go to Subway and it's like fallacy way. Like, how many fallacies would you like in your sandwich today? Yes. Can I have all of them, please?
Well, the record I've seen is 11 in 2 sentences. In COG disc, man, literally 11 in 2 sentences. Me more vet seen it was like, this is unbelievable. Like, how did you do that? Like, I might go back to the globe just for the sheer ingenuity of your irrationality.
That's actually impressive. How do you even squeeze that many? It's like there are more fallacies than words. There's a fallacy to word ratio of like 1.2 or something.
Yeah, I can calculate that.
Yeah, 7/6 F.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have too many unions. Too many unions. Welcome.
Too many European unions, maybe.
So the lunar cycle and the shadows you see differing.
Sounds like an orgy.
Yeah, you have control of your mic. Too many unions. So I was wondering, you think that the lunar cycles and the shadows you see differing throughout the month is the proof that the Earth is a globe? So those in the lobby. I mean, can you explain or elaborate?
Are they in the VC?
Yeah, he's in the VC.
Well, that makes perfect sense, Roger. If they would say about something in the sky to prove the ground, I mean, they never say that. Wow.
I mean,
Okay. Well, maybe we can hear from them.
and he says that there is evidence. It's just a matter of how you look at it and whether it satisfies you or not.
Well, obviously, but the larger question is whether it satisfies any objective standard at all, and that's really what matters.
Right. So if I measure the table, my table, right, and I show you the measurements, and you do it, right, and then you come to the exact same measurements, then what is there to debate about then, right? What is there not satisfying about measuring an object and then knowing its size instead of looking at the sky and then speculate about what it can be, whilst you will never go there to test it? And nobody's gonna shut you down in VC. He's got to go in a bit. Okay, well, anyway, objective reality, right? What can we objectively prove? By measurements, not by speculation, looking and declaring.
I had a quick question about y'all's discussion of the 7.6 Arley refraction, shit, whatever. None of what they come up with could justify anything close to the observations like the black swan moving over. Am I correct saying that?
Well,
There's nothing they can say to justify the horizon moving at least 10 times.
Yeah, you're correct. There's no citation where it actually talks about the horizon being moved further. It's always in relationship to the horizon. So
Right, it's objects above the horizon and the way the light acts with what
right. And QE made a great presentation, Andrew Thomas Young, right? How he conjured, right? It's magic. Conjured the terrestrial refraction 706R, and pretty funny. But there is no citation that actually says that the horizon is being quote unquote loomed up and moved 10 times further. It's always in relation to the horizon.
Exactly. That's the point I wanted to get out there. They have nothing to show the horizon is being affected by whatever.
But it's funny, right? These globers, they tell us, well, you won't accept that we assume the R value and use 7/6R to make the Earth bigger, right? And then it fits the math. It's the most shittiest excuse ever. Why would
That's
you
true,
bet the
Roger. It's
question?
like they're saying, because you don't accept our assumptions, y'all are stupid.
Right.
They're saying.
Right. But we got a formula, right? If only if you accepted our assumption of R, then we can prove R, right? We show you with this equation. You only need to assume it with us, right? Let's go. I had a guy in the cognitive dissonance and constantly asking, why would they lie? All these government officials couldn't be lying. And then I showed him the National Geographic documentary where they lied, right? Where they showed you a boat with the stripes and the horizon behind it. And he just ignored it, didn't want to talk about it, nothing.
Yep.
That's
right there
the
in your face.
craziest
There's
thing.
people lying to you.
It's crazy,
exactly.
right?
Good job. Yeah.
So the one of the biggest guys in the field, National Geographic, needs to lie about the horizon, and they even tell you, well, the bottom of the stripe, the stripes of the boat are missing, so that couldn't be anything else than curvature. Whilst they zoom in on the boat and you see the horizon behind it, right? So they lied. But why would they lie then, right? Yes, Glober, why would they lie? And there's just silence and nothing. But why would NASA or SpaceX lie? Well, we need to explain it, right? We need to explain why would they lie about that. But if a big guy like National Geographic or PBS with the helicopter lies with their so-called tests, then it's okay, right? We don't need to explain why would globers don't need to explain that. Artistic freedom, right? It's artistic freedom. Yeah, too many. That's why I hit the topic, right? Globers deny or won't address the fact that National Geographic lied in their documentary. They lied about the boat and the stripes disappearing bottom up, and they told you it couldn't be anything else than Earth curvature. And we see the horizon behind the boat. Now, why would they lie about that? Right? Why? And if we ask that question, then we get crickets, nothing. But we have to explain, why would they lie about space? Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth, right? Go to National Geographic and ask them, why did they lie about the boat and the stripes? Why did PBS in their documentary lie and showed you in a helicopter with that used twice, right? They used the scene twice. Why did they do that? Go ask them. You will not get an answer. So do you imagine us going to NASA and ask, why would you lie? Why do you lie? We wouldn't get an answer, right? Lie is lie. They don't give you an answer. And even if they did, would you believe a liar that lied to you in your face? Would you believe it? It's most important for you as an individual to acknowledge that they lied, right? They lied about it. Motive is not
Well
important.
said, Roger. Good job.
Why isn't proof of the lie not good enough? Why do we have to explain why? Seriously. Like, you can look at the image and see that they lied. Why does there need to be an explanation about why?
Well, they're in the kind of first stage of mourning, aren't they? Like the only reason you would actually ask that question is because you kind of know it's true already. Like, but why? Why? You know, obviously they don't sound like that, but I think the other thing is that they know that it's a question that's impossible to answer. Like, how the fuck could we possibly know? Yeah, why did Dave lie about eating cookies out of the jar? I don't know. Ask Dave. Why would I know?
They were chocolate chip is why.
Well, fair enough. See, now we know. Why would Dave lie? You know, no. Why would Dave eat the cookies? Because they were chocolate chip. There we are, done.
And no valid answer of why they would lie would register within the brain of somebody asking why would they lie. Like, they're not going to cognitively have the ability to understand why the lie when they can't even understand the lie to begin with.
Yeah. I think my favourite answer to it, even though most people I say it to don't actually understand what I'm saying, is why wouldn't they lie when you unquestioningly believe them? And that is really what's going on, is that you unquestioningly believe them, so it doesn't matter if they tell you the truth or not, because you're not checking anyway. You know, that's obviously what's going on.
It's like when the mechanic sees a female who obviously knows nothing about a car, right?
Yeah. Suddenly, that part costs 3 times as much. Oh, that's not normal. I'm gonna have to check that in for a service. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, this definitely needs to be replaced. It's only going to cost you about $500. Typically, it's $800, but I'll give you a deal. When it doesn't need to replace, and even after they get the $500, they probably won't replace anything to begin with.
Yeah.
That's why they would lie.
And it's amazing how people still fall for that.
Yeah, money. That's why. Money and power control.
And governments lied to us. Vietnam War,
No, they don't. Governments lie to us?
Weapons of mass destruction, right? They lied to us. But this time, nah, man, they don't lie. They didn't lie.
Why would they lie?
I think my favourite quote on this is, it doesn't matter who you vote for because the government always gets in.
Right? We did have somebody in Cogdis that was basically saying for about an hour that the government would never lie, and then it did eventually admit that government lies. Why did it take you an hour?
Right? Not about this though, yeah? So now they're experts on what the government would lie about, somehow.
Right. And they were saying, well, they only lie about important stuff, like
Like
healthcare.
where you live, for instance. I know they don't lie about this because my personal feelings are that they don't lie about this. Brilliant.
Feelings? What?
No, I don't have feelings because feelings are gay. Surely someone gets the
You
reference.
should put that in your lyric.
No, that's someone else's lyric. I just stole it.
Okay. It sounded like you were singing it though. Made me think of your tune. The cadence was the same.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Crypto's a good singer. He has a nice voice.
Aw. Thank you. Love you too.
Yeah,
I'll
bro,
slip you that. I'll slip you that $10 later. Yeah.
I don't need toilet paper, I'm good.
Can I keep the change?
Keep the change, you filthy animal. So is everyone ready for Chicks Night in about, I don't know, hour and a half, something like
What's
Yeah,
there
man.
to get ready for?
It's 2.5 hours, right?
that? Oh, is it?
I think so.
I don't know.
Yeah. That always
Oh,
starts.
I booked my DJ set tonight deliberately to coincide with Ladies' Night, so I didn't have to appear. Don't tell them though. About 9 o'clock GMT now, blimey. It used to be 7, I remember. Mind you, in the UK, we're in bullshit time now, aren't we, Elisha?
Isn't that every time?
You know, it's like you've got GMT and then you've got BST.
I don't even know what I am. I just know my time.
You're in Yorpy time.
In Yarpy time.
Yeah.
I'm so far from a Yarpy.
Let me think then.
Yeah, you unfortunately have a bit of Joburg roots on your side.
Hey, don't be Joburgist.
I've never even been to Joburg.
Oh, really? It's nice. Yeah.
No, it's not nice.
It's nice. Well, the parts I've been to are nice. It's basically just farm, to be fair. I haven't actually been to the. Well, I've been to the kind of main. I don't even know if you call it a city. It's not really a kind of city I've been to before, but you kind of go there and you leave. You don't really stick around.
Yeah.
You go there because you have to, and then you leave as quickly as possible.
Exactly.
But I've been on to like the suburbs of Joburg, and they're quite nice. Pardon me. So I just got a touch of the COVID.
Yeah, luckily I've got an antivirus on the machine.
Hey, one of them Fauci outies, they're safe and effective. So go
Sounded
get
like
you one right
COVID
now.
touched you in a place it shouldn't have.
Well, I can't have one. I need to have 2, and then probably a booster, and then the booster, and then the booster, and then I'll need one for alpha, beta, delta, sigma, epsilon, the variants. Then there'll be a Delta variant, and I'll need to get 2 shots for that. So once I've had my 56 shots, I should be fine.
At least you prepared.
Exactly. For something that would definitely not kill me anyway. Sweet.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear about the dude in Canada? I don't have too much of the details that they had fined him and he went to court, practically won against it. So now that whole city or whatever is opened.
What they like said you can't. What was this to do with, like face diapers or?
So he demanded that they provide
You just cut out, bro. Did Elbow just cut out for me, or is it me that's cutting out?
No, you cut out for me as well.
Yeah, he's gone. Come back, Elbow. I know what he's talking about, but I'll let him tell him. I watched the video about it.
All right. Dave, how's your kind of Latino accent?
Very poor, mine. What do you mean, man? I can't do no Latino. All I can do is like cheese.
You're like, hey, Holmes. So anyway, I was telling you about Canada. That's definitely an accent I can't do.
But what Elbow was talking about is this guy in Canada, I think it's Alberta province. He was fined like $1,200 for not wearing a diaper on his face. So he took it to like a certain step of court and cut to the chase. He got them to admit that they cannot isolate said B word in writing in court. They have no proof for it.
Yeah, really.
Did I cut out or did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that bit. That's a stunt sign. So they actually fucking admitted it in court now.
Yeah, they've got it on court documents. They can't isolate said Mexican beer junk.
Right, okay. Yeah, because there was a team of Irish lawyers that took the Irish government to task over this. They did a freedom of information request, and they said, basically, can you provide us any information? And they didn't, and they didn't, and they didn't. And then the deadline was like 2 days past, and they said, right, we're taking you to court. And they then hurriedly kind of issued a little statement kind of saying, yeah, we haven't got anything. Like, your request can't be fulfilled, was basically what they sent them. And this was like last year, like June or something. It's like fucking months
Yeah,
ago.
that was in the very beginning. I remember you telling me that.
Yeah. So it's like all of this stuff's going to come out in the wash, I'm sure. But it's like, how long is it going to take? Because the mainstream will never admit it. But it's just whether the average person understands that this is a scam. I think a
So
lot
it's
do
like,
now. Sorry, go on.
so it's like asking for evidence of the C word is kind of like asking for evidence of the radius value. When it just comes down to it, they can't provide any.
Yeah, literally, they'll just tell you, well, we've got this idea and we think it works like this, and here's what the mainstream tells us, and all this other stuff. But when it actually comes down to brass tacks, they got nothing.
I mean, what you say, Crypto, about wondering whether they'll wake up or whatever, I think they're just way too traumatized now.
I've found that in my life, trauma has been a big learning experience for me down the road. So I wonder if people aren't gonna, like, maybe it's not gonna be straight away, but people are gonna learn, oh, actually, shit, the government doesn't care about me. You know, and then that way of thinking then leads to other things down the road.
But yeah, you might be right, but I guess it depends on whether the media turn this into some sort of, remember 9/11, like never forget COVID. Sorry, yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is that, like, people have their own experiences, and virtually nobody's experience of this has been positive. So whether they've had like mental health problems or whether they've had some other bullshit happen to them in their lives, like a lot of people have suffered financially, they realize now that the government doesn't have their back. They don't give a fuck about them. Do you see what I'm saying? So it doesn't actually matter what the media has to say now. It's about their personal experience.
Yeah.
I was just on the tube back there, and I would say a third of people weren't wearing masks. Right, a third of people weren't wearing the diapers. And like London transport is very much like you must wear it to enter the station and you must wear it to get on the tube. A third of the people are like, nah, fuck off. and that's the people who both are of the opinion that it's bullshit and are prepared to actually like go ahead and say fuck you. And I would estimate that another third or so are kind of just complying. Like I've got a mate who doesn't believe in it, but he wears his diaper because he's like, oh yeah, I don't want to cause any friction and I don't want people to feel like unsafe around me and all this stuff. And I'm sure there's loads of people like that as well. That they're much more social compliers than they are believing the narrative.
Funnily enough, I actually saw an article this morning that said young Londoners will be most likely not to get the V, you know?
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That does not surprise me at all.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I think it's mostly old people that's getting it.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't going to get it anyway, obviously, because I'm not retarded. But as soon as I started seeing stuff about fertility, I was just like, yeah, I think the second you start saying this is going to fuck with your fertility, every woman who wants children isn't going near that with a 10-foot pole.
Well, originally you weren't even supposed to get vaccinations when you were pregnant. This is like a recent, development, really, because back then they waited until you weren't pregnant or whatever until a certain age. Now it's like they're pushing it earlier and earlier and earlier.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, the regimen for vaccination in the United States was a total of 8 vaccines over a period of years. Now it's upwards of 50 plus.
It's never ending. And the ingredients, accumulate in the body. They're not all just, eliminated. And injecting something into the body is much different than eating it. It could just lodge in, the body somewhere, in the bloodstream or in the brain or in the muscle even.
Yeah, especially if there's an adjunct in there that helps to weaken the blood-brain barrier to allow things to easily implant into the brain.
Yeah, originally they did that because the brain was not really taking these drugs. The brain was like, you're not getting past this barrier. So they're like, well, how do we break this blood-brain barrier? We need drugs to break through it. And guess what's in vaccines? Those very same freaking drugs, polysorbate 80 and others. Once something gets in the brain, it's extremely hard to get out because nothing should be up there in the first place.
Apart from fresh oxygen, it's the only thing that should be going in and out.
Well, the narrative behind vaccination is so strong and the belief in bedrock faith in it is so unquestionable. They're like, it has to be something else correlated with something else other than vaccines as to why there's this epidemic of autism and, autoimmune disease. It has to be some sort of genetic act of God or something that just automatically happened and just popped out of the ether. It's insane.
It's actually funny, isn't it, when you think about it? Because you've got this massive rise that I don't think anyone questions that, do they? That there's a massive rise in all these different things, and so people will say, so they'll take what these kind of evil atheistic kind of doctors do, and then blame like God for it. And they'll be like, oh well, a good God wouldn't allow for all this stuff. It's your atheistic doctors that you believe in that did it. So and they don't get it. People just don't get what's actually happening.
These doctors are well-paid drug pushers, and they mean well, but they're busy. They don't have time to worry about your health, my health, and everybody else's health. They should be worrying about their own health too. But I mean, they write puff papers for these pharmaceutical drugs. They get ghostwriters to be paid to write these puff papers that make the drugs look so stunning and wonderful. And there may not even be a study to back it or like a very poorly done study. And then they'll get a doctor who's loosely allied with it to sign off on this puff piece paper. And guess what your doctor's reading? This puff piece, paper saying the benefits of Vioxx or some sort of drug that 6 months later is recalled or something like that. It's a racket.
Yeah.
So
That's
this
also
isn't.
why. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I was just going to say this is nothing scientific at all, but my mother used to teach autistic children, and she taught all of the autistic children in a specific school district, which we lived in, which is huge. You're talking an enormous amount of kids. And she never had more than 10 autistic children that she was teaching at a time in the school district for the 8 years that she taught the autistic kids. I would be surprised if there's less than 10 in each quote unquote class for like age ranges where she was teaching all of the autistic kids in the whole entire district, and there was less than 10. And this is in the 90s into the early 2000s.
Something's making it rise. And it's like we were allowed to make correlations with anything else other than vaccination.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember when I was younger, there wasn't really this moral aspect of vaccinations. Or sorry, Fauci ouchies. It was like, oh yeah, you just do it because it's kind of healthy for you, but this is the narrative anyway. But if you don't want to, then that's fine. You know, like we were basically told, like if your parents don't want to do it, just sign a form and all good. You know, that was the long and short of it. And you know, when I was growing up in the kind of 90s, and so, but now it's like, oh, you don't want to take it? Oh, well, your child is going to kill my child. You know, it's like, how did we get there in 20 years? You know?
Well, we have to look at the pedigree of the organizations that are pushing this stuff, because that's going to tell you what their agenda is. A lot of medicine is controlled by the Jesuit Combine, and the Jesuits push compliance. You question too much, you're out, or murdered or assassinated or killed if you get in line in the way of the agenda. So basically, we have very communistic Marxist Jesuits saying everybody will do this or else. And if you dare to rise above the collective and do something else other than what you're told, that is seen as a crime itself that's above reproach. This is, a medical tyranny mixed with Jesuit fascist Marxist communism.
Well, look at what they do with whistleblowers. I mean, all you have to look at, whether you believe the story of Edward Snowden and Bradley or Chelsea Manning, they're locked away. That's what they do with whistleblowers. And probably worse than we know for others.
It's an inquisition. The medical system and its science is used to push humanism and the power of man's supreme intellect to medically research the causes and effects of things. And if you challenge that central plank of humanism, that man's, intelligence, really, and all that be focusing on with this, pandemic, you're going to get the horns.
And you're going to get the leaders coming out saying, I am the science. Quote Dr. Fauci.
Mm-hmm. Look at those cold, cruel, heartless Jesuit eyes of his. Oh my God. Lord help us.
I don't know if anybody's seen the videos of what Carrie Mullis had to say about Fauci during the AIDS scandal back in the day, but Carrie Mullis is the one who invented the PCR process, and he has very choice words about Dr. Fauci.
Sure he does. Would you be able to DM that to me if it's DMable?
He also died conveniently a couple days before this thing popped off. If he was alive, he might be telling us, hey, the PCR doesn't really, diagnose anything. It just amplifies whatever's in the body, however the hell it got there or was triggered inside of the body in the first place. To prove some sort of need for the Fauci ouchie, you got to have a disease that spread from person to person, lodges inside of the body, and causes infection. We haven't even really proved that. We don't even know if it's infection where you get a bug from somebody or if it's just the body being triggered to do a cleanup process where the body is just somehow self-generating this with or without quote unquote infection. Each one demands different actions. If there is infection, okay, maybe there is some, justification for all of this craziness. But if the body is being triggered, you take care of the trigger. What's triggering the body to try to get rid of these dead and damaged cells with their own bacterial viral cleanup crew that kills and gets rid of dead and damaged cells out of the body? Could it be, I don't know, the 5G death towers that are going up everywhere, leading to the radio smog and the radio pollution that your body's trying to basically deal with? Is that the real deal?
Who wanted the DM of the Carrie Mullis Fauci?
Yeah, that's me. Thanks. Crypto.
Hell, the PCR from this dude gets a false positive at like anything above 40 to 60 cycles. And the cycles that they use to run the cycles of the PCR are upwards of the low 40s and up.
30.
And so
30
they could just
say.
have any sort of positive they want. What's that?
I was just saying it's actually more like 30. Fauci is actually on record as saying anything above 30 is unreliable. And also, it's, if someone's like coughing and spluttering and obviously ill, PCR will detect that at 6 or 7 cycles. So you don't need to be at 30. The only reason you would be at 30 or above is to generate false positives. And 35 was the standard in Europe for most of this. And to be honest, it's amazing that we had so few positives, given that it's designed to find false positives.
Yeah, there's Carrie Mullis is also on video talking about the process, and he's like, well, if you amplify a piece of genetic material enough, you will find anything that you're looking for within the body, but there's no way to tell that what you have found has made you sick, is gonna make you sick, any of that. And if they come out and say that the virus is XYZ PDQ genomic sequencing, if everybody contains that genomic sequencing, of course you're going to find it if you amplify the sample enough, if everybody contains that genomic sequencing within their body.
Well,
it's like putting together a puzzle.
Yeah, the simple way of putting it is like this. It's like do we as humans interact with our environment? Well, yes, of course we do. So, you breathe, you eat food, you drink water, you shake hands with people, all the rest. Like, the chances of you not, let's just say that Mexican beer jam exists, right? The chances of you not having interacted with it is basically zero. So when they're doing this and they're deliberately putting the cycle threshold way too high, it's completely unavoidable that you would find many, many positives on this, even if nobody was getting ill, right? So let's just say that it was actually designed to test for Coca-Cola particulates, right? You would find most people would test positive for the Coca-Cola variant or whatever. So it's complete nonsense. The whole thing is total nonsense, even if the narrative is true.
Yeah, because the whole driver of the quote-unquote pandemic is results for the PCR test and quote-unquote cases. If you notice, everything gets amped up when they say, oh, well, we've got more reported cases. If the cases are based off of a PCR test, they can literally generate false positives if you amp up the cycles. They can amp up the cycles, ramp them down, up, over and over again to get the cases they want.
You now have a volume control for cases, which you could just dial up and down as you see fit, which is terrifying, to be honest. Now, in my view, that's deliberate. I'm sure most people here would share that view.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's like a puzzle piece. The PCR puts the puzzle pieces together, but the question is, was this puzzle piece in this configuration in your body, or were the pieces just everywhere inside of yourself, and the PCR just amplified the pieces and put them together for testing? You know, there's no real way to know. And the germ theory itself, this theory of transmission of disease from person to person, from getting a bug from somebody else, really hasn't even quite been proven. People are seriously starting to look at the terrain theory, which says that your body already has this stuff inside of itself anyway, and it's just triggered during toxic conditions. So there is no even need for person-to-person transmission. You just get rid of the trigger. So, you know, we can't even talk about this stuff without getting shut down. It's insane.
And
Because that's the money with the fear porn profits and stuff.
fear and stress can also be a trigger. Keep that in mind.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Is I say to people, I think one of the best questions to ask a normie is why do we get ill more in winter than in summer, if viruses spread from person to person? It doesn't make sense. It's like, oh well, you know, you're just feeling a bit more depressed and down, and oh, your body just is it's harder to deal with the virus when it's winter. Yeah, exactly. So how do you know it's not the season itself, right? And not some kind of invisible germ
A
that you can't.
seasonal detox, you know, a seasonal detox from the year's nastiness. You know, animals hibernate, you know, and you know, they have very little waste disposal, or if they do, you know, emit waste, like in countries like Sweden, they'll spread like hay over them, and then it'll absorb the waste, and there are microbes in the hay that'll eat it up and process it out, so it's you know, cleaner or whatever. You know, so it might just be a seasonal detox, you know, to get rid of the dead and damaged cells throughout the year, or whatever. That's another way of looking at it.
Yeah, for sure.
Before we end up shutting this down, can someone explain? So I've had it explained to me a lot about the PCR test and how that works with
It's
the
not a test. So I just before we go, it's not actually a test. It's a process.
Right.
It's not your fault that there is no test. It's a process, and it's like with a test there would be kind of one cycle, so to speak. You would test and then it's done. The reason it's a process is because you can do it over and over and over again, so it's never really finished.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense? But
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted someone to maybe explain the lateral flow. What's the difference? Where's the scam?
I don't know much about that, to be honest. Maybe someone else could go into the science, but what I do know is if you put anything acidic on it, you get a positive. So apple juice is apparently positive for coronavirus. Lemon juice, orange juice, all that stuff. But further than that, I don't know. Sorry, Lemon, go ahead.
Well, basically, the basic principle is the lock and key mechanism that you have with a puzzle. A puzzle piece can only lock with a certain other puzzle piece. That's your DNA. Your DNA is like a zipper puzzle piece thing where you can unzip it and zip it back together in the right configuration. That's basically what the PCR is about. The principle is they supposedly take the DNA strands and unzip them with some sort of enzyme. And they use polymerase, some sort of enzyme, to help this zipping up occur fast enough for you to get, you know, a zipped up full DNA puzzle piece for testing. But the problem with the PCR is these puzzle pieces could be anywhere and in any configuration and be brought back together in any form with or without infection. And so that's why Carrie Mullis said this is not a diagnostic test. It really just amplifies what is inside of you so that you have enough of it, you know, to say, okay, we see this now, basically. And so the polymerase chain reaction unzips the DNA and zips it back together. Each time you unzip the DNA, you have two copies of half. Half the zipper over here, half the zipper over here. And then basically complement that help zip up the full chain are brought together for both halves, and then you have two chains, and then they're zipped apart again. It's like exponential. They zip back up together as a whole with all of the stuff in the, you know, the incubator or whatever, and now instead of two, you have four become 8 becomes 16, and it just amplifies, and you can see more of the product, in this case the coronavirus DNA segment chain spike protein or whatever. But the thing is, it may be amplifying something from puzzle pieces from anywhere randomly. It may be from infection, it may not be from infection. You might get a piece here, you might get a piece there. You never know. So as a diagnostic tool, it's a little questionable. It appears to just amplify what may potentially already be there.
Yeah, for sure.
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction. As you can see, it's a chain reaction where, you know, one DNA is unzipped, brought back together, and you get two. Those two are unzipped, brought back together, you get 4. 8. Chain reaction.
I got a stupid question. How do you unzip a DNA?
Right click.
Use different
and there's a third
enzymes.
option.
So in the
You right click on it and then you scroll down, you'll see there unzip, and then you just got to select the folder, and then
No, you walk up to the urinal first.
Well, the DNA molecule itself is looked at big puzzle piece ladder, and there's the ladder, the sides of the ladder that give it structure, and the rungs are 2 pieces that fit together in a puzzle piece conformation. They supposedly can use enzymes to break it down, unzip it right down the middle, and it can come back in the same configuration as long as you're in a soup with the other puzzle pieces in it. They say that's basically the essence of DNA being and coming back together. They call it re-annealing, that sort of thing.
Did you study
Terry
it?
Mullis was the
How the
inventor
fuck
of
did
this
you know
process.
that?
A very man. That's the basic principle that they use to explain what's going on to power their actions and experimentation. They say we've acted off of this principle, gotten certain results, we can trust it. And I think they supposedly put the chemicals or whatever in the broth, and they get the stuff coming out or something to that effect.
I'm impressed, dude. Well done. Fuck it, dude. I didn't know anything. Yeah, what you fucking saying sounds like very genius, like to me. Well done.
Perhaps they missed something, who knows, but Kerry Mullis supposedly made the PCR test based off of some principle like this. And so they probably had to assassinate him to get him out of the way for the pandemic. Otherwise, he'd spill the beans. As we know, the Jesuits aren't above assassination or intrigue to get their agenda off the ground.
Good thing is we have videos of him already spilling the beans prior to, because he had created this process, won a Nobel Prize for creating it. Basically, it's taking genomic material and being able to replicate it so that you can reproduce genomic material to use in various different ways. And he was working with people who were working with HIV and AIDS and trying to find a correlation between HIV being the cause of AIDS. So he ruffled a lot of feathers when he really dug in and tried to find the science that backed up the claim that HIV caused AIDS. And he ran into a huge roadblock and couldn't get any answers and any scientific studies to prove that HIV was the cause of AIDS. So he basically spilled the beans on all of that and started really going in on Dr. Fauci, because Dr. Fauci, surprise, surprise, was at the helm of connecting HIV to AIDS, but also had, surprise, surprise, allegedly monetary investments in the drugs that were being supplied to treat HIV/AIDS. It's a rabbit hole, but videos are out there and you can find them.
How's everybody doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Is that Lemon?
Hi.
Hello, Lemon.
How are you?
I'm great. I have the weekend all to myself.
Which kind of refraction moving horizon forward?
Oh, we're back to that now.
You
Well, we
mean
have to question the
extends
theory of
it?
refraction
Which one
itself.
extends it or shortens it?
So
I left yesterday without answer. You said that
yeah,
citation.
You should say extends the horizon, brother.
Extends. Okay, sorry, Mike.
Yeah. Well, I know it's a language barrier. I'm just trying to help
Yeah.
you sharpen that sword, brother.
Thank
I'll
you,
butt
Mike.
out.
So how do you?
That's
I have
from
a.
yesterday.
How do you?
Which?
How do you?
Okay, can you only simple question? Which type of refraction extend the horizon? Shoot.
Looked like he was waiting for you to come back.
Yeah, it's from yesterday.
Isn't that obvious? I knew too. I wanted to help him out. Let's be clear with this because he wanted to answer yesterday. Damn it, I remember.
I mean,
Sasha's
I'm
got
not.
a list.
I didn't really
You made
come
the
here.
list, man. You made Sasha's list. It's a long list of people that he's waiting to come back.
I didn't really come here to debate. I just really wanted to say hi and talk.
Oh no, it don't
But
work
we
like
can.
that.
No, man, it's not debate. I don't want to debate with you. I want only answer. If you know or you don't know.
I mean,
yesterday
it just
you
feels.
do you know that yesterday you said it?
It feels a little disingenuous because I know that you're just trying to do a
Do you
gotcha
know
right
that
now.
you said it yesterday? Your citation.
How is
Yeah,
that disingenuous?
the only type of refraction, meaning the refraction that can explain all the different types of refraction, is really fundamentally the same effect.
It's not.
It is.
A mirage is not the same
Okay,
as.
can you now?
No, I know that it's not the same as.
Listen now. Can you say?
But
can
the
you
effect,
now
the effect that explains.
Here's his point, though, Charlie. Hold up.
Listen,
None of which
I agree that
explain-
it's not the same
Hold
effect,
on,
but the
Charlie.
fundamentals of it are the same.
Listen, from the fundamentals to the 5 cases, none of them explain the extending of the horizon by refraction. So he's asking you for a citation of which fairy tale one you have.
I mean, again, I'm not interested in. Holy shit, dude! I just came here to like talk, and you guys are fucking ambushing me.
No, I was interesting because yesterday you said that something is happening, and because of that we can see.
Yeah.
What is that phenomena? Please, where is written? Who discovered that? Which scientist?
Sasha,
Please.
Sasha, are you asking me this because you're curious and you want to know, or are you just convinced that I'm wrong and you wanted to show me that I'm wrong?
No, I really want to know that.
Okay.
If that's true, man, I will have some kind of point, like this. I'm only listening to you. I don't understand what are you saying,
Yes. Okay. Excellent. So the fundamental physical mechanism of refraction explains all the different refractive effects that you have apparently categorized. Like, for example, mirages, which is what Battlemon brought up, right? Those can be explained.
It does.
I cannot go
But it
on like
doesn't
this.
explain the extending of the distance horizon visually. No, it doesn't. It can shorten the distance. It can explain the shortening of the distance, but not the extension.
I have a video right here that has like a mini demonstration of the effect. If you
Is
want me
that
to
a
show it.
citation?
Yes, please.
No, it's just a YouTube video. Where they actually run the experiment.
That's the problem. What I'm asking. I'm asking
What
you
experiment?
to
Where they run.
that somebody
You
discovered
really
that.
want me to go and critique whether or not it's an experiment?
So it's a little demonstration of refraction in a tank where they fill it with a medium, and they pass a laser through it, and you can see the laser bending.
That's an ideal. Listen, that still doesn't explain the extension of the horizon.
Right,
And
I
it's
know that it doesn't.
It's
I
an
know that it
ideal
doesn't.
state. Listen,
I agree. Hold on. I'm not
it's an
trying
ideal
to.
state.
Battlemod, I agree. I'm trying to demonstrate to you that it's possible in principle. After you accept that it's possible in principle, then I will go ahead and demonstrate to you the conditions under which the experiment can replicate the.
It's possible in water.
I
You think you're the first guy to come in here with the sugar water in a tank, laser bullshit?
Okay, so you agree that it works? If the atmosphere was made
sugar.
of sugar water, you agree that it would work then?
Not only sugar water.
Right?
Remember, it actually goes through 2, 3 different mediums. Actually, maybe
It
3
does.
different mediums.
The lens of the laser, the glass of the tank, and the medium of the water.
You can run the
And then
exact
out
same
the
experiment
tank
with the laser
again.
inside the water. and
Well,
you'll see the
it's
same
not an
effect.
experiment.
It is an experiment. Just because you don't think
Which
it's an experiment.
variable did you manipulate?
The medium of the thing that you're passing the laser through.
So you got varying results under varying conditions. And where's the control condition? Can I get the prediction?
The air. The prediction is the path that the light will pass through.
Well, just give me the abstract. If it's an experiment, just give me the abstract.
Battleman, I'm not interested in arguing this, okay?
Well,
I'm
it's
not
not an
I'm not
experiment
interested.
then.
I'm not interested. Sasha asked me for what I think about refraction, and I'm telling him what I think.
No, he
I'm not
didn't. He asked,
interested.
I didn't
Listen,
ask you that.
listen,
I'm not
that's-
interested in.
that is not what he asked you. He asked you for a citation that says
Yeah.
refraction can extend the distance to the horizon.
Yeah, that I asked. I didn't ask you your opinion about that. I asked
Fuck
you
no,
if
he
you
didn't.
know if you know somebody who did anything about that, any kind of studies, anything. But you said that you know.
I already gave you the studies. You just didn't accept them.
Man, you said the video
No,
from
he
the.
didn't.
Are you kidding me?
Indio.
No, I'm not kidding you.
You're not
I
kidding
can-
me.
Oh,
Round
this
I can give
two.
them to you
is a
again.
joke, dude.
If I want to tell you that
This is a
something
joke, man.
discovered the
You're not ready for round
Listen,
two?
this is typical propaganda nonsense, dude. No one is denying refraction exists, okay? Demonstrating an attack in a non-equivalent experiment means nothing.
It means that in principle it works. You just have to demonstrate
You're just
that the
claiming that they're the
atmosphere is
same
analogous.
thing. You're just claiming they're
All
the
right, you guys are doing that same thing where you're just interrupting
You're
me.
just claiming they're the same thing.
It's
You're
a
claiming
faulty
this
equivalency.
tank.
The fundamental effect.
Okay, prove that.
The fundamental. Can you stop interrupting me, please?
Which way does the light
Otherwise,
bend,
like
Charlie?
if you can't agree to stop interrupting, which is like a basic,
Charlie.
decent thing to do.
Charlie.
I'm not going to
Charlie.
engage.
Charlie.
I'm not interested in debating right now. You're
Charlie.
asking me things and I'm
Charlie.
answering.
Do
Charlie,
I really have to agree to stop interrupting, Charlie?
Listen, Mike and Sasha, just quiet for a second, okay? I'm going to ask you a real simple question, okay? Real simple. Show us that this is equivalent. Extension of the horizon is the same phenomenon as the laser bending in the fish tank.
Baby steps. It requires many steps. And
Okay,
if I hold on, please, for fuck's sake.
I said
so
okay.
If I explain the first step, you can't just immediately jump up in the air and say I haven't explained the extended horizon, because you're right, I haven't explained it. I explained the first step. Okay? And so if I tell you, like, I need to know whether or not you or Sasha accepts the concept of refraction in general.
Man,
because if he
listen,
doesn't,
You know
then
we
I have
do, so
additional
just
work to
stop
do.
that.
Man,
Well, I
you
don't
are
know.
saying-
It
man,
seems
are
like you
saying-
do. Hold on.
Listening
Hold
to
on.
you, you are saying
Hold on.
bullshit.
Just stop it,
Now,
dude. Like,
you know
seriously,
why?
just stop.
You know why? Because
Nobody's
Hold on.
holding on, dude.
Please let me finish. I know that you accept it. I don't know if Sasha does.
You do, because his specific question was show the case under which or circumstance it can extend the distance horizon.
Okay. So I'm getting there.
You started at bullshit, and we all already accepted it. We want the citation for the study or experiment that showed it can do what you're saying it can do.
Sasha, it's difficult for me to talk in this room because every single time I try to address you directly, somebody
We're
else
still
interrupts.
going to direct
Dude,
you
you
right
spend
back
90%
to the
of
Do
your
you want to
time
move to a
complaining.
one-on-one?
You're obfuscating.
You spend 99% of your time complaining and not giving answers.
Sasha,
Okay?
do you want to move
How
to
do we
one-on-one?
tell? Listen,
Charlie, I posted one picture.
one-on-one
Do
to
you
the
want to see
freaking
picture?
cog this
Do you
channel.
want to see the picture in voice chat? Look at
Retract
that
his
picture.
ass.
Yes.
What
Yeah,
is-
I've seen
where
that
is the
before.
hori- Where is the
Yeah, you
horizon?
can give a citation for
leaving till he
Mirage.
The actual horizon is very faded, but it's there. It is around the same level as the boat. You can't really
Okay.
see it with this picture with your naked eye. The whole
How we
picture is
Okay, great. How we call this?
that's a mirage.
No,
That's looming.
that's looming.
What?
You don't even know, but
That's looming.
Oh, yes. I don't know the name. Yes.
L-O-O-M-I-N-G.
It's not
Looming.
mirage. Okay, that's great. The one type is mirage. That is not a black swan. Another thing it's looming. This one. This is not black swan example. Another one is sinking. This is not black swan example. Which type of refraction is happening on black swan example? Shoot.
Okay, so you accept that light can be bent if you accept looming because it's a similar effect. It's explained by the same
Dude,
fundamental.
we've already conceded
You were
that.
just claiming
Jesus Christ.
similarity, dude. You were
All right,
just
I'm not
claiming
engaging.
that.
Dude, you
Of
understand?
course you're not.
Dude,
I'm done with
You're
this.
not. You're obfuscating. It's
Listen,
an
everybody be quiet
axiom.
for a
I'm
second.
done.
Everybody be quiet for 1 second, okay? You're claiming that they're the same thing. Demonstrate that they're the same thing. People tell two things that are alike by pointing out similarities. So what is the similarity between your laser test and an extended horizon? Give us the features in the image, right, in the video, which are the same, which we can say, yes, these are the two same phenomena that are happening. Go.
Very good.
Yeah, proof by repeated assertion is not proof. Just saying it's the same, it's the same, it's the same is not proof they're the same. I'm invoking Hitchens Razor.
The funny thing, he asked us, he actually made like a statement that we all believe refraction is the bending of light. And he asked if we accept that. And I want to say that no, we do not accept. Refraction is not bending of light, and bending of light is impossible.
Yeah, it's not bending. It's technically it's
Yeah.
called a displacement.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
changing the
Because at the
direction.
boundary of the medium, there's
Yes.
actually shift. It's called the Hans-Gutschen shift at the boundary of the medium.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's actually a shift of the light sideways, and then it
Yeah.
moves slower and appears to be displaced by some distance.
Yeah.
But he knows all that, I'm sure.
Oh, he acts like he knows everything about refraction. Baby steps, though, right?
Mhm. He knows all
Same
the
Lumi.
pseudoscience about it.
You know what
Didn't
I
you know the
enjoy the
difference
most
between
about this place? You know what I enjoy the most about this place is when young people come here expecting to find undereducated people, and then they get here and they obviously find out 100% that's not true.
Yeah.
And these people don't even forget where the sentence ended off yesterday or the day before or a fucking year ago. They're so on point, they take notes. And 5 years later, they can finish a sentence if you come back on an alternative account.
You can tell he's used to being the smartest person in the room by the way he condescendingly says, fantastic, like as if he's some freaking college professor. Yeah, it's silly, dude. Like, dude, you might have been the smartest person in the room, but you ain't in that room no more. You're in a different room.
I'm the boss, and
You're at the bottom of the fucking totem pole here.
I never say fantastic. I just stare at people with that dumb look, you know? Of course, we're not face to face.
Now, they're saying the fantastic, that's like, yes, I got you. I know the answer. That's a good question, student. No, we ain't the students, dude. You are. Fuck, like twice that dude's age.
Welcome to the pre-ladies' night tailgate party.
Yeah, that's right. Smoke 'em
Where
if you
the
got 'em.
men go alpha male all day long until the women come in to powder your little ass and then kick it out the door. We should have just marched the women down here earlier, huh?
Why not? They were more
When
alpha
these-
than these freaking latte soy boys. Dude, what do you think? Like, if we did a word count, like how many words are devoted to complaining about, you know, this, that, and the other thing, versus how many words are devoted to actually providing the evidence to back his claims? What do you think that ratio is?
Oh, I think it'd be at least 80 to 80-20 if I went 5 minutes back. Now, if I went to the live stream and went back a half hour, it could be higher.
If we go back to the beginning since yesterday, man, it's, I don't know, man, that might be 1,000 to 1.
Didn't he concede to your paper, Indio?
That
Yeah,
he did do.
yeah, but he still,
And
but like, listen, I'm glad you brought that up, Roger. But it's like he never read it, right? He's still doing the same thing. He's still using the underlying premise, right? And like that's where we started. Like you start with a false premise, and then you keep arguing the false premise. Now I showed him, right, and he conceded that he had a false premise, but he's still arguing the same premise, even now, 24 hours later.
Yeah, he said he read enough. He read
Are you guys
enough
still
of the
talking about me?
article, bro.
Jesus.
No, your false
Yeah.
dichotomy. We were talking
We're
about.
talking,
yeah, that's
talking
Glowfish,
about,
right?
you know,
Look, dude, how many
typical
times do I have to
nonsense.
restate? I'm not interested in debating here.
Well, then you have no use here.
Oh God.
Well, listen, I do have a question for you. I want to know what your question was. You were going to ask a question after Sasha asked your question. What was it?
If you can promise to not interrupt me, I will ask it.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, great. Now we got to get conditions from random people on the internet.
Are you Bob the Science Guy, son? You live in Michigan? Are you from Flint, boy? Where's Bob, Charlie?
The pseudoscience guy? What?
Like I'm
What's
telling you,
going
like
on?
if you, I'm actually willing to have a debate, but in a nice,
I thought you
civil
said
manner.
you didn't come here
Stop
for
being a
debate.
mug about it, mate. Just ask the question.
You know, you just play.
I don't have a
you
question.
spend
What
more
question?
time complaining than actually giving information.
Right.
I try to, dude, but I mean, when you have long, complicated points to make, it requires
Well,
time
take
and
it
thinking.
a step at a time.
I
You know,
try to.
you say a
but
point.
even then,
Let us respond to that point.
He's got
and
that
then we
squeaky
continue on
voice.
to the next one.
I'm trying to. But.
You want to do it that way?
Dad, I was gonna clean my room, but damn it, man, it's so dirty.
How are we going to debate opinions? Like, we're really just debating his opinion because there's no facts backing anything he's saying.
He told us we were ignorant, right? And arrogant.
Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Listen, we can recite the physics textbook via rote memorization and, you know, pray and have faith that it's all true and that real world data supports it. But we've looked at the real world data and it doesn't support it.
I don't think you know enough
Okay.
physics to say that.
I actually have a college degree.
What's up?
And I actually passed physics 1 and 2.
Really?
Yeah,
Physics
really.
1 and 2? You realize that what physics 1 and 2 depends per college?
Yeah, I went to Boston University. Is that a good enough college for you?
No. Okay, so what is the highest level of physics that you take? And I hate doing this, by the way. Citing credentials and waving diplomas around is stupid.
Yeah, so why are we doing it?
I'm not doing it. I'm saying that you don't know physics.
What?
It has nothing to do
Oh,
with your
Jesus
credentials.
Christ. What part of physics don't I know?
Are you a professor of physics?
What part of physics don't I know? So
I
I'm
would
gonna
be
ask you a question.
surprised. I would be surprised that if
I'm going to ask you a question. So see what you know.
I would be surprised
Does
if I
density
give you.
is refraction caused by the density of material?
It's correlated with it, but not it does not inherently cause it by
correlated?
density. Yes.
Correlated.
So what's the correlation?
Denser materials typically have a higher index of refraction, although it's not always the case.
Not always. How so?
Did I get that
So,
right, 007, or did I stump you on your stump?
Well, we
No,
we
you're not
covered
really.
classical.
Really?
Because
How
the
am I
amount
wrong?
of matter in a volume has nothing to do with it. Listen, I'm going to tell you how you're wrong. That's what I'm doing. Okay.
How am I wrong?
The amount of matter in a volume. I'm telling you. Okay. The amount of matter in a volume has nothing to do with the dielectric permittivity or the magnetic permeability of a material.
It's correlated with the refractive index,
Okay,
is it not?
so give us the correlation. So give us equations, formulas, correlations. It's not correlated at all.
Okay, fine.
So what would the correlation be?
Is index of
correlation be?
refraction correlated with density? Type it into Google.
Not mass density. No. It's correlated to the polarizability of the material.
Correlation between refractive index and density. Yes,
Yeah,
the index of
optical
refraction
density.
of air does depend on the density of air, usually expressed in terms of the air pressure rather than density.
Optical density. Optical density. Google
Optical density?
versus optical density. Okay, Google it, dude. Google optical density.
That is not what we're talking about here. When you say density,
That's why I asked you a question.
in
to see
context,
what
you
know,
mean
you
mass
don't
per
know.
volume, right?
No, listen.
Then when you said density, you meant mass per volume, didn't you? You said that.
No, that's what you think it is. Mass per
You
volume.
said mass per volume.
No, that's what you think it is.
Dude, okay, I'm rolling back the tape now, I guess.
What's the index of refraction of
Dude,
iron?
why would I ask you a question which I know the answer to, which you don't? You're testing me, remember?
That is a
I asked
great
you a
question.
specifically to
Why
see what
would you do
know,
that?
And you don't know anything. You just
Why would you do
pretend.
that?
Yeah.
I wanted to see what you know.
You asked
I was
me.
testing you.
Okay, let's roll back.
I asked you. The tape
this
says.
is hilarious.
I'll tell you what the tape says. I said, Is the index refraction related to density? You said yes. And then
yes, because when people use the word density, typically they're meaning mass per volume, and you said it was mass per volume.
If you had sufficient knowledge, you
not
would have
mass.
distinguished the two. If you had sufficient knowledge, you would distinguish the two.
What?
If you had sufficient knowledge, you would have distinguished the two.
Which two?
Mass and
Density, as in mass density, matter per volume, versus the polarizability, the optical density, the polarizability of the material.
Indio, when people talk about index of refraction and density, they typically mean mass per volume.
No, they typically have
Really? Okay.
to
So a bunch
denote
of
it.
stupid people
Madamon, share your screen and type into Google.
And they're all wrong.
Share your screen and type into Google index of refraction and density and see what type of density is being referred to. Or anybody else do it.
Charlie, can you show me? Can you demonstrate me?
Why are you lying?
Hold on, Sasha. Hold on, Sasha.
Sasha, can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? That was the point of me asking you. Your knowledge extends to Google as opposed to an actual physics textbook.
Dude.
Okay? That was the point of the question, was to demonstrate that you don't know.
I have a master's degree in electromagnetics. I have Maxwell's equations tattooed on me. My job requires frequent work with RF signals. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fantastic. Then why didn't you know the answer to this question?
I gave you the right answer. I'm sorry you don't know the right answer to your own question.
Oh, okay. So fake it till you make it? Is that your plan?
Right.
Is that your plan? Fake it till you make it?
I mean, I think you clearly demonstrated that you don't know enough physics by the question that you asked me, actually.
The question I asked, you answered the same wrong answer to everyone that doesn't know anything about it.
What was my answer?
Your answer was that density correlates to the index of refraction, and you meant
is that not
mass
true?
per volume.
Is that not true? Is it not true that density correlates positively with it? Really? Okay. Okay, that's just false. That's just fake.
You admitted that you meant mass per volume. You admitted that you meant mass per volume. You admitted
Here is a paper. Here's an actual paper from Science Direct. Here's the abstract. Let me just read the abstract for you. The title is Relationship of Refractive Index to Mass Density. Interesting. The paper focuses on two important. Let's see.
So would you just Google mass density and index of refraction? So what are you learning it right now? I thought you already
No,
did
I
this.
literally just Googled index of refraction and density to show you that you are wrong about misinterpreting my answer.
No, because
They
if you
do
had to
correlate.
Google something, you didn't know it in the first place.
No, I'm
Otherwise, you
Googling
wouldn't
to
have
show him
Google
that
it.
my
No, you
answer is
don't.
correct.
No, you don't. We need a citation, bro.
I just gave it to you. It's on the chat. Look before you
That's
speak.
not a cite. You don't even know what a citation is.
Google
Why are you
this.
talking about
Oh my
freaking
God.
physics? Yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're
Google
lying.
this. Google mass density. Listen, Google mass density versus optical density. Google that.
No, I mean, we didn't specify which apparently, right? Because you're trying to gaslight me because all you said is density.
You
asked me, does density, what is the relationship between density and index of refraction? And I said it correlates positively. And you said that's wrong. And I'm showing you a citation that says exactly what I said.
Okay. Well, what about turpentine?
What about turpentine?
Turpentine, the mass density has no correlation whatsoever to the optical density.
Which is
None
why
whatsoever.
I said typically, not always.
Listen,
correlation
you
does not mean a
admitted it was
perfect
mass
correlation.
density, and you still thought that you cited
Jesus.
Google to support you. You know what you did, dude, and you're trying to backpedal.
It is mass density.
Oh, it is optical density, which has to do with a dielectric permittivity.
I just gave you a study. I just cited you a study.
Tell me.
Read it like I read your study, and you changed my mind.
I'm going to ask you another question. Does the dielectric
No, let's not move on. I'm not going to do the Mark Twain thing. Let's stay on this point, on the question that you asked me.
This is the point. It's sharpening it to a finer point. Okay, to prove my point. Okay, so refraction can be the index of refraction can be calculated from the dielectric permittivity and the magnetic permeability of a material. Right?
Correct.
Does that have to do with the amount of material in a volume?
It's correlated with it, yes, because the amount of charge per volume helps determine the dielectric coefficient. It absolutely is correlated, not always, but in the majority of cases it is.
polar. That is wrong. Show me where that is in Maxwell's equations.
Okay. Well, I mean,
It is in Maxwell's
let me
equations.
let
You
me
got
actually
tattooed on your
quote the
body.
study, I guess,
Show
because
me
you don't
where
want to
that is
read
in
it.
Maxwell's equations.
Okay.
No, I want
Here,
you to show me where that is in Maxwell's equations because the index of refraction is spit out, right? Spits out.
here is a
from polar.
graph. Here is a graph of mass density versus refractive index. You can clearly see they're positively correlated.
Cool. Cool. Awesome. How many samples?
I mean, you can count the dots there yourself if you want, or you can read the study
No,
that I
how many
just cited.
samples? How many samples of materials? How many samples of materials? You
I
said
mean, I cited
don't
you
know
the
physics,
study.
right? This is what
Read
you
it.
said, right? So I'm asking you where in Maxwell's equations, right?
Oh,
You're an
Jesus.
expert supposedly in electrodynamics. Where in Maxwell's equations is the dielectric permittivity
It's
and magnetic permeability correlated to the amount of material in a volume? It's not, and you know it's not.
Yeah, of
You're
course it
talking out
is.
your
Are,
ass.
are
It's
you are you
correlated
are
to
you
the
saying that
polarizability
higher
of the
density
material.
isn't correlated with more charge per unit volume? It stands to reason that if there's
It
more
depends.
mass per
Listen,
unit
it
volume, there
depends on
probably is more
it.
charge per unit
Does not
volume.
stand. Depends on the
Yes, it
structure of the
does.
molecule, right? It depends on the structure of the molecule and how polarizable the molecule is.
You're right. It depends on the specific molecule,
does
but
not matter
generally,
how many
over
atoms,
all possible
electrons,
molecules,
protons.
there's a positive
Listen.
correlation.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter how many electrons, protons, neutrons, or whatever are in that volume. It only measures the geometric configuration of it, which determines how it is
You are
polarizable.
incorrect about that.
Oh, okay. More from you, dude.
You're
how many
incorrect about that.
can you do? Yeah. Okay, so show me in Maxwell's equations where it has a mass per unit volume. It determines the index of refraction.
No, it does not determine it. It is positively correlated with it. It seems like you don't understand what the word correlation means.
I do understand what correlation.
Okay, so then do you accept that density is correlated with refractive index, as I just showed you in a study?
Hey, can I ask you a question, Charlie?
Dude,
Hold
okay,
up, bro.
so you cited me a study that I actually went up Indio. You cited me a study about Snell's law.
Listen, dude, Charlie, you started off this conversation with "please don't interrupt me," and now you just keep verbally shitting all over him.
Okay.
So can you give what you want to
Spiraling.
get? Yeah.
You're
Can you
correct.
give?
I'm breaking my own rule.
Spiraling because he made a stupid claim that none of us knows physics, right? And he just got caught in not knowing physics in his supposed specialty, which is a joke,
I just want to
dude.
point this out. The rest of us are being quiet in a civil conversation. There's no room for interruption, and this is your statement, Charlie.
You're
So
right. I
please.
broke my own rule, and I apologize for that. I'll try not to do it. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. It's pretty clear cut that my answer is
spit it out of Maxwell's equations because the results of listen, data fitting a bunch of measurement results, right? That's not physics, right? Physics is the model. So give us the model, Maxwell's equations, mass per unit volume that determines the magnetic permeability and then dielectric permittivity of material. Go, dude. You know you don't have it. You know it doesn't exist. You know you're caught.
I really don't understand how you can come here and say
I know you don't
that density is not correlated. Like a denser material is not correlated with it having more charge per unit
I
volume.
just told you why. Do I need to explain it again? Do I need to explain it like you're 5?
You're okay. Well, you're incorrect, dude. Like I gave you an answer. I cited that study. I'm presenting the graph that shows a clear correlation.
Listen.
Are you saying that the study is wrong? Are you doubting the study? Are you
No.
saying that they selected their samples?
Listen, okay. They made some observations. They made some measurements. So what? You said physics. Okay. The physics model is Maxwell's equations. You have it tattooed on your body, supposedly. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
asking
do.
you, where in
It
physics?
doesn't mean
Where
it's
in
true.
physics? Where in physics does it say this?
Maxwell's equations does not deal with mass. Okay.
Wonderful.
I'm saying that they are correlated. Maxwell's equations does not lay out that correlation. It's an empirical fact that they're correlated.
Empirical fact.
Yes.
Because it's not related, it's correlated, yeah.
What?
Because it's not correlated, that's why it's correlated. That's what you're saying.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I know you don't know.
It's not because
I
they
know.
aren't. It's not because they aren't. Okay, I'm just.
I don't see
even
any,
struggle to understand.
I don't see
Is it
any mass in Ampere's law, Faraday's law, any of them.
Yeah.
I would actually look at the
look,
study if I wasn't on a cell phone.
yeah, I mean, I understand what he's saying, but it's not always true. It doesn't always ring true.
Right, which is why I didn't say it's always true. I said it's correlated. So it seems to me that you don't understand what correlation means.
I do, but I also understand correlation is not causation. Thank
You're
you.
right. It's not, and I never implied that it was. He asked me what is the relationship between refractive index and density, and I said they are typically correlated, which is correct.
Well, it's
as
a
I've
vague,
demonstrated.
It's a vague relationship.
It's a pretty strong correlation.
Look,
No,
it's
not
a correlation in one study of a limited amount of material, and then you can only test a certain amount of material because it has to be transparent.
Okay, so
right?
the study is bullshit.
No, it's not authoritative. How
Okay,
about that?
so let me get this straight. Okay, so if you take a bunch of random materials, right, and you were to guess, and I tell you the refractive index of one material, and I tell you the density, right, and then I give you another material that I tell you, hey, this one's denser, and I ask you, is the refractive index higher or lower, and then you guess 50-50, you think you'd be right about 50% of the time, because that's what you're saying. They're totally unrelated, and that's just false.
So
you
you're
know
saying
very
you
well
should
that if
guess.
the material, you know very well that if the material is denser,
I'm
the
surprised.
chances are that it has a higher refractive index. You know that.
Yeah, listen, I want to say something. I'm surprised with the master's
listen,
degree.
that's
You
not true.
didn't try to equivalate
I don't know.
Maxwell's equations with E equals mc squared.
Special
I'm
relativity has nothing to do.
surprised.
Special relativity
Oh,
has
you'd have a
very little
leg
to
to
do.
stand on then.
What?
The E refers to joules, electromagnetic energy.
No, joules is any type of energy, and joules is a unit of energy.
Yeah, it's a unit
You're
of
incorrect
measure.
about
Yes, it is.
The E in E equals mc squared does not refer to electromagnetic energy. It's just energy in general.
How's it measured?
How is E measured? Depends on the type of energy that you're measuring. Typically, in the E in equals mc squared is measured with a scale. You measure its mass, and that gives you E.
Kilograms. Huh?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a conversion factor of the speed of light squared, and that gives you joules.
So it doesn't apply to
Speed of light squared.
medics for the emission of light, right?
I
What
mean,
you're saying.
Let me ask you a question, 007, since you clearly know. So you asked me a question, I answered. I gave you the correct answer, even though you don't accept it.
It's not that I don't accept it. It's not authoritative.
Uh-huh.
Once is not a trend, dude. And you haven't given any notice of what's the correlation is.
All right. Can I ask my own question?
What's the strength of the correlation?
Can I ask my own question?
Yeah, what's the strength? You claim they're correlated just from eyeballing a chart. So what's the strength of the correlation?
I can probably fetch it from the study. I don't know it off the top of my head because it'd be crazy to memorize that.
Click, click.
So your evidence that's correlated, and we should guess that we're going to go one way or another with a prediction, is you eyeballing a chart. Okay. Sounds sciencey. Let's go with that.
Do you not know what...
Sounds rigorous.
Do you not know what uncorrelated data looks like on a graph?
What uncorrelated is. I know what weak statistical correlation is. I know what strong statistical correlation is.
Okay, well, I guess you don't, because that's okay. I'll post graphs to demonstrate.
Oh, God. Your peacocking is just annoying at this point.
I know. I'm surprised he didn't take that route. I'm surprised you didn't take that route.
So this is an example of uncorrelated data, like two variables that are uncorrelated with each other.
Who cares?
Equations.
How does anything you say prove the globe, bro?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
this is an example of
So what the
inversely
hell are you
correlated
here
data.
for? Are you only here for gish galloping then?
Can you read that SPC chart for me, please?
Go have your fun. Have fun with your charts and your
No,
graphs.
I
That
would
don't
like him.
correlate. That
I would
doesn't
like to.
correlate to
I would
reality at
like him
all.
to translate the data to words, please.
This is an example of a positively correlated data
A
set.
rise and a fall in what?
So which one of these three pictures does my original graph look like, would you say? Look like the most?
The buckshot scatter pattern, uncorrelated.
Really?
But I would say it would have a looser pattern.
So is that the official flat Earth position then? The index of refraction is
We don't
totally
make official
uncorrelated
flat Earth positions. That's
with
Michael
index of refraction?
Smith's individual comment. Michael Jonathan Smith. That's my word, bitch. Nobody else's.
Yeah, I'd like to point something out. I just noticed. Been asking this dude for data for 24 hours, right? And he's physics model this, physics model that. Then he claims we don't know physics. Then we go to the physics model, and all of a sudden he's got data. What's going on, dude?
Yeah.
What's going on, dude? Like seriously, are you like some sort of propagandist or just a hypocrite?
What's
your point? I
What's
really
my
would
point?
like you
You're
to.
not that oblivious, dude. You know exactly what the fuck my point is.
No,
don't
I
play
don't.
stupid.
I'm not playing stupid. Can you restate your point?
Oh, you actually
Can
are
you-
stupid.
Can you transfer that chart to words?
We've been asking you
Which
for
chart?
data to support your claims for
Anyone
24
you pick.
hours.
Okay, so I posted 4 charts. Okay, the first one, if you scroll all the way up, it plots the mass density on the horizontal axis versus the index of refraction on the vertical axis of a bunch of random materials. Yeah, and you can see on the plot that it's not a random distribution. It looks like as the density of materials goes up, the index of refraction tends to go up. Not always, sometimes it goes down, but generally, overall, if you had to guess if the index of refraction of a random material was higher than
So
another
it's a
one,
multivariate of.
what?
I asked you to. It's a multivariate display of, or analyst of.
It's a two-dimensional graph of mass density versus
Covariance.
refraction. No, you don't know. You're just word salading now.
No, it's an analytical chart, dude. What the fuck are
Here's
you
what I want to
talking
know.
about?
If your physics professor presented that data in a class, what physics model would he be using? What physics would he be teaching with that?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what am I talking about? How did this start, dude? Okay.
Here,
You asked me a
Google this.
question,
How
I
did
answered
this
it correctly,
start?
and I
You
fucking
said
stumped you. So you're
we
just trying to
don't
get
know
out of it.
No, I don't think
You
so.
didn't
No,
stump
I don't think
anyone.
so, dude. You said we don't know physics, okay? Right? Which implies that we don't know physics models. We don't know how physics works. We don't know anything about physics. Physics is a model. Ask you for the model, right? You just said some gibberish, posted some data, which you've been asking for fucking 24 hours. But that's neither here nor there, right? But so, okay, so what is that data, right? Those observations, measurements, whatever. Where are the physics in that?
I mean, this is empirical measurements.
Okay, yeah, they're just measurements, but where's
What do you
the
what do you
physics in
mean?
it?
What do you mean when you mean? What do you mean when you say what's the physics in that?
Data. The
Where's the
word
physics in
data
that? Like,
is
where's the
not.
physics? The physics model, the phenomenon, dude. The physics model.
What physics model? What is the phenomena you're trying to explain here?
It's the phenomenon. Listen, the phenomenon.
I'm not going to
you're
answer your
trying
own
to explain.
questions for you. Like, if you want to, if you're curious about this, go look them up. You asked me if empirically, if in real life, what is the relationship between index of refraction and
not what I said.
density? And I
So I
said
get a straw
they're
man me?
typically positively correlated. Dude, I don't know. So you showed me a study about Snell's law the other day. I read it.
Yeah.
I admitted I was wrong about being able to take Snell's law and use calculus to generalize it
So
to
what?
continuous materials. Why is it so difficult for you to admit that you're wrong in this as well? Like, it's
Well,
surprising
first of all,
to me.
I can't read it.
It's surprising
First
to
of all,
me.
I can't.
Jesus.
Okay, I can't read it because I'm on a cell phone. Okay,
Okay, then why not
So maybe
suspend
I'll
the
read it,
conversation
and then
until you're
after I
able
read
to?
it-
It's just a chart.
Yeah, that is a great idea, actually.
That's just a chart.
Well, listen,
I would like.
You know,
like
funny
to
thing-
see the
oh my God,
data.
who else said, "Oh, let me take the time to read the study you cited and then come back to you"?
Typically, I do read studies, but guess what, dude? You read that study, but you haven't applied the knowledge that you took from it because you're still saying the
I
same
did.
gibberish about refraction.
No. What I took away from that study is that you can't just take Snell's law and use calculus to predict the effects of light through a continuous media. You can, however, use Fermat's theorem of least time to calculate that accurately.
Okay, so in two days, when you post Walter Biskin's stupid so-called Earth curve simulator, right? When you just post that again, knowing it's mathematically wrong, what are you going to say then?
It's not
You're going to keep
mathematically wrong.
using it.
It doesn't use, to my understanding, I saw the derivation. It doesn't use Snell's law.
So I just want to know.
It does.
Do you know those are probability charts, right? Mankova charts.
Fortune telling. Do you know the difference between
It's a
the word
covariance
data,
matrix.
the term
No,
data,
I want
and
to
collection
know
of
if he knows what they're fucking used for. A covariance matrix. Do you know what it's used for? The probability of, the statistical probability of.
A covariance matrix is used when relating two or more variables, typically two. If it's a matrix, it's a tensor
By
of order
statistical
two,
probability.
to relate how one variable varies when the other one varies. It's similar. It's an extension of the variance of a single random variable.
Through statistical probability to reduce error in a process.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, you're like a one-trick pony, bro.
This is process
Indian.
control and improvement.
Surely you can pick up that some of the things that Battlemont says are just nonsensical.
SPC,
Oh, okay.
That's a statistical probability chart, a covariance chart to pick up errors in statistics and probability so that maybe you'll catch them next time. You're presenting as if it's a datum.
Yeah.
Or some type of study.
Actually,
it's a probability.
It literally is data. They measured the density of one material, and then they measured the index of refraction of the other material, and they just plotted them against each other. That is what data is.
What is data?
Listen, can I take data and not do physics?
Sure, you can.
Yeah, and that's exactly what this is. Data with no physics.
I don't have to do physics to explain to you that
That's
is
where
an
this
empirical
started,
fact. I don't have to do physics to explain to you that the empirical fact that density of materials correlates positively with the index
They
of
correlate
refraction.
in that. Listen, they correlate in that one study with a limited sample out of
Okay, find me
gazillions
a
of
study.
materials.
Excellent. Then find me a study where they don't correlate, or they correlate
That's a
negatively.
Bernoulli reversal fallacy.
Every one of those
I
charts.
showed you my study, and then you're saying the study's
No,
bad.
you didn't.
Tell me.
You showed us 5 charts from
No, and now you just
understanding.
straw man me. What I said was
Understanding the covariance matrix. Listen, this is an online tutorial about understanding the covariance matrix, and
Really?
he gave us
We're
4
talking
of
about
the
matrices
charts.
now. Hey, Battlemod, what is the 2D rotation matrix for a 90-degree clockwise rotation?
Oh yeah, here. Let me just
Seriously?
show you. Let me just show you. Okay.
Just yell it out loud. I know it.
I don't need to. You just want to obfuscate from the point you just.
Most
looked up
people
some
who know
fucking
basic,
charts.
most
You
people who
just
know
looked
basic
up
linear
some
algebra can
fucking
just yell it out.
charts, and you want to act as if those charts have anything to do with data, but they don't. They're for teaching people to
so
understand
technically
the
that's
chart.
called the appeal to intimidation fallacy. And if you don't
It
know
is.
one random fact, then you don't know any
Battlemod,
facts.
Battlemod, the reason I brought
Go
up the
fuck
last...
yourself, kid. You gave us information from a tutorial and act like it's some kind of fucking data set.
Yeah, I need
Battlemod,
a
the reason...
demonstration of a 2D.
Battlemod, the reason I brought up...
working.
The reason I brought up those 3 charts was to demonstrate to you the difference between positive correlation, no correlation, and negative correlation. That's not the data that I'm presenting. The data that I'm presenting is
You
the
haven't
first
presented
chart.
any data.
I will repost this.
Your
Apparently, you missed
data
it.
is irrelevant. Your data does not mean collection of facts.
I see the first chart of mass density. Okay, that is a data one. Yeah,
That
I'll
is the
accept
first one
that.
I posted.
I accept that as a datum, but we've already
Battlemod,
been
does
through.
that look like positively correlated to you? Does it look like increase in mass density tends to result in increase in refractive index?
Not optical density, but the refractive
But mass
index.
density? 'density?
The refractive. I don't know. Listen, dude.
Dude,
I
just
would
look
need
at the
to.
chart and tell me what you see. That's it. That's all I'm asking.
Well, to understand the
Those
chart, we need
measurements
the datum behind it
A
to know
bunch of
whether or not
dots.
it's correlated, dude.
Yeah, I see a bunch of
I
dots.
mean,
That's all I see.
listen, you're a bright kid, but you should also understand that every engineer or analyst that read this chart would have the datum that goes with it. Then
Do you
they
want the
would
study where this plot came from?
excuse
I
me.
posted it already.
Excuse me. Then they would correlate data to dots and they would make their assumption after that. They wouldn't just read the chart. They'd be in on the entire study. Now, from this chart, I see a tight grouping and I would infer yes. But without the data, I will make no assumption.
Thank you. The data's right there. The study, I pasted the link multiple times now, except everybody's refusing to click on it.
But he was talking about optical density, not mass density.
No, he didn't specify.
I know he didn't specify, and that was for a
He
given
specify
reason.
on purpose.
Oh
Yeah.
God, no!
Listen,
Oh God,
listen,
really? We're gonna play that game now?
Another question, and this is
Well,
where you're
you
gonna be
should have
exposed,
asked
right?
which
Oh,
density.
God.
You should have
This is where
asked.
you're gonna be
No,
exposed.
most physicists mean mass
You know what
volume
most
density.
physicists
No,
think.
most physicists
So
know
most
there's
physicists
more
are
than
wrong
one
about
type
things.
of density. There's more than one type, and they're specific. That's why advanced level grammar and English
People that are
goes
doing
with it.
optics don't use mass density, right? People that are actually doing optics, which is what we're talking about. So I'm going to ask you.
It is.
This is one study, right? What's your evidence that the results of this study is the general case?
What?
Is the general case that the results of this study is that density per unit volume is related to the index of refraction?
It's positively correlated.
Listen,
Don't
in
change
this
my
study
statement.
it is. In this study it is.
Uh-huh.
What's your evidence that the results of this study is the general case?
What is my evidence that this study holds in general?
Is the general case across most materials, or even 51% of materials.
My evidence is that study. Okay, and if you don't want to accept that study, that's your
That
problem.
is not a claim, dude. That has no,
Yes, it is. It literally is a claim. Studies. It's the gold standard for what we use to show things. Studies.
That's a straw man. No one said I'm not accepting the study, right? I am saying it's a statistically
God.
insignificant sample size, which is a completely different argument.
Because it's one study?
That's right. And one study with a limited amount of materials, and you're claiming it's the general case across all materials.
Yeah.
No, I said it's the general case across most materials.
Okay, what's your evidence for
That's
that?
what positive correlation means.
But we have a common correlation with a very small sample size, as in small samples, as in the amount of materials that are tested. It's very small compared to the amount of materials that actually exist in the world.
Okay, here's another study from Cambridge University.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you going to deny that one too? Are you going to say, "Oh, it's two studies"? It's two. It's just two. You need more than that. How many do you want?
Listen. You are not good at this. Okay. It's not the amount of studies that matters. The amount of materials that are tested.
Okay. Did you read the studies?
Obviously,
I read the first one. I haven't read the second one. Okay, then why don't you do the same thing that I did and suspend judgment until you're able to read the studies, and then we can continue this conversation. I'd be more than happy to do that.
Listen, because I don't need to read the studies to suspend judgment to know there's statistically insignificant sample sizes.
Right, but you don't know if these studies studied a statistically insignificant sample size because you haven't read the studies.
Listen, I know there's not thousands of fucking samples that were tested.
Yes, there literally are in the first one. What are you talking about?
Thousands.
Yes, thousands. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, this is so fucking exhausting. I'm sorry, I'm losing my cool.
Because you're in COD
Look,
disc.
yeah,
you're in COD disc.
Look at this on my phone. If it's like in the hundreds, I'm fucking banning your ass for lying.
Studies only work on a flat Earth. They're impossible on a globe.
Was Charlie trying to show causation of anything? I'm just trying to clarify that so I can understand. Was he showing a causation? Is there a question of causation?
No.
In anything he said? Okay, I guess that's my answer.
Hey, Where's Charlie?
What are we
Charlie's
talking about?
back.
He asked me what is the relationship between index of refraction and density, and I said there is a positive correlation. And I showed
Okay,
a
so
study that
what?
shows that.
I can show a graph that has a positive correlation too. So what?
Well,
This
I
is the
didn't
guy
just
that
show
was
a
talking
graph. I
about the
showed an actual
logical.
study, 2 studies
Are you
actually.
trying to prove a causation of something?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to prove that
Then
it's an
shut
empirical
up. You're in
fact.
the wrong fucking server. Get the hell out of here. We don't want your bullshit anymore. You're full of crap. And take another mute on me, bro. There you go.
Hey, that story is flat.
They were talking about refraction, weren't they? And he distracted away.
I was talking about logical science, or what is it? Logical math? Logic.
Statistical probability. But yes, it started on refraction, bro. That's where refraction led to.
Refraction?
most-
Welcome to flat Earth.
Coming
To
back
me,
to
the-
refraction again?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
all
most
this because
annoying
they.
to me was that he
sorry.
was using data instead of collection of facts.
Well, those weren't even. That wasn't even data.
You mean
yo.
the same shit that he brought up from yesterday?
Yeah.
It's just a chart, and those particular
Yeah, I
charts
remember that.
were for a tutorial
Hmm.
teaching you how to use a covariance matrix for statistical probability charting. Those actually represent no thing, nothing, nada.
Oh, by the way, this material, graphene aerogel, is opaque and is 7 times lighter than the air. So its density is lighter than the air itself, you know. But you can see through it. It's opaque. Mic check.
Yeah, Mike's working. He'll be back at 9. What
Thank
was
you.
Mike's on break.
Correlation? What was the correlation supposed to prove?
Nothing, because we weren't talking about refractive index. We were talking about the index for optical density. He was talking about refractive index for terrestrial.
Hold on. Okay, so I just read that. Dude is a snake, dude. This
Yeah.
isn't the refractive index of a material. It's the effective refractive index of a medium with particles inside of it. Aerosols, right? So like dust, whatever. It's not what we're talking about. It's nothing like what we're talking about. So basically, if you have two materials, right? If you have two materials, like say,
It's talking about the refractive index and density, the relation between those.
Pure materials, yes. How about
That's
that
why I
absorption
gave.
rate?
That's why I gave this example
did I cut
of
out?
graphene.
Yeah, so it's a mixture. It's a
Yeah.
mixture of two materials. It's a mixture of two materials, air and particulates in the air, and they do they have a formula to figure out what the effective mass density is of the materials based on particle size and mass density of whatever medium it is. And then the index of reflection is correlated to the combination of that effective mass density, right? So that's not what we're talking about. It has nothing to do with what we're talking
about.
We're talking about, let's say, the refractive index of a material, say glass, or water, or air, or whether that the index of refraction is related to the mass density of that single material. Homogeneous and isotropic, constant temperature, constant pressure. Dude's a snake, man. Just a snake.
Yeah, but glass refraction index can be raised by adding lead to it.
Yes, and they make gradient index lenses, right? They can make it. You can make a gradient index lens by adding like, what do they use? They use like a nitrogen. They use like they put nitrogen gas inside of it, like so more at one end and the other, so there's a gradient of nitrogen gas, and then they can make a light curve within these particular gradient index lenses.
True.
But dude's a snake. Thank you.
But isn't that talking like in a specific ideal gas or specific materials?
That's what we were talking about. A specific material like air, glass, water, whatever. And the paper he cited was particles in a volume. So like dust particles in air, sand particles in water, right? You can use the mass density of the sand, the mass density of the water, and apply a formula, and then get an effective refractive mass density for that combination of materials, and then that correlates to the index of refraction.
So what's his answer now?
Well, I just love the part where he's like, "You guys don't know physics." I love that shit, dude. Fucking gives me a hard on. I get excited easy. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just like when you put oil and water together, and they sit separate one from another, you can see through both of them. They are both transparent, but when you shake them up and it emulsifies, it turns white, and you don't see through it anymore. You know.
Charlie.
Yep. The bot made me get another beer now because I realized I typed there, oh, fuck it. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to go watch Snoopy. And then it said, oh, you've been fucking punished for swearing. And I typed fuck it with like one word, and then I couldn't type. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to get another beer. When I get back, I'm going to ask one of the guys to just unblock me. And I see I'm already unblocked. So I've had a lot of beers. So if I'm rambling, my bad.
I need one myself. That's Friday. I'm going to get one right now.
You're already out, dude.
Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't sure. It's my first time that I got blocked. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck? My bad. I even apologized to the bot.
You know what I heard? I heard that if you have something tattooed on your body, it automatically makes you an expert in it.
I've got a my Dachshund tattooed on me. I've got my Husky tattooed on me, and I got a wave tattooed on me. Does that make me an expert?
Depends on where it's tattooed. You might have to look in the mirror to see it backwards.
I got a vagina tattooed on my shoulder, bro.
Oh my god.
You knew that was
Ew,
coming.
Gatamon.
You opened the door, damn it. You knew it was coming. What do you mean, what do you got, a booty on the back of yours, or?
Question is it
I can just
whose vagina
imagine
is it?
when you get old, the way it's gonna look on your. Ew.
For legal reasons, I refuse to answer that question. I plead the fifth, sir.
Is there a landing strip or is it like clean shaven?
Do you really want me to answer?
Yeah.
Hell no.
You have all the women coming in here to Mike, like, don't talk to me, Mike.
Right before ladies' night.
Right. Hell, I got an early day. Everybody's got their shit together. Trying to enjoy it. It's fucking humid, too. We had so much rain, now the heat here. All that moisture is just right in the air.
Yeah, send it down here to Cape Town, South Africa, please. It's cold there.
Yeah. I like the heat, I just don't like the humidity, but I mean, I'm surrounded by fresh water, so there's not much I can do. Gotten used to it, but on a real humid day, because I have that deviated septum, you can hear it in my voice. Real humid.
Ah, that's when the nasal bridge is something skew there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a boxer's break.
Yeah, I got the fucking skew one as well from a fight that I was in.
You know, it gives you that Rocky Balboa sounding voice, you know? Adrian! I love you, Adrian! Yo, Paulie, you shouldn't talk to your sister like that. It's not nice.
Yeah, I got it from a broken nose. Fucking not nice.
Oh, man, I've had mine fixed 3 times, dude.
I
Shit,
just
so
left it.
yeah, it's well, getting it broke is painful, and getting it broke back is painful. The doctor that sticks that punch up there, he's a little more thorough about breaking your nose than the guy you're fighting in the ring or the cage, you know.
Yep.
You break every fucking piece of that motherfucker. They stuff shit up there and put that shield on your face to shape your nose. That's the only reason I haven't had it. I don't want to wear that fucking mask for 2 weeks, man. Looking like the see-through hornet.
Yeah, since mine broke, I always got like one nostril that's blocked, and it's damn annoying. I never had that before. This happened 2013, I think it was, or 2010.
I have to admit that Charlie's whining was effective in preventing him from getting banned. Should have been banned yesterday. Should have been, man. The obfuscation, the deflection, the whining, the claims without evidence, logical fallacies, utter nonsense.
Can I ask my question to you now?
Go.
You just did.
Um,
You want to ask another one?
what is the relationship between the position wave function and the momentum wave function of a quantum mechanical particle?